Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 1: The Oldest Wizard. Since the dawn of time, wizards had walked among men, their existence intertwined with the natural magic that coursed through the world like unseen rivers of power. In those earliest days, magic was raw and untempered, a force of nature rather than a skill to be honed. Wizards of that era wielded this untamed energy with a primal instinct, their spells simple in form but colossal in might. Unlike the refined incantations of the future, their magic was unshackled by restraint, channeling the very will of existence itself. Yet, despite their immense power, wizards and humans alike struggled to survive. Their greatest adversaries were the elves, beings of pure magic, ancient and eternal. Unlike humans, where only a few were born with the gift of magic, every elf was a master of sorcery from birth. Their power was not honed through study or discipline, it was inherent, a natural birthright that placed them leagues above the struggling wizards. With their command over the elements and the unseen forces, the elves ruled the land, leaving humans to cower in the shadows, their existence a ceaseless fight against extinction. This was the darkest era of humanity. The world was painted in blood and sorrow, as men and wizards alike fell to elven might. It was during these desperate times that two brothers were born among the wizards, prodigies unlike any before them. The first brother possessed a rare gift, he could see the magic lanes of the world, the unseen threads that wove reality together. Through his insight, he discovered a way to call upon beings of immense power, entities beyond the world of men, and in doing so, he named them gods. The second brother, no less brilliant, sought mastery over the essence of life itself. He delved into the mysteries of the soul and the laws of binding, creating the first unbreakable vow, a contract that could chain even the most powerful beings. Together, they waged war against the elves. The first brother, with his divine magic, called upon the power of gods, smiting the elves with forces beyond mortal comprehension. The second, with his mastery over contracts, bent those who remained to his will, forging a servitude that would extend through generations. Bound by an unbreakable decree, the elves were stripped of their dominion, forced into eternal servitude to mankind, to which later became known as house elves. With their victory, the brothers ushered in an age of security, a future where humanity could finally flourish. Years passed, and the brothers grew older. The first, Solomon, was content, knowing he had secured a future for mankind. Yet the second brother was restless. He saw the vastness of the world and despaired at how little time was left to explore it. With nearly 100 springs behind them, he felt the weight of mortality upon his shoulders. It was then that he made a decision, he would not allow death to claim him. The two stood together atop a cliff, the wind carrying the scent of the ancient trees that had borne witness to their journey. The sky stretched endlessly above them, as if reflecting the boundless paths of magic they had once walked side by side. Solomon turned to his brother, his gaze heavy with sorrow. "Are you sure about this?" he asked, his voice carrying both understanding and grief. "You are going against the very laws of nature." The second brother sighed, the weight of his decision evident in his eyes. "Oh, Solomon," he murmured. "Did you not go against nature when you called upon powers beyond our world? Was it not you who first bent the laws that bound us?" Solomon remained silent. His brother continued, his voice tinged with longing. "There is so much left to see, so much to learn. And yet, our time runs short, 100 springs passed in a blink. I refuse to let death take me before I have unraveled every mystery this world holds. I shall make death my servant, not my master." Solomon looked at him. Then, with a sad smile, he said, "I had hoped that we would spend what little time we have left together." The second brother stepped forward and embraced him. "I am sorry for leaving you early." Solomon closed his eyes, returning the embrace. "Then I wish you luck on your journey. And at its end, may you triumph over death and unravel all mysteries." With that, the second brother turned and walked away, vanishing into the unknown, chasing the impossible. It was the last time the brothers would ever meet. 10,000 years had passed since the parting of the two brothers. The world had changed countless times over, kingdoms had risen and crumbled into dust, and the once primal magic of the past had been refined into something more delicate, more controlled. Yet, on this night, something ancient stirred once more. The cries of a newborn filled the grand halls of Malfoy Manor, piercing through the dim candlelight that flickered against the ornate walls. A woman, her face glistening with the remnants of labor and exertion, cradled the infant close as she approached the man standing before her. His pale blonde hair gleamed under the soft glow of the chandelier, his sharp features unreadable as he turned his gaze upon the small bundle in her arms. A small smile played upon her lips as she looked at him. "Congratulations, Lord Malfoy," she said gently. "You have a son." The man stepped forward, his movements slow and calm, before carefully taking the newborn from her arms. His expression softened as he beheld his child, a rare warmth lighting his gray eyes. "As agreed with my wife," he murmured, his voice quiet yet firm. "His name shall be Dante. Dante Malfoy." The name was spoken with finality, sealing the child's identity in the long and storied history of the Malfoy lineage. Unbeknownst to the proud father and the attendants watching the tender moment, the newborn, despite his undeveloped senses, was not entirely unaware. His mind, though shrouded in the haze of infancy, was alive with thoughts far beyond what any infant should possess. This language. English. The dialect is derivative from England's. The newborn thought to himself. Even as he wailed in the arms of his father, fragments of memory emerged from the depths of his consciousness. The experiences of multiple lives, the knowledge that expands over countless eras, all hidden beneath the guise of newborn frailty. How long has it been since my last rebirth, he wondered. What has this world become? The oldest wizard in existence had been born once more. And as the warmth of his father's arms cradled him, Dante Malfoy, a brother, a seeker of truth, a rebel against death, looked forward to the unknown wonders this new era had to offer. Chapter 2: The Rude Awakening of Lucius Malfoy. Lucius Malfoy was a proud man. A man of lineage, of status, of power. He was the head to an ancient family that had stood the test of time, weathering the rise and fall of empires. With their wealth, influence, and an unbroken line of pure-blooded ancestry, the Malfoys commanded both fear and respect. He had two sons, Dante and Draco, 6 and 4 years old, respectively. Both had inherited his pale blonde hair and gray eyes, and he took pride in them. But it was Dante who captivated his attention, Dante who made his heart swell with something more than just fatherly pride. The boy was a prodigy unlike anything he had ever seen or heard of. At the mere age of 2, he had spoken fluently, forming complex sentences with the ease of an educated adult. By 3, he spent entire days in the vast Malfoy library, devouring books of all kinds. Narcissa, his wife, was troubled by Dante's unnatural behavior. She spoke of her concerns, whispering in quiet moments that their son did not behave as a child should. He did not play, did not seek comfort, did not express emotions like other children. Lucius dismissed her worries. Their son was simply a genius, a once-in-a-millennium mind. And his capabilities only proved it further. By 4, he had performed household spells wandlessly, mimicking them after seeing the casting of the spells only once. Draco, by comparison, was a normal child. Talented, yes, but normal. Even if the boy proved gifted in the future, Lucius doubted he could ever reach the heights that Dante was destined for. A thought had taken root in Lucius's mind, one he had never dared voice. Could his eldest son surpass even the Dark Lord? Even Dumbledore? Could Dante bring prestige and power to the Malfoy name, restoring all they had lost in the wake of Voldemort's downfall? He did not know, but he watched carefully, waiting, fantasizing about the future. The servants kept him informed of the books Dante read, and Lucius could not help but notice an odd pattern. All of them had been written within the last 3 to 5 centuries. Was it possible the boy, with all his genius, struggled with older texts? If so, perhaps it was time to hire a tutor. Today, however, Lucius had another matter to discuss. His son was now 6, it was time he began attending social gatherings, mingling with other pure-blooded heirs, preparing for his future role as the next head of the Malfoy house. Lucius made his way to the library, pushing the grand doors open to find Dante reading, as always. The boy sat with perfect posture, his small hands resting against the thick tome in his lap, his gray eyes focused with an intensity that did not belong to a child. Without looking up, Dante spoke. "Welcome, father. What brings you here?" Lucius paused mid-step. The boy had not lifted his gaze, had not turned toward him. How did you know it was me?" Lucius asked, curiosity lacing his tone. "I am familiar with the magic coming from your soul," Dante replied casually. Lucius frowned. He had never heard of such a thing. Surely, it was just a child's fancy, an attempt to appear mysterious. Amused, he dismissed the odd remark and stepped further inside, closing the doors behind him. "You are growing older, Dante," Lucius said. "It is time you begin socializing with other pure-blood heirs. These relationships are important for your future, especially as the next head of our house." Dante, still not looking up, replied in an even tone, "Draco will be the next head of the house. I have other matters to attend to in this life." Lucius frowned slightly at that. "You are still young. Your studies may interest you now, but as you grow, you will understand the weight of responsibility. The importance of leading our family." For the first time since Lucius entered, Dante lifted his gaze from the book. He observed his father in silence, his expression unreadable. A strange sensation crept up Lucius's spine, something about his son's gaze felt unnatural. Then, in a calm, low voice, Dante spoke. "Sit." He pointed to a chair beside him. Lucius blinked. The gesture was improper, disrespectful even. A Malfoy heir did not order the head of the family to sit like a common servant. But Lucius was not angry, he was going to correct him and guide him to be a proper heir and a future head, that is his role as his father and the current head of the Malfoy. Opening his mouth to lecture on proper decorum. I insist, Dante said. Lucius's body moved against his will. Before he could comprehend what had happened, he found himself seated in the chair Dante had indicated. Stunned, he stiffened. It was as if he had been placed under the Imperius curse, but it wasn't. This was something else. Something similar, yet entirely different. Dante sighed. I had originally planned to let you behave as you pleased. You are my father in this life, after all. I was going to teach Draco properly as he grew, but now, I believe we should talk to avoid unnecessary misunderstanding in the future. Lucius tried to speak, but Dante raised his hand. Silence. I am speaking. Lucius's mouth closed instantly, unable to produce a single sound. Panic surged through him. What was this magic? What was his son? Dante leaned back, an air of boredom around him. Since I founded the Malfoy house 1,000 years ago, you have been one of the worst heads of this family. If not for the fact that you are my father in this life, I would have removed you from your position. Following a clueless brat who called himself a Dark Lord. Truly, how disappointing. Lucius's breath caught. 1,000 years ago. The pure-blood theory you cling to is foolish, Dante continued. The first wizards were not born to noble bloodlines. They were accidents, mere humans who stumbled upon the magical lanes of the world. Magic was not inherited, it was claimed. In fact, under the right conditions, even a muggle can be turned into a wizard. It has been done before. Lucius stared at his son with wide, disbelieving eyes. His mind reeled, struggling to process what he was hearing. Dante waved a hand. You may speak. Lucius gasped softly, his voice returning. But he could not find the words. After what felt like an eternity, he finally forced out the only question that mattered. Who are you? Dante hummed, tilting his head slightly. I have gone by many names, but you should be familiar with one, Armand Malfoy. Lucius froze. The family history books claim I aided William the Conqueror out of friendship. That is incorrect. I helped him because I owed a favor to one of his ancestors. That is all. Lucius opened his mouth, then closed it again. His son, his child, was claiming to be the very founder of their house. It was absurd. Impossible. And yet. Dante sighed, disappointment evident in his expression. Tell me, Lucius. Why do you wear that ring? Lucius instinctively looked at the Malfoy heirloom on his hand. Before he could ask what Dante meant, the ring shimmered with light. That light moved, flowing toward Dante. His eyes glowed faintly before returning to normal. The ring carries a portion of my soul and strength. It was passed down so that, when the time came, the Malfoy line would remember its master. Dante exhaled softly. And yet, you didn't even know that. How disappointing. Dante turned back to his book. You will train Draco to lead the house. Do not tell Mother, she does not need to know her firstborn is thousands of years old, the oldest wizard in this world. A deep, primal fear settled in Lucius's chest. His instincts screamed at him to listen. To obey. Without another word, he stood and left the library. He had been wrong. His son was no mere prodigy. He was an ancient monster. Chapter 3, Guiding the Malfoys. After their conversation the previous day, Lucius couldn't stop thinking about Dante. The revelations had left him shaken to his core. Was it true? Was Dante really the founder of their house, reborn as his son? If so, how had it happened? And more importantly, how dangerous was Dante? What could he be planning? The questions swirled in Lucius's mind like a storm, leaving him more unsettled with each passing moment. To say he was scared would be an understatement. What made it worse was that Lucius couldn't share his fears with anyone, not even Narcissa. Who would believe such an absurd story? And even if they did, what would Dante do to him and the rest of the family? The memory of Dante's wandless and silent magic, which had stripped Lucius of control over his own body, haunted him. He hadn't been able to move or make a sound. What other strange and terrifying magic did Dante possess? As Lucius sat in his study, lost in thought, Narcissa entered the room. He didn't notice her until she called his name, snapping him out of his reverie. Lucius, she said, her voice tinged with concern. Are you feeling all right? You look paler than usual. Lucius quickly composed himself, forcing a smile. I'm fine, he said. Just tired. Narcissa frowned. You should rest. Maybe take a nap. Lucius shook his head. There's no need. I'm fine. Narcissa hesitated, then asked a question that caught Lucius off guard. Were you really thinking of making Draco the next head of the house? Lucius froze, his eyes widening in shock. Narcissa continued, her tone careful but probing. So Dante was telling the truth. But why? Dante is the oldest, and while I don't like comparing them, he's showing more potential than Draco. Lucius remained silent, his mind racing. How much did Narcissa know? How much had Dante told her? He struggled internally, trying to find the right words. Finally, he sighed and said, Dante is a genius, a unique child. He's far too unique, and he's clearly not interested in being the heir. I'll respect his decision and let him focus on his studies and magic. Narcissa's expression shifted to one of deep concern. This wasn't like Lucius. He was a man who always put the family's legacy first, who always made decisions based on what he believed was right. For him to say he would respect Dante's wishes was unusual. Dante is still a child, Narcissa said carefully. He might change his mind in the future. Lucius pursed his lips, clearly conflicted. After a moment, he sighed again. For now, Draco is the head of the family. If Dante changes his mind in the future, that's a different story. Narcissa nodded, though her worry didn't fade. She decided to change the subject, summoning Dobby with a wave of her hand. Dobby, she said, what are my children doing? The house elf bowed low. Master Dante is teaching Master Draco magic, mistress. Narcissa smiled, her expression softening. That's good to hear. Prepare some tea for us, Dobby. Dobby disappeared with a pop, and Narcissa turned to Lucius with a laugh. I'm glad Dante plays with Draco sometimes. It's good for them to bond. But Lucius's face was pale, his expression tense. You heard Dobby, he said, his voice low. Dante is teaching Draco magic. Narcissa rolled her eyes. Oh, Lucius, they are just playing pretend. Don't overthink it. Lucius stood abruptly, his chair scraping against the floor. Probably not, he said, his tone grim. He strode out of the room, heading toward where Dante and Draco were. Narcissa followed, her worry deepening. Her husband was acting strange, and she didn't like it. As they approached the room where Dante and Draco were, Narcissa couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Lucius's behavior was off, and she didn't know what to make of it. Was he sick? Stressed? Or was there something more going on that she didn't understand? When they entered, the scene before them was both amusing and intriguing. Draco stood in the center of the room, his small hands gripping a stick tightly. His face was scrunched up in concentration, his eyes squinting as he pointed the stick at a dragon plush that lay on the floor a few feet away. Dante stood beside him, watching with a calm, almost approving expression. Narcissa's lips curved into a soft smile as she observed the two boys. What are you two up to? She asked, her voice warm but laced with curiosity. Draco turned to look at his parents, his face lighting up with excitement. Dante is teaching me magic, he declared proudly, puffing out his chest as if he had just accomplished something monumental. Narcissa raised an eyebrow, her gaze shifting to Dante. Is that so? And what kind of magic is he teaching you, darling? Show them, Draco, Dante said simply. Draco's focus returned to the dragon plush. He tightened his grip on the stick, his small face scrunching up even more as he concentrated. With a sudden burst of energy, he thrust the stick forward with all the strength his little body could muster. For a brief moment, the tip of the stick glowed faintly, and the dragon plush flipped over, landing at a 90-degree angle from its original position. Draco turned to his parents, his chest heaving with exertion but his face beaming with pride. I am a wizard now, he announced, his voice filled with triumph. Narcissa's eyes widened in surprise. She glanced at Dante, her expression a mix of astonishment and concern. Are you really teaching him? She asked. Dante nodded. Draco is still young, he said matter-of-factly. If he can perform basic magic with a stick now, casting spells with a wand in the future will be a simple matter for him. Narcissa frowned. She stepped forward, her maternal instincts kicking in. Draco is too young for this, and you are even younger to be a teacher, she said firmly. Draco shouldn't start learning so early. It's wrong. She turned to Lucius, her eyes expecting his support. Lucius, tell them. Lucius, who had been silent until now, his eyes flickering between Draco and Dante. His mind raced with thoughts, weighing the situation carefully. Dante had told him to raise Draco, and it seemed he was serious about helping him. For the first time, Lucius considered the possibility that Dante might not be a threat to their family but rather an asset. He was, after all, their ancestor, a powerful wizard who was knowledgeable and powerful. Taking a deep breath, Lucius finally spoke. Dante is right, he said. We should support our children. Draco learning magic now isn't a bad thing. Narcissa stared at him, clearly shocked by his response. Lucius, how can you say that? He's too young. Lucius held up a hand to silence her. I agree with Dante, this will help Draco in the long run, he said firmly. Narcissa opened her mouth to argue but stopped herself. She looked at Draco, who was still grinning from ear to ear, and then at Dante, who stood silently. Finally, she sighed, her shoulders slumping in reluctant acceptance. Very well, she said softly. But we must ensure Draco isn't pushed too hard and we can't let the two of them practice alone without supervision. Lucius nodded, his gaze shifting to Dante. We trust you, he said, though his tone carried an unspoken warning. But remember, he is our son. Chapter 4, Narcissa and Snape. Narcissa Malfoy had always considered herself a devoted wife and mother. She took great pride in her family, her esteemed husband, Lucius, and their two sons, Dante and Draco. They were her joy, her legacy. Yet, despite the love she held for them, something about Dante unsettled her in ways she could never quite articulate. From the moment he was born, Dante had been different. He was always composed, unnervingly so, as if childhood was merely a formality he had to endure rather than experience. He was respectful, intelligent beyond measure, and astonishingly self-sufficient. Unlike other children who relied on their parents for guidance, Dante carried himself with the confidence of someone who already knew the path ahead. At times, it felt as if she and Lucius were mere spectators in his life rather than his parents. She had voiced her concerns to Lucius during their private moments, expressing how unnatural it was for a child to act with such calm and self-control. But her husband dismissed her worries with admiration, speaking at length about Dante's brilliance and limitless potential. Narcissa couldn't deny that their son was a prodigy, but that only fueled her unease. There was something uncanny about a child who never stumbled, never hesitated, never seemed unsure of himself. Then, one day, everything changed. Lucius, who had once been obsessed with grooming Dante into the perfect heir, abruptly announced that Draco would inherit the position as head of the Malfoy family while Dante would pursue his own studies and interests. Narcissa was baffled by the sudden shift, but no matter how many times she pressed Lucius for an explanation, he never gave her a satisfying answer. Over the following weeks, she observed her husband's interactions with Dante more closely. Though Dante continued to act as he always had, calm, composed, and detached, Lucius had changed. He was deferential in ways that made no sense. He sought Dante's counsel on matters far beyond a child's comprehension and treated him with an almost reverent respect. It was as if their roles had reversed, and Dante was now the one guiding Lucius. The strangeness did not end there. Dante had begun to train Draco and instructed him to push toys with magic using a fake wand. Narcissa had objected, stating that no child of Draco's age should be attempting to practice magic. But to her shock, Lucius firmly insisted that they follow Dante's advice. More disturbing still was Lucius's sudden dismissal of pureblood ideology. When Draco had proudly repeated the term, pureblood wizard, which he had learned from the knots at a recent gathering, Lucius had admonished him sharply. This was not the man she had married. Lucius had always believed in the sanctity of pureblood lineage. It was one of the reasons they had followed the Dark Lord. Now, he claimed the ideology was foolish and unworthy of their son's education. When she demanded to know what had changed, Lucius simply looked at her with something that almost resembled worship and told her that he had been blind before, that the Dark Lord was nothing more than a powerful but misguided fool. That was when she knew Lucius was hiding something. But what could it be? What could possibly make her husband, proud, unyielding, ambitious Lucius Malfoy, turn his back on his own beliefs? What had Dante done to him? Despite her questions, her doubts slowly faded as Draco grew. By the time he was 5, he could produce a faint lumos from the tip of his fake wand, something only Dante before him managed to pull. No child their age should have been capable of such feats. And yet, their Dante then Draco, their small hands held power with the promise of untold potential. Narcissa did not know what Dante had planned, nor did she understand the true nature of the power he held. But she knew one thing for certain, her children have the potential to shape the future of the magical world. And she would stand by them, no matter what. Underscore. Severus Snape was not a man who enjoyed social gatherings. The idle chatter, the pretentious airs, the endless pleasantries, it all grated on his nerves. Yet, here he was, standing in the grand hall of Malfoy Manor, surrounded by the cream of wizarding society. The occasion was Draco Malfoy's 5th birthday, and as the boy's godfather, Snape had been obliged to attend. Lucius had insisted, and while Snape would have preferred to spend his evening in the quiet solitude of his home, he could not refuse his oldest friend. As he sipped a glass of elf-made wine, his dark eyes scanned the room. The usual folks were present, the Knotts, the Parkinsons, the Crabs, and the Goyles. Their children, all pureblood heirs, were gathered around Draco, who was proudly showing off a new toy broomstick. Snape's gaze lingered on the boy for a moment. Draco was a typical child, boisterous, spoiled, and eager for attention. But it was the other Malfoy child who intrigued Snape. Dante Malfoy. Lucius had spoken of his eldest son at length during their meetings, his voice tinged with a mix of pride and something Snape couldn't quite place. At first, Snape had dismissed it as the usual parental boasting. But then he had seen Dante for himself. A child of 7, performing magic that even second and third-year Hogwarts students struggled with. Wandless magic, no less. It was unnatural, even for a prodigy. Snape had watched Dante from afar during the gathering. The boy was polite but distant, engaging in conversation only when necessary before retreating to the edges of the room. He carried himself with an air of quiet confidence, as if the festivities were beneath him. It was unsettling, to say the least. When the noise and chatter became too much, Snape slipped away, his black robes billowing behind him as he made his way to the Malfoy library. It was a sanctuary of sorts, a place where he could find a moment of peace amidst the chaos. But as he pushed open the heavy wooden doors, he found that he was not alone. Dante was seated in a high-backed chair, a stack of books on the table beside him. The boy looked up as Snape entered, his gray eyes sharp and calculating. "Good evening, Godfather," Dante said, his voice calm and measured. Snape inclined his head slightly. "Dante. What are you doing here?" "The same as you, I imagine," Dante replied, gesturing to the books. "Avoiding the tediousness of social gatherings. I find them unproductive." Snape's lips twitched in what might have been a smile. Indeed. His eyes flicked to the titles of the books Dante was reading. One in particular caught his attention, Advanced Antidote Making, a comprehensive guide. Snape raised an eyebrow. "That is not light reading for a child your age." "I find it enlightening," Dante replied. Snape's expression remained impassive, but inwardly, he was skeptical. A 7-year-old, no matter how gifted, could not possibly grasp the complexities of advanced potion making. He was likely skimming the pages, absorbing words without true understanding. Dante seemed to sense his doubt. "Godfather," he began, his tone thoughtful, "Father tells me you are among the best potion masters in the world." Snape's pride prickled at the compliment, but he kept his voice neutral. "I have some expertise in the field." "Then perhaps you can answer a question for me," Dante said, his gaze steady. Snape hesitated. He had no interest in indulging a child's curiosity, especially when it came to advanced topics. "I only entertain questions of a certain caliber," he said dismissively. "For basics, you would do well to wait until you are older." Dante's lips curved into a faint smile. "This is not a basic question." Snape raised an eyebrow. "Go on." "The antidote to Veridiserum," Dante began, his voice calm and precise, "requires griffin feather and goat kidney. However, the combination can be harmful to certain individuals, pregnant women, for example, or those with weak magical cores, like squibs. Why not replace the goat kidney with sunstone? It has similar magical properties but without the adverse effects." Snape blinked, caught off guard. The question was not only advanced but insightful. He turned the idea over in his mind, analyzing it from every angle. In theory, it made sense. Sunstone was known for its purifying properties and could potentially serve as a substitute. But it was not a combination he had ever considered. In theory, Snape said slowly, it could work. But it would require testing. Dante nodded, as if he had expected this answer. "So no one has bothered to improve the antidote since its creation 4 centuries ago." Snape frowned. "Potions making is an exact science. Alterations must be approached with caution." Dante's expression was unreadable. Caution is not the same as stagnation. Before Snape could respond, Dante waved his hand, and 3 books floated from the shelves, landing gently on the table in front of him. Snape's eyes widened as he read the titles. One was an ancient tome, its cover worn and faded, written by none other than Armand Malfoy. The other 2 were more recent but still centuries old. "All you need is there," Dante said simply, returning to his reading as if the conversation had never happened. Snape stared at the books, then at Dante. The boy's knowledge was far beyond his years, far beyond even most adults. Snape's mind raced as he picked up the books, his fingers tracing the spines. These were not texts a child should be able to comprehend, let alone reference with such ease. "I will borrow these," Snape said, his voice uncharacteristically soft. Dante didn't look up. "As you wish." As Snape turned to leave, he nearly collided with Lucius, who had just entered the library. The man's sharp features were etched with curiosity. "Severus? What are you doing here?" Snape held up the books. "I am borrowing these." Lucius glanced at the titles, then at Dante, who was still engrossed in his reading. "What happened?" Snape exhaled sharply. "Your son posed a question that even I could not fully answer. And he gave me these to educate myself." Lucius's eyes widened slightly, but he quickly masked his surprise. "I see." Snape's gaze was intense. Lucius, that boy, he has the potential to become one of the greatest potion masters in history. Lucius nodded, his expression unreadable. I know. As Snape swept out of the library, his mind was alight with possibilities, eager to test Dante's suggestion. Seeing Snape leave in hurry, Lucius couldn't help but think to himself, as expected of the old ancestor, who lived through countless eras, he is formidable in all aspect of magic. Chapter 5, The Darkest Legacy. 1 month after Draco's birthday party, the wizarding world was set abuzz by a groundbreaking publication. A research paper appeared in the Potioneer's Quarterly, detailing a significant improvement to the antidote to Veritaserum, one of the most complex and advanced potions in existence. What made the paper extraordinary was not just the improvement itself, but the names attached to it. The credit for the discovery went to Dante Malfoy, a 7-year-old boy, while the testing and validation were conducted by Severus Snape, the renowned potions master and Hogwarts professor. The reaction was swift and divided. Skeptics dismissed the paper outright, accusing Snape of fabricating the results to curry favor with the Malfoy family. A child improving a potion of this caliber? Absurd, wrote one critic in the Daily Prophet. Others, however, were more open-minded. Perhaps the boy inspired Snape, suggested an anonymous commentator in Witch Weekly. Children often see solutions we adults overlook. Dante, for his part, remained utterly indifferent to the uproar. He had no interest in fame or recognition. His mind was already occupied with other matters. The Malfoy library, vast and extensive as it was, had been exhausted. Every book, every scroll, every scrap of knowledge had been consumed by his insatiable intellect. Lucius had done his best to procure new materials, but even the Malfoy fortune and connections had their limits. It was during this time that Dante's thoughts turned to his past life. He had been an alchemist then, delving into the mysteries of life and death. His work had been opposed by none other than Nicholas Flamel, the so-called immortal alchemist. Flamel had condemned Dante's methods as vile, despite the fact that his own philosopher's stone had been created through the sacrifice of thousands. The hypocrisy had always amused Dante, though he had never bothered to confront Flamel directly. Back then, his focus had been on his ultimate goal, mastering death itself. Now, as he sat in the quiet of his study, Dante wondered if Flamel was still alive. The man had been ancient even in Dante's last life, and the thought of him still walking the earth was both amusing and irritating. But Dante had no intention of seeking him out. His current interests lay elsewhere. His eyes drifted to the stack of potion-making books on his desk. Potions had never been his primary focus, but they were a field ripe for exploration. With a few years to spare before he could attend Hogwarts, a fact that still annoyed him, he decided to dedicate some time to the craft. After all, knowledge was knowledge, and every discipline had its uses. When he informed Lucius of his decision, the men immediately arranged for a dedicated potion-making space in the manor. To Dante's mild surprise, Severus Snape offered to assist him. A child should not be handling such volatile substances unsupervised, Snape had said, his tone as dry as ever. And with Hogwarts on summer break, I have the time. Dante didn't object. Snape was a capable Podywarner, and having an assistant, even one as prickly as Snape, would expedite his experiments. Thus began their collaboration. At first, Snape was skeptical. Dante's methods were unorthodox, his knowledge seemingly drawn from outdated texts. But as the weeks turned into months, Snape's skepticism gave way to astonishment. Dante's skill evolved at an alarming rate. What began as clumsy, unrefined attempts quickly transformed into masterful precision. Theories that Snape had never considered were proposed, tested, and refined with startling efficiency. By the end of the first year, Snape found himself struggling to keep up. How? Snape had asked one evening, after a particularly complex experiment had succeeded beyond expectations. Dante had simply shrugged. Knowledge is cumulative. The old texts provided a foundation. The rest is adaptation. Snape didn't press further, but he couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to it than that. Dante's brilliance was unnatural, even for a prodigy. But Snape, ever the pragmatist, chose to focus on the work. Together, they pushed the boundaries of potion making, publishing several papers to improve different potions. The rate of publishing papers sent shockwaves through the wizarding world. Each one credited Dante as the primary author, with Snape listed as the validator. The boy's reputation, whether he wanted it or not, continued to grow. Life continued in this manner for Dante, potion-making, studying, and the occasional social gathering. He also took an active role in preparing Draco for the future, much to Lucius's relief. The younger Malfoy was shaping up to be a capable heir, though he paled in comparison to his older brother. On Dante's 9th birthday, he posed a question that caught Lucius off guard. "Why hasn't my Hogwarts letter arrived yet?" Lucius hesitated before answering. The age of admission was changed from 9 to 11, around 300 years ago. Dante sighed, clearly annoyed. Of course it was. Not long after his birthday, Dante encountered a problem. A rare ingredient required for his latest experiment proved impossible to procure, even with the Malfoys' vast resources. It was then that Dante made a decision. "I need to go to Egypt," he told Lucius one evening. Lucius raised an eyebrow. "Egypt? I have an old stash there," Dante explained. "It contains materials I may need." Lucius didn't ask for details. He had long since learned not to question Dante's decisions. Within days, the Malfoy family had scheduled a sudden trip to Egypt, much to Narcissa's surprise and Draco's delight. The Malfoy family's trip to Egypt was, by all accounts, a great experience. They marveled at the towering pyramids, explored the bustling markets, and indulged in the rich flavors of local cuisine. Even Dante, who typically viewed such excursions with detached indifference, found himself experiencing nostalgia. He couldn't help but compare the present to the distant past. The pyramids, once majestic and pristine, now bore the scars of time, their surfaces weathered and worn, their grandeur diminished but not entirely lost. It was a poignant reminder of the impermanence of even the greatest achievements. Draco, wide-eyed and enthusiastic, soaked in every moment, while Narcissa enjoyed the rare opportunity to relax as a family. Lucius played the role of guide, though his mind often wandered to the true purpose of their trip. When night fell and the others retired to their rooms, Dante approached Lucius. "It's time," he said simply. Without waiting for a response, he turned and walked out of the hotel, Lucius following close behind. They apparat to a secluded spot not far from the Great Pyramid. The desert stretched endlessly around them, the moonlight casting an eerie glow over the sands. Lucius watched as Dante closed his eyes, his hand outstretched as if sensing something invisible. After a moment, Dante began to walk, his steps deliberate and measured. Lucius followed, his curiosity growing with each passing minute. Nearly 30 minutes later, Dante stopped. He raised his hand, and the sand around them began to swirl, forming a small cyclone that vanished into the ground. Beneath the shifting sands, a stone staircase was revealed, leading deep into the earth. Without hesitation, Dante descended, Lucius trailing behind with a mix of awe and trepidation. "How old is this place?" Lucius asked, his voice echoing in the narrow passage. "I built it nearly 5,500 years ago," Dante replied, his tone matter-of-fact. "In my third life, I was fascinated by the creation of magical creatures. Many of the parts and creatures I created are stored here." Lucius nodded dumbly, his mind struggling to process the magnitude of what he was hearing. The creation of magical creatures was no small topic, and the fact that Dante seems to have succeeded spoke volumes of his abilities even back then. As they ventured deeper, Dante placed his hand on the wall, and it lit up with strange, unrecognizable symbols. Lucius' curiosity only grew. "How has Northwest One discovered this place before?" Dante glanced back at him. "I used the souls of 100 elves to create an eternal illusion protecting this tomb. Magic born from burning souls of magical beings is far stronger and longer-lasting than ordinary spells." Lucius felt a chill run down his spine. The casual way Dante spoke of such dark magic was unnerving. He had never heard of such magic, but the fact it uses souls as source of power makes it without a doubt one of the darkest arts to ever be created. Swallowing his unease, Lucius asked another question. "Were you famous in that era?" Dante paused, then nodded. "My name still lives to this day. I was called Herpo the Foul." Lucius froze, his blood turning to ice. Herpo the Foul, the first known dark wizard, the creator of the basilisk, and a figure of legend and terror. Dante continued, seemingly unfazed by Lucius's reaction. "There's a mistake in the recorded history. I lived as Herpo in Egypt, but I spread my research during my fourth life in ancient Greece. The Greeks were the ones who recorded my name and deeds." Lucius could only nod, his thoughts a whirlwind of shock and disbelief. He had always known Dante was extraordinary, but this was beyond anything he could have imagined. The being, before him was not just an ancient dark wizard. He was the true origin of the dark arts. They soon reached the heart of the tomb, and Lucius's breath caught in his throat. The chamber was vast, its walls lined with shelves and jars containing an array of magical artifacts and creatures. Skeletons of unknown beasts hung from the ceiling, their forms both fascinating and terrifying. In one corner, Lucius spotted a jar containing phoenix feathers and ashes, their red-golden glow undimmed by the passage of time. Elsewhere, creatures he had never seen before floated in preservation jars, their forms twisted and otherworldly. Lucius couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. This was no mere collection, it was a testament to Dante's unparalleled knowledge and power. The legacy of the oldest dark wizard was something even the most ancient and prestigious houses could not hope to rival. Dante walked closer to the middle of the room. A set of bones lying on the ground rose into the air, forming the skeleton of a python with 6 wings. Lucius couldn't tell if it was some kind of winged snake or if bones were missing from the structure. Dante extended his hand calmly. The skeleton began to glow, and the light left the creature, flowing into Dante's body. He glowed faintly for a moment before returning to normal. The bones fell to the ground as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, Dante began moving through the chamber, selecting various ingredients and artifacts. Lucius watched in silence, his mind still reeling from what he had just witnessed. The light he had seen leaving the creature and entering Dante's body was the same as the light from his ring years ago. Lucius recalled Dante saying the ring carried a portion of his soul. Was it the same here? And what purpose did it serve? Once Dante was done, he turned to look at Lucius. This will suffice for now. Lucius nodded, his usual eloquence failing him. As they ascended the staircase and the sand closed behind them, he couldn't shake the feeling that he had glimpsed something far greater, and far darker, than he had ever imagined. Chapter 6, The Curse of the Elves. After their return from Egypt, life at Malfoy Manor settled back into its usual rhythm. Draco continued his education under the guidance of his family and a rotating cast of tutors, while Dante remained engrossed in his potion-making and studies. The house life continued smoothly, but there was a tension increase, particularly regarding Dante's treatment of the house elves. One evening, Narcissa approached Lucius in his study, her expression troubled. "Lucius," she began, "have you noticed how Dante treats the house elves? It's excessive, even by our standards. It's as if he has a personal vendetta against them." Lucius looked up from his paperwork, his brow furrowing. "What do you mean?" "He's harsh with them," Narcissa explained. "More so than necessary. I tried to ask him about it, but he brushed me off. He's always so closed off with me, but he seems more open with you. Could you talk to him? I don't like how he hides things from me." Lucius sighed inwardly. If only she knew the truth about their son. "You're overthinking it," he said, forcing a reassuring smile. "He treats us both the same. But I'll speak with him." Narcissa nodded, though her expression remained uneasy. As she left the room, Lucius leaned back in his chair, his mind drifting to their trip to Egypt. He recalled Dante's casual mention of sacrificing 100 elf souls to create the eternal illusion protecting his tomb. He also thought of Dante's interactions with the house elves at the manor, cold, dismissive, and at times outright cruel. There was clearly a deeper reason for his animosity, and Lucius couldn't help but wonder what it was. Later that evening, Lucius made his way to Dante's workshop. The room was filled with the faint hum of potion boiling, and Dante was bent over a cauldron. He was holding a vial while observing it carefully. He didn't look up as Lucius entered but greeted him nonetheless. "Father. What brings you here?" "I hope I'm not interrupting," Lucius said, his tone cautious. Dante glanced at him briefly. "I'm free. What do you want?" Lucius cleared his throat. "Your mother is worried about you. She's noticed how harsh you are with the house elves. She wanted to know why you seem to despise them so much." Dante paused, setting down the vial he was holding. "I'll keep myself in check around her," he said after a moment. "Thank you for telling me. You can assure her there's nothing to worry about." Lucius nodded, then hesitated. "If it's not too much to ask, could you tell me why? I've noticed it too, and I can't help but wonder." Dante studied him for a moment, then nodded. "Very well. Sit." Lucius took a seat, his curiosity piqued. Dante leaned against the workbench, his expression distant as he began to speak. The history of the elves is not what most wizards believe. In the distant past, they were not the pathetic servants, they were powerful, they were predators. They hunted humans, slaughtering them without mercy. Every elf was born with magic, while humans had only a handful of wizards among them. Back then, there was no distinction between wizards and muggles, only humans with or without magic. Lucius listened intently, his mind struggling to imagine the subservient creatures he had known all his life as powerful and dominant beings. Dante continued, his voice tinged with nostalgia. "My brother and I were born 10,000 years ago. Humans were almost wiped out by the elves. We were prodigies. He discovered a way to summon power from beings outside this world, beings we later called gods. With that power, he waged war on the elves, slaughtering them by the thousands and driving them to the brink of extinction." Lucius's eyes widened. The idea of summoning gods and waging such a war was almost incomprehensible. "While my brother's path led to the most destructive magic ever known," Dante said, "mine led to the study of souls and magical contracts. After the elves were defeated, I created a contract of servitude, one that would last for eternity. Every elf and their descendants would be enslaved by magic-wielding humans until the end of time. As long as a single wizard or elf remains, the contract will endure." Lucius swallowed hard, marveling at the sheer scale of such magic. It was a level of power and cruelty that even the darkest legends couldn't match. Dante's expression darkened. "I despise their kind. They will remain enslaved and suffer for eternity. That was our judgment and shall be carried with no exceptions." Lucius nodded slowly, his mind racing. After a moment, a thought occurred to him. But, an elf can be freed if their master gives them a piece of clothing, can't they? Dante laughed, a cold, mirthless sound. That's a ridiculous thing some wizards came up with at some point. It has no basis in the contract I created. Here, let me prove it. He called for Dobby, the Malfoy family's house elf. The small creature appeared with a pop, his large eyes wide with fear. Master called for Dobby, he squeaked. Dante turned to Lucius. Go ahead. Give him a piece of clothing. Lucius hesitated, then removed one of his gloves and handed it to Dobby. The elf took it cautiously, his hands trembling. For a moment, Dobby's large eyes widened with disbelief, and a flicker of hope crossed his face. Master. Master freed Dobby, he exclaimed, his voice trembling with a mix of joy and uncertainty. Dante's expression turned cold. He spoke a single word, his voice low and commanding, Ecta. Before Lucius's eyes, Dobby's chest began to glow with a faint, ominous light. The elf dropped to the ground, writhing in agony, his screams echoing through the workshop. Please, Master. Dobby is sorry. Dobby will obey. Dobby will never dream of freedom again, he begged, his voice choked with pain. The glow in Dobby's chest faded, and the screaming stopped. The elf lay on the ground, trembling and gasping for breath. Slowly, he crawled toward Lucius, prostrating himself on the floor. Dobby is a bad elf, he whimpered, his voice barely audible. Dobby will never dare to dream of freedom again. Dobby is sorry, Master. Dante smirked, his expression one of cold satisfaction. That is the law that binds all elves. As long as you speak the word Ecta, they will experience pain on par with the Cruciatus curse. The sins of their ancestors will be imprinted in their memories, and all rebellious thoughts will be erased. What remains is a trembling slave, perfectly obedient. Lucius stared at Dobby, then at Dante, a mix of awe and unease settling over him. The depth of the power behind Dante's binding contract, and the sheer cruelty of it, was unimaginable. As Dobby disappeared with a quiet pop, Lucius couldn't help but feel a strange pang of pity for the elves' kind. Yet, he said nothing. He could see the intensity of Dante's hate for the elves and knew better than to challenge him on such a matter. As Lucius left the workshop, he couldn't shake the feeling that he had glimpsed at another side of Dante. Dante was the true embodiment of darkness and cruelty, a being who can nurse a grudge against an entire race for 10,000 years and act on it with a cruel smile. The weight of that realization settled heavily on Lucius's shoulders, it only enforced the idea of how terrifying Dante truly is. Chapter 7, The Purpose of Hogwarts. Another year passed, and Dante Malfoy turned 10 years old. By now, his name had become synonymous with brilliance in the world of potion making. His improvements to several advanced potions, including the antidote to Verita serum, had earned him widespread recognition, though not without controversy. Many in the wizarding world remained skeptical, unable to believe that a child of 10 could possess such knowledge and skill. Rumors swirled that Severus Snape, his collaborator, was the true mastermind behind the discoveries, with Dante merely serving as a front to boost the Malfoy family's prestige. Despite the skepticism, Dante's reputation attracted the attention of several renowned potion masters. Eager to meet the so-called prodigy, they traveled to Malfoy Manor, hoping to take him on as a student if the rumors proved true. Dante, ever curious, agreed to meet them, not out of any desire for mentorship, but to gauge whether any of them had something worthwhile to offer. The meetings, however, proved disappointing. The potion masters, though accomplished in their own right, were stagnant in their thinking, clinging to outdated methods and theories. Dante's conversations with them left them speechless, as he effortlessly dismantled their arguments and demonstrated a depth of knowledge far beyond their own. One by one, they left the manor, humbled and bewildered. Dante, for his part, was unimpressed. The wizards of this era are uninspired, he remarked to Lucius after the last visitor had departed. They lack the curiosity and ambition to push the boundaries of magic. Lucius nodded, though inwardly he thought that the problem wasn't the wizards of this era, it was Dante himself. The boy was an ancient wizard, a being whose knowledge and power transcended the limits of ordinary wizards. But Lucius knew better than to voice such thoughts aloud. Instead, he simply agreed, indeed, they pale in comparison to wizards of old. As the months passed, Lucius found himself growing increasingly curious about Dante's motivations. Despite his unparalleled skill and knowledge, Dante seemed determined to attend Hogwarts, a school that, by all accounts, would be a waste of time for someone of his caliber. One evening, unable to contain his curiosity any longer, Lucius broached the subject. Dante, he began cautiously, why are you so intent on attending Hogwarts? Surely, there's nothing there that you haven't already mastered. Dante looked up from the book he was reading, his gray eyes sharp and calculating. Hogwarts was created for 3 reasons, he said, his tone calm. First, it was meant to serve as a safe haven for wizards during a time when they were hunted by muggles. The problem back then was that many wizards came from muggle families, leading to a civil war rather than a straightforward conflict between wizards and muggles. Lucius nodded, familiar with the history. And the second reason? Hogwarts was designed to archive all information related to magic, Dante continued. Its library is one of the most extensive in the world, and it has been nearly 400 years since I last perused its contents. I am curious to see how it has grown. Lucius raised an eyebrow. And the third reason? Dante's expression grew thoughtful. Hogwarts was created as part of a larger goal, a goal I have been working toward for thousands of years. My oldest goal, in fact. Lucius's curiosity deepened. What is your relation to the founders of Hogwarts? He asked, unable to resist the question. Dante's lips curved into a faint smile. The four brats were my students. I entrusted each of them with a legacy from one of my previous lives. Hogwarts itself is built on top of my first tomb, the one from over 10,000 years ago. Lucius felt a chill run down his spine. The founders of Hogwarts, Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin, were legends in the wizarding world. To think that they had been Dante's students, that Hogwarts itself was built upon his ancient resting place, it was almost too much to comprehend. You've guided so much of magical history, Lucius said, his voice barely above a whisper. What is this goal of yours? The one that spans thousands of years. Dante's gaze turned distant, as if he were looking through Lucius rather than at him. That, he said slowly, is not something you need to know. Lucius swallowed hard, a sense of unease settling over him. He had always known Dante was dangerous, but now he realized just how far-reaching his influence was. This was no mere Dark Lord, this was a being who had shaped the very foundations of the magical world. And whatever his ultimate goal was, it was clear that it was something monumental, and potentially terrifying. Despite his burning curiosity, Lucius knew better than to press further. The thought crossed his mind that if he learned too much, Dante might see him as a liability, and he had no desire to find out what his ancient ancestor was capable of when provoked. As the conversation ended and Dante returned to his reading, Lucius couldn't shake the feeling that he was standing on the edge of a precipice. The world he thought he knew was far more complex, and far darker, than he had ever imagined. And at the center of it all was an ancient dark wizard, the oldest wizard in existence, whose plans stretched across millennia. The halls of Hogwarts were quiet, the students having retired to their common rooms after a long day of classes. In the headmaster's office, Albus Dumbledore sat behind his desk, his half-moon spectacles perched low on his nose as he studied a stack of papers. The latest issue of the Potioneer's Quarterly lay open before him, its pages filled with articles detailing groundbreaking advancements in potion-making, all credited to a 10-year-old boy named Dante Malfoy. Dumbledore's blue eyes twinkled with curiosity as he looked up at the man standing across from him. Severus Snape, his potions professor and most trusted confidant, had been summoned to discuss the matter. The headmaster had heard the rumors, of course, how could he not? The wizarding world was abuzz with talk of the Malfoy prodigy. But Dumbledore was not one to rely on hearsay. He wanted the truth, and there was no one better to provide it than Snape. Severus, Dumbledore began, his voice calm but probing, I've been hearing quite a lot about young Dante Malfoy. These papers, his improvements to the antidote to Veritaserum, his theories on advanced potion-making, are they truly his work? Snape's expression was as inscrutable as ever, his dark eyes meeting Dumbledore's gaze without flinching. They are, he said simply. Dumbledore leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers. And what is your assessment of the boy? What about other branches of magic? Snape hesitated for a moment, as if choosing his words carefully. He is extraordinary, he said at last. His knowledge of potion-making far surpasses that of most adults, and his ability to innovate is unparalleled. Even his spell casting is on an advanced level. If he continues on this path, he may very well surpass even you. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly at the admission. It was rare for Snape to speak so highly of anyone, let alone a child. I see, Dumbledore said, his tone thoughtful. And his character? What kind of person is he? Snape's lips thinned, and for a moment, he seemed to struggle with how to answer. He is difficult to read, he admitted. He is not like other children. He is detached, almost unnervingly so. But he is not cruel or malicious. He simply exists on a different plane. Dumbledore nodded, his expression unreadable. And his family? How does Lucius Malfoy factor into all of this? Snape's eyes flickered with something, disdain, perhaps, or unease. Lucius is proud of his son, as any father would be. But he does not control him. If anything, it is the other way around. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled again, though this time there was a hint of something sharper beneath the surface. Fascinating, he murmured. A child with such power and intellect, yet so enigmatic. I must admit, I am looking forward to meeting him next year. Snape's expression darkened slightly. You should tread carefully, headmaster. Dante is not a normal child. The The two men lapsed into silence. Dumbledore's mind was already racing, piecing together what little he knew of Dante Malfoy and trying to discern his true nature. Snape, for his part, seemed lost in his own thoughts, his usual mask of indifference slipping just enough to reveal a flicker of unease. After a moment, Dumbledore broke the silence. "Thank you, Severus. You've given me much to consider." Snape inclined his head slightly. "If that is all, Headmaster, I have potions to brew." "Of course," Dumbledore said, waving a hand dismissively. "Do not let me keep you." As Snape turned and swept out of the office, his black robes billowing behind him, Dumbledore leaned back in his chair, his gaze drifting to the window. Dumbledore's thoughts turned to the future. Next year, Dante will arrive at Hogwarts, and as the headmaster, he must ensure that this child is guided properly, never to repeat the old mistakes of Tom. Chapter 8, The Dark Legacy of Azkaban. Time passed swiftly, and the day Dante was to begin his journey to Hogwarts drew nearer. Only 1 month remained, and the Malfoy household was abuzz with preparations. Yet, amidst the excitement, Dante approached Lucius with an unusual request. "Father," Dante said one evening, his voice calm but firm, "I need to go on another trip. This one will take 2 days, and no one can accompany us. You'll need to make an excuse." Lucius, accustomed to his son's enigmatic demands, nodded slowly. "Very well. But where are we going this time?" Dante's lips curved into a faint smile. "Azkaban." The color drained from Lucius's face. Azkaban, the most dreaded place in the wizarding world, a fortress of despair guarded by Dementors. The thought of spending even a moment there was enough to send a shiver down his spine. "Azkaban," he repeated, his voice trembling. "Why?" Dante's smile didn't waver. "To retrieve something I left there in my last life." Lucius's mind raced. He had learned enough about Dante's past lives to know that each revelation was darker than the last. A thought occurred to him, and he opened his mouth to ask, but Dante anticipated the question. "I was a Christies," Dante said, his tone almost casual. "I created the creatures you call Dementors. I named them Amplexus Mortem, but the name didn't stick. I believe mine was more representative of their nature though." Lucius felt as though the ground had been ripped out from under him. Christies, the mad wizard who had built Azkaban as a fortress of torture and despair, the creator of the Dementors. The man whose research had been erased from history, his name spoken along the vilest acts. And now, that same man stood before him, wearing the face of his 11-year-old son. Every time Lucius thought he had grasped the depths of Dante's darkness, he was proven wrong. Voldemort, in comparison, seemed like a deranged killer, a mere shadow of the true Dark Lord who stood before him. Dante was a monster who had defied death, spread the darkest of magics, and shaped the course of magical history. The dark arts of today were but a fraction of the legacy he had created. Dante, seemingly unfazed by Lucius's reaction, continued. "Make a good excuse. I'll be waiting." Lucius gathered his composure and went to Narcissa, his mind racing to fabricate a plausible story. "I'm taking Dante on a trip for 2 days," he told her. "An old potion master in Germany has been recommended to me. I want Dante to meet him." Narcissa nodded, her expression thoughtful. "If this potion master is as skilled as you say, he could help Dante refine his talents even further." Lucius forced a smile. "Exactly." The next morning, Lucius and Dante set off for Azkaban. The journey was not hard nor long, but it still fried Lucius's nerves. The thought of entering the evil island scared him, but he had to obey. When they arrived, the island loomed before them, its dark aura palpable even from a distance. Due to the island's malevolent nature and the Dementors that roamed freely, no ministry employees were stationed there, allowing the two to enter unhindered. As they stepped onto the island, Lucius's hair stood on end. Dementors, dozens of them, began to drift toward them, their cloaked forms exuding an aura of despair. Lucius froze, his hand instinctively reaching for his wand, but Dante continued walking as if the creatures were nothing more than a visual spectacle. Then, something extraordinary happened. The Dementors dropped to the ground, their forms bowing low as if in worship. Lucius stared in disbelief, his mind struggling to process what he was seeing. Dante glanced back at him. "Stay close. They won't harm you as long as you're near me." Lucius hurried to Dante's side, his eyes darting nervously as more Dementors arrived, prostrating themselves before his son. The sight was both awe-inspiring and horrifying. They walked past the foreboding structure of Azkaban, Dante leading the way to the center of the island, where a dense grove of trees stood. There, surrounded by massive rocks, Dante stopped. With a wave of his hand, the rocks shifted aside, revealing a hidden entrance. He spoke in an ancient, guttural language, and the Dementors began to circle the area. Before Lucius's eyes, a whirlpool of dark liquid erupted from the ground, and from its depths rose a massive mirror, its surface shimmering with an otherworldly light. "Follow me," Dante said, stepping onto the dark liquid as if it were solid ground. Lucius hesitated for a moment before following, his heart pounding in his chest. They stepped through the mirror and found themselves in a strange, sinister hall. The ground beneath them was made of the same dark liquid, while the walls pulsed with a faint purple light. The air was thick with an oppressive energy that made Lucius's skin crawl. "Where are we?" Lucius asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "This is a hall built within the veil that separates the realms of the living and the dead," Dante explained. "It's also where the Dementors were born." Lucius swallowed hard, his unease growing with every passing moment. They soon entered another room, where a small box and a stack of ancient books sat on a pedestal. "Sit and relax," Dante said, gesturing to a spot on the ground. "This will take some time." Lucius obeyed, though the idea of relaxing in such a place was laughable. He watched as Dante began to read through the books, his expression focused and intent. Hours passed, the silence broken only by the occasional rustle of pages. Finally, Dante chuckled softly. "Things are much better than I expected. The ministry did me a favor by turning this place into a prison." He turned to the box, which began to glow with a familiar light. The light flowed into Dante's body, his eyes glowing faintly before returning to normal. He opened the box and retrieved a wand, its design ancient and ornate. "It's time to leave," Dante said, turning to Lucius. Lucius nodded, but his eyes lingered on the box. It was that familiar light again. He had a feeling that whatever grand goal Dante was seeking, it had something to do with this light. The two made their way back through the mirror and out of the island. Lucius remained silent, his mind reeling from the experience. It wasn't until they were far from Azkaban that he finally spoke. "Why did we need 2 days? The whole thing only took a few hours." Dante glanced at him. "Time works differently in the Veil. We were there for a few hours, but in the living world, more than a day has passed." Lucius couldn't wrap his mind around the concept. He missed the days when following Voldemort had been his greatest concern. Things had been simpler then, dangerous, yes, but simpler. Now, he was following a being who defied comprehension, a true Dark Lord whose legacy spanned millennia. As they returned to the manor, Lucius couldn't shake the feeling that he was witnessing the oldest and darkest plan in their history unfold before his eyes. And he couldn't help but wonder what Dante's next move would be, and what was his true goal. Chapter 9, Hogwarts. The time had finally arrived. Dante Malfoy, the great prodigy, was set to begin his student life in Hogwarts. Accompanied by his father, Lucius, he made his way to Diagon Alley to gather the necessary supplies. Though Dante had no real need for most of the items, his knowledge and skills far surpassed what Hogwarts could offer. He complied with the school's requirements. The pair moved from one store to another, purchasing robes, books, and other essentials. The only item Dante didn't acquire was a wand. He already had the one he had retrieved from Azkaban, an ancient and powerful wand that suited him perfectly. As they walked through the bustling alley, Dante commented, "This place has barely changed in the past few centuries. How disappointing." Lucius, now accustomed to his son's disdain for the current era, remained silent. He had long since learned that Dante despised stagnation and lack of ambition. As they walked, Lucius broached a topic that had been on his mind. "Dante," he began cautiously, "which house do you plan to join?" Dante glanced at him. "In my last life, I chose Rowena's house. I'm considering doing so again." Lucius hesitated, then said, "I would ask you to consider Slytherin. Our family's associates and friends are all in that house, and Severus Snape is the head of house. Choosing another house might reflect poorly on our family." Dante raised an eyebrow. "That's a rather dumb reason, but I'll indulge your request. It makes no difference to me, anyway." Lucius nodded, relieved. "Thank you for understanding." With their preparations complete, the two returned to the manor. There, Narcissa fussed over Dante, offering endless advice on how to behave at school and make friends. Draco, meanwhile, was brimming with jealousy. "You're so lucky, Dante. I can't wait until it's my turn to go to Hogwarts and learn magic." Lucius watched the scene with a mixture of amusement and unease. Giving Dante advice on how to behave at school. The boy was likely older than the combined ages of all the students and staff at Hogwarts. And as for learning magic, it would be more accurate to say he was going there to spread the dark arts. Yet, seeing Dante interact with his family gave Lucius some peace of mind. Despite his dark nature, Dante seemed to value his family, even if only a little. It was a small comfort, knowing that the darkest wizard in history was, at least, on their side. The next day, Dante arrived at King's Cross Station with his family. After a brief farewell, he boarded the Hogwarts Express and quickly found an empty compartment. Settling in, he pulled out a book he had picked up in Diagon Alley, a collection of magical stories that had become popular in recent decades. It was a light read, but it passed the time. His solitude was soon interrupted by two loud, red-haired boys who barged into the compartment. "Mind if we sit here?" one asked, though they were already plopping down across from him. Dante looked up from his book. Not at all. The two grinned. I'm Fred, said one. And I'm George, said the other. We're the Weasley twins. Dante nodded. Dante Malfoy. The twins' faces fell at the name. Malfoy, they said in unison. You are the son of Death Eaters. Dante didn't react, his expression calm and unbothered. Yes. The twins exchanged glances, clearly expecting a different response. Aren't you going to say anything? Fred asked. Like what? Dante replied, his tone indifferent. Malfoys really have no pride, George said. Or shame, the second twin, Fred, continued the insult. Dante's eyes narrowed, and he raised a single finger. The twins froze, their bodies locked in place, unable to speak or move. Dante's voice was calm but carried an edge of menace. I don't care about your antics, but I won't tolerate insults to my name. This is the last time I'll let it slide. If it happens again, I'll make you, and your entire family, suffer. Trust me, this Voldemort you all fear is a harmless angel compared to me. He released them, and the twins scrambled to their feet, their faces pale with fear. Without another word, they bolted from the compartment. In the eyes of this ancient wizard, 11 years already old enough to be punished for their words. After all, people at their age helped in wars back in the day. The rest of the journey passed uneventfully. Other students introduced themselves, but there were no further altercations. Dante spent the time reading. He found some of the stories quite interesting and meaningful. When the train arrived at Hogsmeade Station, Dante followed the other first-years to the boats that would take them across the lake to Hogwarts. The sight of the castle, illuminated against the night sky, was as majestic as ever. Yet, Dante felt no awe, only a sense of familiarity. Inside the Great Hall, the first-years gathered for the sorting ceremony. The twins, Fred and George, kept their distance, their earlier encounter still fresh in their minds. As the sorting hat began its song, Dante waited patiently for his turn. When his name was called, a hush fell over the hall. All eyes turned to him as he stepped forward and sat on the stool. The professors and many students recognized his name, multiple articles had been written about the prodigy, and curiosity peeked through the room as they wondered where he would be sorted. Professor McGonagall placed the sorting hat on his head, and it immediately spoke to him. Ah, sir. It's been centuries, the hat said in a voice only Dante could hear. Only 4, this time, Dante replied. The hat chuckled. Where shall I put you this time, sir? Ravenclaw again. No, Dante said. Let's go with Slytherin. As you wish, the hat said, then announced to the hall, Slytherin. The Slytherin table erupted in cheers as Dante stood and made his way over. He took a seat, his expression as calm and composed as ever. The sorting continued, but the attention of many remained on him. At the head table, Dumbledore observed Dante closely. The boy's demeanor was striking, there was no nervousness, no excitement, not even a flicker of emotion. He walked with the confidence of someone who had done this countless times before, his detachment unsettling. Dumbledore's blue eyes twinkled faintly, but his smile didn't quite reach his eyes. His detachment is unsettling, Dumbledore thought to himself. Meanwhile, Severus Snape, seated among the other professors, gave a small, almost imperceptible nod as Dante was sorted into Slytherin. It was as if he had expected this outcome all along. His dark eyes followed Dante as the boy took his seat, his expression unreadable. Dante, for his part, paid little attention to the reactions around him. His first day at Hogwarts had begun, and though he had walked these halls countless times before, he found himself mildly curious about the changes since his last visit. The castle was the same, yet different, a reflection of the ever-shifting world he had lived through for millennia. Chapter 10, First Day. The next day, Dante walked through the halls of Hogwarts, his eyes scanning everything around him. The castle was familiar yet different, its ancient stones bearing the marks of centuries of change. He noted subtle alterations, new portraits, rearranged corridors, and updated enchantments, but nothing drastic enough to make the place unrecognizable. To Dante, it was like revisiting an old neighborhood after a long absence. He was heading to his first class of the day, Transfiguration. According to his schedule, the class was shared with Hufflepuff. Dante walked at a slow, relaxed pace, his calm demeanor drawing the attention of his fellow Slytherin first-years. Many of them, unsure of the way to the classroom, instinctively followed him. To their relief, following Dante ensured they arrived on time, a rarity for first-years on their first day. When Dante entered the classroom, he noticed a cat sitting on the teacher's desk. He approached it, his gaze locking with the cat's. After a moment, he said, "Interesting, you are better than I expected. I didn't think you were an animagus." The cat's eyes widened slightly, clearly surprised by his words. Dante, unfazed, turned and took a seat without another word. His praise had been genuine, he recalled the Transfiguration professor from 4 centuries ago, whose skills had been merely acceptable and who had never achieved the feat of becoming an animagus. Professor McGonagall, it seemed, was a significant improvement. Not long after the last student arrived, the cat transformed back into Professor McGonagall, startling the class. She admonished the latecomers for their lack of punctuality and praised Dante, awarding Slytherin 5 house points for being the only one to recognize her. The students glanced at Dante with a mix of awe and curiosity, but he paid them no mind. The lecture began with an overview of Transfiguration and what the students would learn throughout the year. Dante, however, had no interest in listening to the basics. He pulled out a book he had brought with him and began reading, his focus entirely on the text. Professor McGonagall noticed but chose not to call him out immediately, opting to continue with the lesson. When it came time for the practical demonstration, Professor McGonagall showed the class how to transfigure a match into a needle. By the end of this class, she said, I expect all of you to be able to perform this spell. She then turned to Dante. Mr. Malfoy, would you like to demonstrate what you have learned? Dante looked up from his book, his expression calm. He drew his wand and, with a single, precise motion, transfigured the match into a flawless needle. The class gasped, and even Professor McGonagall was momentarily speechless. After a pause, she awarded Slytherin another 5 points for his flawless performance. What she didn't know was that Dante could have performed the transfiguration without a wand or even a spoken spell. A mere wave of his hand would have sufficed, but he didn't want to discourage the children around him by showing too much of his abilities. When the class ended, Professor McGonagall asked Dante to stay behind. Mr. Malfoy, she began, you are clearly talented, but transfiguration is a dangerous subject. Talent alone is not enough. You must pay attention to the lectures. Dante met her gaze evenly. With all due respect, Professor, I can already perform all the transfiguration spells taught up to the 7th year. I'm not here to listen to lectures. I'm here to study from the library and fill the gaps in my knowledge. Professor McGonagall pursed her lips, clearly skeptical of his claim. It was, by far, the most audacious statement she had ever heard from a first year. Sensing her doubt, Dante raised his wand and waved it at a nearby table. In an instant, the table transformed into a living pig, which oinked loudly before he transfigured it back. The headmistress stared at him, her mouth opening and closing repeatedly. Finally, she nodded, a mix of helplessness and amazement on her face. Very well, Mr. Malfoy. I won't take offense to your behavior. But do inform me if you ever need assistance. Dante left the classroom and headed to his next class, Charms. The scene repeated itself. Professor Flitwick lectured on the basics of charm work, while Dante read a book. When Flitwick asked him to demonstrate the levitation charm, Dante performed it flawlessly, earning Slytherin another 5 points. This time, however, Flitwick didn't call him aside after class. After Charms, Dante made his way to the Great Hall for lunch. The afternoon brought History of Magic with Professor Binns, a class Dante surprisingly paid attention to. The lecture covered events he was unfamiliar with, and he found himself intrigued by the gaps in his historical knowledge. The final class of the day was Potions with Professor Snape. Snape, ever the vengeful opportunist, used Dante to his advantage. For every question a Gryffindor failed to answer, their house lost 2 points. For every question Dante answered correctly, Slytherin gained 2 points. By the end of the class, Gryffindor's point total had taken a significant hit, much to Snape's satisfaction. As Dante reflected on his first day, he realized something significant had changed since his last time at Hogwarts. The house point system, once designed to foster friendly competition and encourage collaboration, had become a source of division and resentment. Students and teachers alike placed an excessive value on points, turning what was meant to be a motivational tool into a battleground. It was a stark contrast to the system he had known in the past. Dante shook his head slightly as he walked toward the library. Hogwarts had changed in many ways, but unfortunately most of them are to the worse. He hoped there is an improvement to be found in the library content. Underscore. In the headmaster's office, the office was filled with the soft hum of conversation as the Hogwarts professors gathered for their annual meeting to discuss the first day of the school year. It was a tradition of sorts, a chance to address any issues early on and ensure the smooth running of the year. Albus Dumbledore sat at his desk, his half-moon spectacles glinting as he listened intently to the discussion. The professors took turns sharing their observations, from the usual first-day jitters to the occasional troublemaker who needed a firm hand. But it was Minerva McGonagall who brought up an unusual topic. She spoke about Dante Malfoy's behavior in her Transfiguration class. He spent the entire lecture reading a book instead of paying attention, she said. When I called on him to demonstrate the match-to-needle transfiguration, he performed it flawlessly. Professor Flitwick nodded in agreement. I noticed the same behavior in my charms class. He was reading a book the entire time. Minerva turned to Flitwick. Did you see the extent of his skill? Flitwick replied, when I asked him to demonstrate the levitation charm, he performed it perfectly. Minerva nodded. I believe he can do much more than that. After class, he performed a 7th-year transfiguration to prove he doesn't need the lectures. It was flawless. The professors were shocked by this. No first-year should be able to do that. Albus Dumbledore, who had been listening quietly, narrowed his eyes. He turned to Minerva. How would you describe Mr. Malfoy's behavior? How did he come across? Minerva thought for a moment before answering. Polite, but detached. He wasn't disrespectful, exactly, but he made it clear he had no interest in the lectures. He did, however, acknowledge that he has gaps in his knowledge and expressed a desire to study in the library to fill them. Dumbledore leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers. His mind raced with possibilities. Dante Malfoy was clearly a prodigy, but prodigies could be dangerous, especially when they believed themselves above the others. He couldn't help but recall Tom Riddle. Like Dante, Tom had been exceptionally talented, but his ambition and disregard for others had led him down a dark path. What are you thinking, Albus? Minerva asked. For now, Dumbledore replied, let's keep a close eye on him. If he continues to excel in your classes, perhaps we can find ways to challenge him without alienating him. We should strive to play an active role in teaching our students regardless of how talented they are. The professors nodded in agreement and the meeting continued. Sometime later, as the professors filed out of the office, Dumbledore remained seated, his mind still turning over what he had heard. He stared out the window at the darkening sky, his expression thoughtful. A second Dark Lord, he murmured to himself. With even more talent than Tom Riddle. I cannot allow that to happen. For now, all he could do was wait and watch. But one thing was certain, Dante Malfoy was another brilliant student, he won't allow another one to go down the wrong path. Chapter 11, A Meeting on the Astronomy Tower. Dante spent the day exploring the Hogwarts library with great interest. The vast collection of books and scrolls offered a wealth of knowledge, much of it new to him. He was particularly intrigued by the advancements in transfiguration theory. While the scale and power of transfiguration hadn't improved significantly, its versatility had expanded. Wizards had begun integrating their magic with Muggle technology, albeit in primitive ways. Dante recognized this as a step forward, but it was a small one. As he browsed the shelves, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. Despite their immense power, wizards lacked the ingenuity of Muggles. They were losing the race, clinging to outdated traditions while the non-magical world surged ahead. His eyes flickered to the history section, where a book about Grindelwald caught his attention. He had heard about the Dark Wizard's extreme ideology from his father. Grindelwald believed in wizarding supremacy and the subjugation of Muggles for the greater good. While Dante could see the logic behind such thinking, he knew the truth. As things stood, Muggles were surpassing wizards. If the separation between the two worlds continued, wizards were headed for a grim future. Dante picked up a few books on Muggle history and technology, written by wizards from Muggle families, as well as a book detailing Grindelwald's ideology. He spent the rest of the day reading, engrossed in the material. When Madame Pants announced the library's closing, Dante decided to borrow 2 books. Instead of returning to his dormitory, he headed to the astronomy tower, hoping to continue his reading in peace. It was still the first day, and he doubted any students would linger there. He was right. The tower was empty when he arrived. Dante sat down and began reading in silence, the cool night air brushing against his skin. Hours passed, the only sound the occasional rustle of pages. Then, footsteps broke the silence. Dante looked up calmly to see Professor Dumbledore approaching. The headmaster greeted him with a warm smile. A fine night, isn't it? I didn't expect to find anyone here. Dante sighed and replied to the greeting. No need to act, headmaster. I know you are aware of everything happening in the halls of Hogwarts thanks to the portraits and other animated objects. And I wasn't trying to hide in the first place, so you definitely knew I was here. Dumbledore's smile didn't falter, but his eyes twinkled with curiosity. You're a perceptive and smart child. I heard from the professors about your talent and wanted to meet you in person. Dante raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Dumbledore nodded. I'm curious about you. You showed an advanced level of magic in front of your professor but don't seem to care about displaying it to your classmates. You also don't seem interested in making friends. Dante didn't answer immediately. Instead, he said, if you have questions, ask them directly. No need to waste both of our time with roundabouts. Dumbledore chuckled, unbothered by the blunt response. Very well. Why did you show your transfiguration skills to Professor McGonagall but not to the students? Dante replied matter-of-factly, showing too much to the students would be discouraging and harmful for them. Showing too little to the professor would be insulting her. Acting like this will reduce troubles in the long run. As for making friends, I don't see the point. Tell me, headmaster, if you were placed in a class with the children here, would you actively try to bond with them over classes and lectures? Dumbledore didn't show a reaction, but inwardly, he was troubled by the answer. The boy before him was far too detached, he was acting only to minimize trouble. The fact that Dante compared himself to the headmaster in such a manner showed how proud he was and how little he thought of his peers. Dumbledore's eyes met Dante's, and for a moment, his curiosity and worry got the best of him. He decided to use legitimacy to delve into the boy's mind. He did so subtly, but to his surprise, Dante's mental defenses were impenetrable. The next moment, Dumbledore felt his own mind being invaded with a force he had never experienced before. His mastery of occlumency barely slowed down the intrusion, and he had to avert his eyes to stop it. Dumbledore's mind was in turmoil. He had lost the mental confrontation soundly. Before he could recover, Dante spoke, his voice calm but firm. It was rude of you to do that. If not for your position as headmaster, I would have retaliated by now. Dumbledore forced himself to calm down, using occlumency to steady his thoughts. He wasn't sure if Dante had held back out of respect for his position or fear of his title, but the shock of losing for the first time in so many decades had left him vulnerable. If Dante had chosen to attack, Dumbledore wouldn't have been able to defend himself. I apologize, Dumbledore said, his voice steady despite his unease. My curiosity got the best of me. Dante didn't acknowledge the apology. Instead, he said, I don't know what you are guilty and worried about, but let's keep our relationship amiable during my years in Hogwarts. Dumbledore's unease grew. The boy had managed to read some of his emotions regarding Tom in that short confrontation. And despite his unease and worry, Dumbledore nodded. I won't hold you any more. Good night, Mr. Malfoy, Dumbledore said slowly, and as he turned to leave, Dante's voice stopped him. Having that wand doesn't make you invincible or the strongest for that matter. Dumbledore froze, his hand instinctively tightening around the Elder Wand hidden in his robes. He turned to look at Dante, who was smiling faintly before returning to his book. Dumbledore took a deep breath and left the tower quickly, his thoughts a whirlwind. When he returned to his office, Dumbledore sat heavily in his chair, replaying every moment of the interaction. Dante was far beyond anything he had expected. Tom Riddle had been a prodigy, but he still could see through him. Tom's darkness had been born from his environment and experiences. Dumbledore felt sorry for Tom's life and guilty for failing to guide him properly. He was afraid Dante was similar to Tom, but he couldn't be more wrong. He couldn't read Dante, couldn't understand him. And for the first time in decades, he felt an emotion he had long forgotten, fear. Something about Dante's presence scared him. Chapter 12, Stagnant World. After his meeting with the headmaster, Dante's life at Hogwarts continued peacefully. Dumbledore made no further attempts to meet him, and the professors left him to study on his own. Dante participated in class when asked but otherwise kept to himself, his nose buried in books. His stellar performance and relentless reading habits made him famous among the first years. Many wondered why he wasn't in Ravenclaw, and even the professors began to doubt the Sorting Hat's decision. In Potions class, Snape continued to use Dante as a tool to humiliate the Gryffindors, asking him hard questions and awarding Slytherin points whenever he answered correctly, much to the frustration of the Lions. Dante, however, didn't care about any of that. He had no interest in marks, house rivalries, or Snape's petty games. Aside from his studies, Dante took time to reply to the letters he received from his mother and little brother. Narcissa's letters were filled with advice and concern, while Draco's were brimming with curiosity and questions about Hogwarts. Dante responded with polite brevity. His recent studies had focused on Muggles, but the knowledge available in the public sections of the library was limited. Determined to learn more, Dante decided to explore the restricted section. However, instead of seeking permission or breaking in, he headed to the 7th floor, where the Room of Requirements was located. He planned to use the room to retrieve books and scrolls related to Muggles in any form. When he arrived, he was surprised to find an older girl with purple hair standing in front of the room just as the door materialized. The girl looked at him in shock and panic, as if he had caught her doing something she shouldn't. Dante's eyes moved from the door to the girl. I know about the Room of Requirements, he said calmly. What he didn't say was that he had been the one to create the room thousands of years ago, when his students built the rest of Hogwarts. The girl calmed down slightly and asked, Are you Dante Malfoy? He nodded, and her expression shifted to one of revelation. Before he could say anything, she grabbed his hand and dragged him into the room. Dante didn't resist, he felt something familiar about her, something that piqued his curiosity. Inside, Dante noted the practice dummies scattered around the room. It seemed the girl had been practicing her dueling magic. He turned to her and said, It was rude to drag someone like that. The girl apologized quickly. I'm Nymphadora Tonks, she said, but you can call me Dora or Tonks. I'm your cousin. Our mothers are sisters. Dante raised an eyebrow. I've never heard of you or any cousin, for that matter. Tonks explained, Our families aren't on good terms. My mother married a Muggle-born, so her family, Black, disowned her and you stood on their side. Dante shook his head. As dumb as that is, I can see my mother agreeing and rallying behind such a decision. Tonks looked at him curiously. You don't think it's a bad thing? Dante shrugged. The blood theory is just stupid. I don't agree with it. Tonks's face lit up, and her hair changed from purple to blue. Dante's eyes flickered with recognition. The familiar feeling he had sensed from her now made sense. She was a metamorphmagus, a rare magical ability that allowed the user to alter their appearance at will. Internally, Dante recalled the origin of metamorphmagus. During his fourth life in ancient Greece, he had worked with a witch named Circe. She was fixated on her looks and wanted to be able to change it as well. Together, they had experimented with merging the magical properties of boggarts with wizards. The result was, Circe becoming the first metamorphmagus, a being capable of shape-shifting at will. What they hadn't anticipated was that the magical talent would become hereditary. Circe's children all had it, and it is still passing down through generations. Even today, the ability persisted, a living legacy of his ancient experiments with Circe. I didn't expect you to be a metamorphmagus, Dante said, his tone neutral but his mind lingering on the memory of Circe and their work. Tonks nodded proudly. It's a family thing. Comes in handy sometimes. She then added, I'm glad you're not another racist idiot, she said with a laugh. No offense. None taken, Dante replied. There was a moment of silence before Tonks spoke again. I'm planning to become an Auror in the future, and I'm using this room to train. Don't tell anyone about it, okay? I won't, Dante assured her. Tonks thought for a moment, then added, if you need help with your studies or if someone picks on you, come to me. Your elder cousin will help you. Dante was amused by her words but thanked her nonetheless. He turned to leave, saying, I'll come back later. As he reached the door, Tonks called out, do you want to practice with me or watch a future elite Auror in action? Dante declined. I have other things to do. Once outside the room of requirements, Dante realized that with the room occupied, he would have to resort to the old way of accessing the restricted section. As he walked down the corridor, his body disappeared into thin air, leaving no trace of his presence. That night, Dante explored the restricted section of the library, his presence undetected thanks to his mastery of magic. He moved silently through the aisles, his eyes scanning the titles of ancient tomes and forbidden scrolls. His search was focused on one thing, information about Muggles and their advancements. Despite the mention of a powerful weapon called the nuclear bomb in the public section of the library, the restricted section yielded nothing of value. There were no detailed studies, no analyses, not even a passing reference to the technological marvels Muggles had achieved. Dante's disappointment grew with every passing moment. The wizards of this era, with all their power and knowledge, had turned a blind eye to the world beyond their own. They had no interest in understanding the advancements of Muggles, no curiosity about the forces that could threaten them. To Dante, this was a glaring failure, a sign of stagnation and blind arrogance. As he left the restricted section, his thoughts turned to the nuclear bomb. The mere mention of it in the public area had intrigued him. A weapon of such destructive power, created without magic, was a testament to the ingenuity of Muggles. Yet, the wizarding world seemed content to ignore it. Dante shook his head slightly as he walked back to the Slytherin common room. The wizards of this era had fallen far behind, and if they continued down this path, their future would be bleak. Perhaps it was time to bridge the gap between the magical and non-magical worlds, before it was too late. Chapter 13, The Twin. Fred and George Weasley had always considered themselves the kings of mischief, the masters of wit, and the bravest souls to ever walk the earth. Well, at least in their own minds. They were funny, smart, and courageous, fearless, even. Nothing scared them. Not even their mum's infamous wrath, which they viewed more as an annoying inconvenience than something to fear. After all, what was there to fear when you could outrun, outsmart, or outcharm just about anything? The day they boarded the Hogwarts Express for the first time was one of the most exciting days of their lives. The two of them practically bounced with anticipation, their trunks rattling behind them as they made their way through the train. Hogwarts. The place of magic, pranks, and endless possibilities. They couldn't wait to get started. The first compartment they entered seemed quiet enough. A blond boy their age sat alone, his nose buried in a book. Fred and George exchanged a look, their eyebrows shooting up in unison. Who reads on their first day to Hogwarts? The question hung in the air between them, unspoken but understood. This was too good an opportunity to pass up. With matching grins, they plopped themselves down on the seats opposite the boy. Fred Weasley, said Fred. George followed, George Weasley. We are the Weasley twins. Said simultaneously. The blond boy looked up from his book, his expression calm and as plain as it can get. Dante Malfoy, he replied simply. The name hit them like a bludger to the chest. Malfoy. The twins froze, their grins faltering for a moment. They knew that name all too well. The Malfoys were a Death Eater family, one that had been at odds with the Weasleys for as long as they could remember. Their dad had told them stories, dark stories about the Malfoys and their allegiance to the Dark Lord. Both recovered at the same time, their grin returning, though it was sharper now. "You are the son of Death Eaters," said in unison, their tone laced with mockery. Dante didn't flinch. He didn't even blink. His response was a single, calm word, yes. No anger, no defensiveness, no emotion at all. Just, yes. The twins exchanged another look, this one more uncertain. They hadn't expected that. They were used to getting a rise out of people, especially when they poked at something sensitive. But Dante Malfoy was like a stone wall, cold and emotionless. Not ones to back down, Fred and George doubled down. They insulted his family, calling them shameless and had no pride. They hated Death Eaters, and they weren't about to let the son of one sit there like he was above it all. Finally, they got a reaction, but it wasn't the one they expected. Dante's eyes snapped to theirs, and suddenly, their bodies froze. It was as if an invisible force had wrapped around them, locking their limbs in place. They couldn't move, couldn't speak. All they could do was stare into Dante's cold, piercing eyes. They had never seen eyes like that before, empty, yet filled with something dark and dangerous. When Dante spoke, his voice was low and steady, but every word carried a weight that made their blood run cold. "I don't care about your antics, but I won't tolerate insults to my name. This is the last time I'll let it slide," he said. "If it happens again, I'll make you, and your entire family, suffer." Fred and George believed him. There was something in his tone, in those icy eyes, that left no room for doubt. This wasn't an empty threat. Dante Malfoy meant every word. And then he said something that made their hearts pound even harder. "Trust me, this Voldemort you all fear," he continued, his voice almost casual, "is a harmless angel compared to me." The twins couldn't breathe. Their hearts were racing like never before, their instincts screaming at them to get away, to run as far as they could from this evil boy. When the invisible force finally released them, they didn't hesitate. They bolted out of the compartment, not daring to look back. They ran to the other side of the train, their legs carrying them as fast as they could go. When they finally found an empty compartment, they slammed the door shut and collapsed onto the seats, their chests heaving. Fred looked at George, and George looked at Fred. Both of their faces were pale, their eyes wide with fear. They didn't know what had just happened, but one thing was clear, Dante Malfoy was pure evil. The rest of the train ride passed in a blur. When they finally arrived at Hogwarts, they made sure to keep their distance from Dante. They didn't want to be anywhere near him. The sorting ceremony only confirmed their fears. Fred and George were sorted into Gryffindor, the house of the brave, the house of their parents and older brothers. They cheered and high-fived, but their celebration was short-lived. Not long after, it was Dante's turn. He walked up to the sorting hat with the same calm, emotionless expression he'd had on the train. The hat barely touched his head before it shouted, "Slytherin." The twins exchanged a look. Of course he was a Slytherin. The house of snakes, the house of cunning and ambition, and, in their minds, the house of evil. As they sat in the Great Hall, surrounded by their new housemates, Fred and George couldn't shake the feeling of dread that had settled in their chests. For the first time in their lives, the fearless Weasley twins had met someone who truly scared them. The days at Hogwarts rolled on, and Fred and George Weasley adjusted to their new life as Gryffindors. They made friends, pulled pranks, and generally caused the kind of chaos that made them feel right at home. But no matter how much fun they had, they couldn't shake the memory of Dante Malfoy. The boy was like a shadow lurking in the back of their minds, a constant reminder of their first, and only, encounter with someone who truly scared them. Dante was, by all accounts, the perfect student. He answered every question correctly, performed every spell flawlessly, and even the professors couldn't help but sing his praises. It was infuriating. How could someone so dark and evil on the inside be so perfect on the outside? To make matters worse, Snape, the greasy git of a potions professor, had taken a particular delight in using Dante's perfection as a weapon against Gryffindor. Every time Dante answered a question correctly or brewed a potion perfectly, Snape would smirk and deduct points from Gryffindor for doing worse while showering Slytherin with praise. It was like Dante was Snape's golden boy, and the twins were sick of it. One thing they found strange about Dante was his obsession with books. The boy was always reading, always studying. If they didn't know better, they might have thought he was a Ravenclaw sorted into Slytherin by mistake. But that didn't matter. What mattered was that Dante was a threat, and the twins weren't about to let him get away with making their lives miserable. After days of discussion and planning, Fred and George decided it was time to strike back. Sure, they were afraid of Dante, but wasn't courage all about overcoming fear? They were Gryffindors, after all, the house of the brave. They couldn't let some evil Slytherin bully them into submission. Their plan was simple, prank Dante and humiliate him in front of everyone. What could he do to them, anyway? They were in Hogwarts, surrounded by professors and students. He couldn't possibly retaliate without getting into trouble. They studied Dante's movements carefully and discovered that he always went to the library early on weekends, using an empty corridor to get there. It was the perfect opportunity for an ambush. They decided to use their secret stash of pranking supplies, dung bombs and fang frisbees, to teach him a lesson. The plan was to make him run in pain and smell like crap, a classic Weasley prank. The day of the ambush arrived, and the twins hid in their chosen spot, their hearts pounding with a mix of excitement and nervousness. When Dante finally appeared, walking calmly down the corridor, they didn't hesitate. Now. Fred whispered, and they launched their attack. Dung bombs flew through the air, ready to explode in a cloud of stench, while the fang frisbees whizzed toward Dante, their sharp teeth glinting, promising pain. The twins held their breath, waiting for the chaos to unfold. But chaos never came. Instead, everything they threw froze in midair. The dung bombs hung suspended, their fuses sizzling but not exploding, and the frisbees hovered motionless, their teeth inches from Dante's face. The twins stared in shock as Dante turned to look at them, his expression as emotionless as ever. He didn't look surprised or angry, just mildly annoyed, as if they were nothing more than a minor inconvenience. With a casual wave of his hand, Dante sent the dung bombs and frisbees flying back at the twins. "Oh, bloody hell!" Fred shouted as a dung bomb exploded in his face, filling the air with a foul stench. Merlin's beard. George yelped as a fanged frisbee sliced through his sleeve, leaving a shallow cut on his arm. The twins scrambled to catch the frisbees and avoid the worst of the dung bombs, but it was no use. Within seconds, they were covered in cuts and reeking of dung. And Dante. He didn't even stop. He just continued walking down the corridor, completely unfazed, as if the twins were beneath his notice. Once they finally managed to get the frisbees under control and catch their breath, Fred and George looked at each other. Their faces were pale, their eyes wide with a mix of fear and frustration. "He didn't even care," Fred muttered, his voice trembling. "He didn't even look back at us," George added, his shoulders slumping in defeat. It was their greatest defeat, not because they had lost the prank war, but because Dante hadn't even acknowledged them as a threat. To him, they were insignificant, beneath his attention. As they trudged back to Gryffindor Tower, covered in cuts and smelling like a troll's armpit, the twins couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. They had tried to stand up to Dante, to prove they weren't afraid, but all they had done was prove how powerless they were against him. For the first time in their lives, Fred and George Weasley felt truly defeated. And they had no idea what to do about it. Chapter 14, A Shocking Decision. The following months passed quietly for Dante. He spent his time exploring various topics, researches, and theories in the Hogwarts library, taking mental notes on anything he found worth investigating in the future. As the new year approached, Dante decided to return to Malfoy Manor. However, it wasn't out of a desire to see his family or spend time with them. Lucius realized this on their first meal together after months of Dante's absence. The family gathered in the dining room, the atmosphere initially warm and welcoming. But the mood shifted abruptly when Dante made an unexpected announcement. "I need your help, Father," he said calmly, setting down his fork. "I want to move to a Muggle school. I've decided to drop out of Hogwarts." The statement was so absurd that it left the entire Malfoy family, and even the house elves serving them, utterly flabbergasted. Lucius stared at his son, his fork frozen midair. "Are you serious right now?" he asked, his voice tinged with disbelief. "Yes," Dante replied, his tone unwavering. "I don't plan to return to Hogwarts for now. There are more important things I need to investigate on the Muggle side." Narcissa's face flushed with anger. The idea of her pureblood son attending a Muggle school was beyond inappropriate, it was shameful and unthinkable. "This is absurd," she exclaimed, her voice sharp. "How could you even suggest such a thing? A Malfoy, studying with Muggles. It's outrageous." Dante looked at her and sighed. "My decision is final," he said firmly. He turned to Lucius. "The sooner I move, the better." He paused, as if another thought had occurred to him, then added, "I will also be living among the Muggles for a while." Narcissa's anger reached its peak. She slammed her hands on the table, her composure shattered. "This is madness," she shouted, her voice trembling with fury. She turned to Lucius, expecting him to put an end to this nonsense. To her horror, Lucius nodded reluctantly. "I'll look into it," he said, his voice quiet but firm. Narcissa's eyes widened. "You are actually agreeing with this madness," she said in utter disbelief, her voice rising. "Have you both lost your minds? Sending our son to study and live among Muggles? This is unacceptable." Lucius, however, defended Dante. "He's old enough to make his own decisions," he said, though his tone lacked conviction. "If this is what he wants, we should support him." Narcissa was speechless. She stared at her husband as if he were a stranger. Without another word, she stood up, her chair scraping loudly against the floor. "You have both gone mad," she said, her voice cold and cutting. She turned to Draco, who had been silently watching the exchange, and pulled him away from the table. "I won't let you corrupt him," she said, glaring at Lucius and Dante before storming out of the room. Dante watched her leave, his expression unbothered. Her reaction was over the top, he commented. It's not that bad. Lucius sighed, feeling utterly helpless. From a pureblood's perspective, it is, he said. He leaned forward, his voice lowering. Why, Dante? Why leave Hogwarts so suddenly? And why a Muggle school of all places? Dante's gaze was steady. While Hogwarts has some interesting research and theories, none of it is substantial for now. I've also found information about Muggles that piqued my interest. I want to study them firsthand, to live among them and learn from them. Lucius nodded, though deep down, he didn't believe a word of it. What could an ancient and powerful wizard possibly learn from Muggles? He couldn't shake the feeling that Dante's true intentions were far darker, perhaps even unspeakable. But he knew better than to press the matter. Very well, Lucius said finally. I'll do my best to help you move to a school after the new year. Dante nodded, satisfied with the answer. In Hogwarts, the end of the holidays was approaching, and the professors gathered in the staff room to discuss the upcoming exams. The atmosphere was lively as they shared their expectations and hopes for their students. Then, Minerva McGonagall brought up Dante Malfoy. Dante has shown exceptional advanced skill, she said, her tone a mix of awe and concern. I am certain he will have no competition. It was then that Severus Snape interjected, his voice cutting through the conversation like a knife. Dante won't be participating in the exams. The room fell silent. All eyes turned to Snape, including Dumbledore's, who looked both confused and curious. What do you mean, Severus? Dumbledore asked, his voice calm but probing. Snape focused his eyes on the headmaster, his expression stoic. I visited Malfoy Manor yesterday at the request of Narcissa Malfoy. Dante is dropping out of Hogwarts. He's planning to attend a Muggle school instead. She called me to try to change his mind, but he is adamant about leaving Hogwarts. The professors stared at Snape, their faces a mixture of shock and disbelief. The idea of a pureblood wizard, especially a Malfoy, leaving Hogwarts to study among Muggles was beyond absurd. If anyone other than Snape had delivered this news, they would have assumed it was a joke. Minerva was the first to break the silence. Severus, this had better be some sort of joke, she said, her voice sharp. Snape shook his head. It's true. Dante is not coming back. The room erupted into murmurs of disbelief. Dumbledore leaned forward, his brow furrowed. What about Lucius Malfoy? Couldn't he stop Dante? Snape's expression grew even more peculiar, as if he were struggling to make sense of what he had witnessed. That was the strangest part, he said slowly. Lucius not only agreed with Dante's decision but defended it stubbornly and argued against us. Narcissa was beside herself, she nearly lost her mind. It was as if Lucius had become a completely different person. Snape paused, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully. I agree with Narcissa. Both father and son have gone mad. Which sane person will choose a Muggle school over Hogwarts? The professors sat in stunned silence, their minds reeling. Even Dumbledore, who had been extremely wary of Dante especially after their meeting, didn't know whether to feel relief or worry. On one hand, Dante's departure might remove a potential threat to the students in Hogwarts. On the other, the idea of such a prodigious and scary young wizard immersing himself in the Muggle world was deeply unsettling. It can be the catalyst to create the next Dark Lord. Dumbledore leaned back in his chair, his fingers steepled. This is unexpected. We must speak with Lucius Malfoy. We can't allow a promising child to ruin his future, Minerva spoke with indignation. She couldn't accept what she heard. I agree, we should write to Senior Malfoy. No, we should pay them a visit, Professor Filtwick joined in, he was in a similar state of mind. Dumbledore observed the discussion silently, all he could think of was why Dante was leaving Hogwarts. Why a Muggle school? Is he going to do something to the Muggles? Chapter 15, Exploring the Muggle World. Dante's first day at the Muggle school was unlike anything he had experienced before. The bustling hallways filled with students, and the strange, unfamiliar technology were a stark contrast to the quiet, ancient halls of Hogwarts. He moved through the crowd with an air of detachment, his eyes had a rare light of curiosity, observing everything around him. The students, the teachers, the posters on the walls, the speaking box they called TV, nothing escaped his notice. Yet, he kept his distance, not out of shyness, but to remain a critical observer of the environment. To the Muggles, he was just another transfer student, quiet and unassuming. But Dante's mind was anything but ordinary. As he walked through the school, he couldn't help but marvel at the mundanity of it all. The Muggles had built a world without magic, relying instead on their ingenuity and resourcefulness. It was a world Dante found both fascinating and perplexing. His first class of the day was 6th grade mathematics. He sat at the back of the room, listening as the teacher explained basic algebraic equations. To Dante, the material was laughably simple. He had mastered far more complex concepts centuries ago. The pacing of the class was painfully slow, and he found himself growing restless. By the time the teacher moved on to a problem involving fractions, Dante had already tuned out. He considered the option of leaving but decided against it. It was his first class and might as well complete it to the end before making the final judgment. When the bell finally rang, he was the first to leave the room. The idea of sitting through more classes like that was unacceptable. Dante thought about it a little and came to the conclusion that attending Muggles' school like regular students is not the way to go. Instead, he decided to explore the school library. The classes were going to waste his time. He would make better use of it when he studies at his own pace. The library was smaller than the Hogwarts library, but it was filled with books on subjects Dante had never encountered before. He browsed the shelves, his fingers trailing over the spines of books on physics, chemistry, engineering, and mathematics. He picked up a few, flipping through the pages. The Muggle approach to understanding the world was vastly different from the Wizarding way, and Dante found himself drawn to it. He didn't limit himself to the books meant for his age group. Instead, he collected advanced textbooks on different topics that he viewed as practical, such as mathematics and physics. The librarian raised an eyebrow when she saw the stack of books he was checking out, but Dante simply gave her a polite smile and said, "I like to challenge myself." Once he had his books, Dante found a quiet corner in the library to begin his reading. He opened the first book, his eyes scanning the pages rapidly. But he didn't just read, he used his mastery of occlumency to absorb the information at an astonishing speed. The words and diagrams imprinted themselves in his mind, forming a mental library of knowledge that he could access at will. It was a skill he had honed over centuries, and it served him well now. As he delved deeper into the books, one subject captured his attention more than any other: electric circuits. The concept of harnessing energy to power devices, to create light, to transmit information, it was a form of magic in its own right. Dante was particularly fascinated by the Muggles' advancements in energy fields. The idea of generating and controlling electricity, of using it to build machines and systems that could perform tasks once thought impossible, was nothing short of revolutionary. He also could see a form of resemblance to ancient rune. Both of the fields aimed to control raw power beyond the human abilities, but electrical engineering seemed the more complex and refined version of the two. He spent hours in the library, his mind racing with ideas. The Muggles had achieved so much without magic, and Dante couldn't help but wonder what they could accomplish if they had access to it, or would they fall into stagnation like the Wizarding world. But more than that, he wondered what wizards could learn from Muggles. The Wizarding world had stagnated for the last few centuries, clinging to traditions and ignoring the advancements happening right under their noses. Dante saw potential, a way to bridge the gap between the two worlds. By the end of the day, Dante had absorbed more knowledge than most students would in months. He borrowed more books to the library, his mind searching for a new path. As he walked out of the school, he couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement. The Muggle world was a treasure trove of ideas, and this was just a school. Muggles had a much bigger institute for more advanced knowledge. Dante knew he was just beginning to scratch the surface. Dante dropped out from the Muggle school the next day. He viewed it as a waste of time, but he did not return to Hogwarts. Instead, for the next year and a half, he immersed himself in the Muggle world, moving between libraries, research centers, and even universities. His focus was narrow but intense: mathematics and electricity. These two fields fascinated him the most, and he dedicated all his time to mastering them. The Muggle world libraries and learning institutes became his home. During this period, Dante used his magic for a single purpose: to bypass the restrictions Muggles placed on facilities and to live among them undetected. His mastery of magic allowed him to access information effortlessly. He even entered and lived in some universities without anyone realizing a child was lurking around. He remained undetected, a shadow moving through the Muggle world. Throughout this period, Dante didn't return to Malfoy Manor unless Lucius contacted him through magical means. He would come back to pacify Narcissa and show her he was okay before she loses her mind, but he didn't linger, as he would leave as soon as he came. Her frustration and worry grew with each passing day. She couldn't understand how her smart son could abandon everything and wander the world alone, mingling with Muggles of all things. What kind of child leaves his family home to live among Muggles alone? She screamed at Lucius one evening, her voice trembling with anger. How is he even surviving out there without our help? If he used magic, the Ministry would have noticed him. Dante is an extremely powerful wizard, and living alone is not a difficulty for him. Lucius knew that much, but he didn't know how he avoids the Ministry detection. After all, using magic among Muggles would have alerted the Ministry as a possible breach in the Statute of Secrecy. Ultimately, the only thing he can do is to try and calm her, though he knew his words would do little to ease her distress. Our son is unique, he said carefully. He's undoubtedly the most outstanding wizard the magical world has ever seen. We must trust that he knows what he's doing. This only infuriated Narcissa further. To her, Dante was a child wasting his potential and future on what she saw as silly, pointless pursuits. Outstanding. He's throwing his life away, she retorted, her voice rising. He should be at Hogwarts, mastering magic, not wasting his time with muggle nonsense. Where is he even sleeping? What is he eating? Is he living like street rats? Lucius, however, was troubled by more than just Narcissa's anger. He knew the truth about Dante, that he was no ordinary child, but an ancient dark wizard with knowledge and power far beyond their comprehension. If not for that knowledge, Lucius might have shared Narcissa's frustration. But he couldn't shake the belief that whatever Dante was doing, it must be extraordinary. Still, the uncertainty gnawed at him. What could possibly be so important that Dante would isolate himself from his comfortable home and the wizarding world for so long? When Dante finally returned to Malfoy Manor, his arrival was met with a storm of emotions. Narcissa, who had been simmering with anger and worry for so long, unleashed her frustration the moment he stepped through the door. "Where have you been?" she demanded, her voice sharp and accusatory. "Do you have any idea how worried I've been? How could you just keep disappearing like that? And among muggles, of all places." Dante stood quietly, letting her vent. He knew resisting or arguing would only prolong her anger, so he simply took it, his expression unchanged. Lucius, meanwhile, tried to intervene, his voice soothing but firm. "Narcissa, please, calm down. He's home now and he is completely fine. Let's not make this harder than it needs to be." But Lucius's attempts to mediate were driven by more than just a desire to keep the peace. Deep down, he feared what might happen if Dante lost his patience. He didn't know how far his son's tolerance could stretch, and he had no desire to find out. The thought of Dante's anger was enough to make Lucius tread carefully. Eventually, Narcissa's tirade began to wind down, though her anger still simmered. Dante, seeing an opening, offered a simple apology. "I'm sorry, Mother, I didn't mean to make you worry," he said, his tone polite but lacking sincerity. "My exploration has led me to fascinating possibilities. If you don't mind, I have things to test." With that, he turned and headed to his workshop, leaving Narcissa seething. Her anger boiled over again, this time directed at Lucius. "What kind of father are you? How can you just stand there and defend him? Let him walk away like that," she demanded, her voice shaking. "He's your son too. Do something. We can't let him destroy his future like this. Please, Lucius." Lucius felt utterly helpless. He knew there was nothing he could do to control Dante, nor did he want to. But explaining that to Narcissa was impossible. All he could do was try to calm her, even as he silently hoped that whatever Dante was working on would be worth the chaos it had caused. Chapter 16, Magic Circuits. The Malfoy household was in a state of tension as Draco's first year at Hogwarts approached. Narcissa had been preparing for this moment for days, ensuring that her youngest son had everything he needed for his journey into the wizarding world. But her excitement was overshadowed by her frustration with Dante, who had once again refused to return to Hogwarts. "Draco is starting at Hogwarts this year," Narcissa said, her voice tinged with both hope and exasperation. "It would be wonderful if you joined him, Dante. You could guide him, help him adjust. Don't you want to be there for your brother?" Dante, seated at the dining table with a stack of books and notes in front of him, didn't even look up. "I'm in the middle of an important research," he said calmly. "I won't leave it unfinished." Narcissa's frustration boiled over. "Research? You are a child, what research could you even be doing? Your brother might need your help," her voice rose, trembling with emotion. "You've been gone for over a year, Dante. A year. And now you are shutting us out in the name of research. What is wrong with you?" Dante finally looked up, his expression unreadable. "I'm not shutting anyone out. I just found a new path and I am exploring it." Narcissa's eyes filled with tears, and she sank into a chair, her hands covering her face. "I don't understand you," she whispered, her voice breaking. "I feel like I have lost my son. You're wasting your potential, Dante. You're wasting your future." For a moment, Dante was at a loss for words. He wasn't used to dealing with emotional outbursts. This was the first time meeting a parent who actively buries their child's advancement. He lamented how backward the wizard world has become. Finally, he sighed and said, "I'll go back to Hogwarts next year. But this one, I need to focus on my research." Lucius, who had been quietly observing the exchange, stepped in to calm Narcissa. "Next year," he said firmly, placing a hand on her shoulder. "I'll make sure Dante goes back to Hogwarts next year. For now, let's focus on Draco." Deep down, Lucius prayed that Dante would keep his word. He knew his son was no ordinary wizard, and the thought of forcing him to do anything was laughable. But for now, he had to keep the peace at home. Narcissa finally relented, more out of helplessness than anything else. The pair of father and son were driving her to an early grave. She spent the next few days with Draco, fussing over him and warning him about the dangers of interacting with muggles or becoming like his brother. "Stay away from muggleborns," she said sternly. "And don't let anyone influence you the wrong way. You are pure blood, Draco. remember that?" Draco nodded, taking her words to heart. He admired his older brother but had no desire to follow in his footsteps. Dante's behavior was a mystery to him, and he had no intention of becoming a disappointment in his parents' eyes. Underscore 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 underscore. Dante's workshop in Malfoy Manor had become a chaotic yet meticulously organized space. Books and scrolls on advanced mathematics, electrical circuits, and magical theory were strewn across the tables. Diagrams of circuits, runes, and magical equations covered the walls. At the center of it all stood Dante, his eyes gleaming. He was on the brink of something revolutionary, a way to bridge the gap between magic and science. For weeks, Dante had been consumed by the idea of applying arithmetic to magic. He had spent months studying the Muggles' understanding of electricity and material resistance, and now he was ready to translate those concepts into the magical world. His goal was to create something entirely new, a magic circuit. Dante began by examining the concept of material resistance. In the Muggle world, materials like copper and silicon were chosen for their ability to conduct electricity efficiently. But in the magical world, materials had unique properties that could channel or resist magical energy. Dante theorized that by understanding these properties, he could create a framework for magic circuits. He gathered a variety of magical materials, dragon scales, phoenix feathers, unicorn hair, and even shards of obsidian infused with ancient runes. Using a combination of magical and scientific instruments, he measured and recorded how each material reacted to raw magical energy. He recorded the results in detail, creating a chart that mapped magical resistance against material composition along with numerical representation. Just as Muggles use copper for its low resistance, Dante muttered to himself, Asphodel has low magical resistance and can act as equivalent, a material that can channel magic with minimal loss. Next, Dante turned his attention to the concept of electricity. In the Muggle world, electricity was the flow of electrons through a conductor. In the magical world, raw magical power was the flow of magical energy through a medium. Dante saw a clear parallel in how their magic can be considered an equivalent to direct current, DC. He began experimenting with raw magical energy, channeling it through different materials and observing the results. The biggest difference between electricity and magical energy is that magical energy had a will of its own, it resisted being controlled unless guided by intent. Dante's next step was to quantify magical energy. In the Muggle world, voltage represented electrical potential, while amperage represented current. Dante adapted these concepts to magic, defining magic intensity as the strength of the magical energy and magic refinement as the precision with which it was controlled. Dante measured the intensity and refinement of his magical experiments. He discovered that aligning different materials in different order allowed him to precisely control the intensity of magic, much like resistors and capacitors in an electrical circuit. He believed it was the way to go in order to regulate magic energy in a circuit. If I can control the intensity and refinement of magic, Dante mused, I can create circuits that perform specific functions, just like Muggles do with electricity. The most challenging part of Dante's project was transforming traditional runes into magic circuits. Runes were ancient symbols that channeled magic in specific ways, but they were bulky and required significant space to function. Dante wanted to condense them into something smaller and more efficient. He began trying to build small circuits and analyzing their behavior compared to the structure of runes, breaking them down into their fundamental components. By translating runes into minute circuits, he could achieve the same effect of complex runes by stack and arranging circuits. Using a combination of magical etching and alchemical processes, Dante created the first prototype of a magic circuit. It was a small, intricate design, by etching thin pieces of asphodel stem into a dragon's skin. When he channeled magic into it, the circuit activated, producing a simple light spell. It works, Dante whispered, a rare smile crossing his face. But this is just the beginning. After countless experiments and refinements, Dante finally achieved his goal. The magic circuits were small, efficient, and capable of performing spells as long as a wizard empowered them. They could be stacked or combined to produce more complex effects, much like integrated circuits in Muggle electronics. Dante held one of the circuits in his hand, marveling at its simplicity and power. It was no larger than a coin, yet it allowed even a child to perform spells on the same level of control and skill of adults. He imagined the possibilities, magical devices that could perform complex tasks, enchanted tools that could revolutionize the wizarding world. Complex spells performed by magically challenged wizards or young children. Dante knew this was only the beginning. The true potential of magic circuits lay in their ability to be combined and stacked, creating devices that could perform multiple functions or even adapt to different situations. The possibilities were endless. As he sat in his workshop, surrounded by the fruits of his labor, Dante felt a sense of satisfaction he hadn't experienced since the creation of Dementors in his last life. Chapter 17, Draco. Draco Malfoy's first days at Hogwarts were a whirlwind of emotions. He had been excited to finally attend the prestigious school and learn to become a true wizard, just like his father. Yet, beneath that excitement lay a lingering sadness and resentment. He had always imagined going to Hogwarts with Dante by his side, but his brother had refused, choosing instead to stay at home claiming to do some research. Something even their parents were skeptical about. Draco had grown up idolizing his older brother. Dante was everything Draco aspired to be, strong, skilled, and intelligent. Even their father, Lucius, who rarely showed approval, heeded Dante's words and treated him with a level of respect Draco had never experienced. Their godfather, Severus Snape, a master Potiwunner and one of the most respected professors at Hogwarts, also held Dante in high regard. To Draco, Dante was more than just an older brother, he was a figure of admiration, someone who stood above others. But then, everything changed. Dante stopped attending Hogwarts in the middle of his first year and vanished into the Muggle world, cutting off connection to their family completely. Draco was left confused and hurt. He didn't understand why his brother would abandon their family and the wizarding world for lowly Muggles. His parents seemed just as lost, and Draco had watched his mother oscillate between sadness and anger, often arguing with Lucius about Dante's behavior. Draco knew he could never match Dante's raw talent and intelligence, but he was determined to make his parents proud. He would be the obedient son, the one who stayed true to their values and upheld the Malfoy name. On his first day, Draco boarded the Hogwarts Express with a mix of excitement and determination. He had heard about the famous savior, Harry Potter, and was eager to meet him. When he finally did, Draco tried to act civil and friendly, observing the boy closely. But he couldn't see what made Harry so remarkable and famous. To Draco, Harry looked scrawny, cowardly, weak and had no knowledge of the magical world. And to make matters worse, Harry seemed to get along with Ron Weasley, a boy from a family Draco had been taught to look down upon. Later that day, Draco was sorted into Slytherin, just as he had expected. Harry and Ron, however, were sorted into Gryffindor. Draco knew then that they would be at odds for the rest of their time at Hogwarts. The first few weeks at Hogwarts were pleasant for Draco. He excelled in his classes, earning points to his house and praises from the professors for his skill, knowledge, and talent. His father had trained him well since childhood, and even Dante had stepped in to teach him occasionally. That early preparation made all the difference, and Draco quickly became the top student in his year with no competition. But then, one day, Professor Flitwick made an offhand comment that flipped his life in Hogwarts. "You are doing exceptionally well, Mr. Malfoy," the professor said. "The only student I've seen perform better than you is your older brother. It's a pity he left Hogwarts. He would have made a great wizard had he stayed." The comment opened the floodgates. Soon, everyone in the first year knew about Dante Malfoy, the prodigy who had left Hogwarts to live with Muggles. Draco felt the weight of their stares, especially from his fellow Slytherins. They looked at him as if wondering if he, too, would one day abandon the wizarding world. The worst came when Ron Weasley mocked him openly. "With all your pureblood talk and money," Ron sneered, "your brother became a Muggle. What does that say about your family?" Draco's face burned with embarrassment and anger. A fight broke out, and though Draco had beaten Ron thoroughly, the sting of Ron's words lingered. He felt a growing resentment toward Dante. Why had his brother left? Why had he brought this shame upon their family? Draco's resentment only deepened when he received a letter from his mother. She asked how he was doing and hoped he would make friends in Hogwarts. The letter briefly mentioned that Dante was still holed up in his workshop, rarely leaving. The letter was a painful reminder of the divide in their family, and Draco began to hate his older brother for bringing shame and causing so much pain. Then, one morning, everything changed again. As the students gathered in the Great Hall for breakfast, the daily edition of the Daily Prophet arrived. The front page bore an unexpected headline: Dante Malfoy unveils revolutionary magic circuits, a new era of magic begins. The article outlined how the once famous potion prodigy, Dante Malfoy, had resurfaced after years of silence to unveil a groundbreaking new field of his own creation, magic circuits. These circuits, the article claimed, had the potential to revolutionize the magical world forever. Renowned scholars and magical theorists had already validated his work, marveling at the young boy's ingenuity. One expert was quoted as saying, "This is the kind of innovation that comes once in a millennium. Dante Malfoy has redefined what we thought was possible with magic." Draco read the article in disbelief. Was this what his brother had been doing for the past 2 or 3 years? Draco looked around the Great Hall. Students and professors alike were talking about Dante's achievement. Draco felt a mix of emotions: pride, confusion, and a lingering resentment. His brother had done something extraordinary, something that would undoubtedly bring honor to the Malfoy name. The news of Dante's groundbreaking discovery spread like wildfire through Hogwarts. By the end of breakfast, every student in the Great Hall was buzzing about the magic circuits and the prodigy who had created them. Draco, however, found himself at the center of attention in a way he hadn't anticipated. "Draco, is it true? Your brother really created something that could change magic forever?" A group of students approached him as he was about to leave the Great Hall. Before Draco could respond, a Ravenclaw chimed in. Do you know how it works? Did he ever talk to you about it? Draco hesitated, unsure of how to answer. He had no idea what Dante had been working on, and the sudden attention took him off guard. I don't know much about it, he admitted, his voice tinged with frustration. He's been busy with his research. The questions didn't stop there. Throughout the day, students from every house approached him, eager to ask about Dante and his work. Even the professors seemed intrigued. During the charm class, Professor Filtwick began by asking, Mr. Malfoy, has your brother shared any details about his research with you? His work on magic circuits is most intriguing. Draco shook his head, feeling a mix of pride and irritation. No, Professor. He hasn't. By the end of the day, Draco's resentment toward his brother had begun to fade. The constant questions and admiration for Dante's work made him realize just how extraordinary his brother truly was. But it wasn't until he ran into Ron Weasley that everything clicked into place. As Draco walked through the courtyard, he spotted Ron and Harry sitting on a bench, whispering about something. Ron noticed Draco and smirked. Hey, Malfoy. Heard your brother's gone mad scientist. What's next? Is he going to start building Muggle cars or something? Draco's eyes narrowed, but instead of feeling embarrassed, he felt a surge of confidence. He walked over to Ron, a smug smile on his face. You know, Weasley, my brother did in 2 years what your entire family couldn't do in centuries. He just revolutionized magic while you're still struggling to cast a simple levitation charm. Ron's face turned as red as his hair, and he opened his mouth to retort, but no words came out. Harry glared at Draco, but Draco didn't care. For the first time in weeks, he felt a sense of satisfaction. The resentment he had felt toward Dante melted away, replaced by a newfound pride in his brother's achievements. For now, though, Draco was content to bask in the reflected glory of Dante's success. And if that meant shutting up Ron Weasley in the process, all the better. Chapter 18, The Next Trip. Lucius and Narcissa sat in stunned awe as Dante finished his demonstration of the magic circuits. The small, intricate circuit glowed faintly in his hand, casting a soft light across the room. He had explained the concept briefly, but even that was enough for them to grasp the magnitude of his discovery. This wasn't just a new spell or potion, it was an entirely new field of study, one that could reshape the magical world. Narcissa was the first to speak, her voice filled with awe. This is incredible, Dante. I can't believe you have created something like this. Lucius said, his tone thoughtful. This could change everything, how we use magic, how we teach it, even how we live. Dante nodded, letting them absorb what he had shared. Then, he turned to Lucius. I want you to take all the notes and research details and spread them. I want everyone in the magical world to hear about magic circuits. Lucius raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? If we keep this knowledge to ourselves, we could benefit significantly in the future. The Malfoy family stands to gain a lot from it. Dante shook his head. No. I want the world to study and advance magic circuits. This world has been stagnant for long enough. It's time for change. He paused, then added, the Malfoy name doesn't need monetary gain. What it needs is reputation and prestige, especially after the Death Eaters fiasco you engaged in. Lucius coughed lightly, clearly uncomfortable. That was a mistake, he admitted. Following a deranged killer like that. I won't make the same error again. I'll follow your instructions. Narcissa looked between her husband and son, her expression a mix of confusion and curiosity. Was this how a son spoke to his father? But she bit back her questions. Now wasn't the time. She took a deep breath, her eyes softening as she looked at Dante. I need to apologize, she said, her voice trembling slightly. I was a bad mother. I failed to see your brilliance and almost stifled your future with my stupidity. It was Lucius who was the wise one, supporting you when I didn't. Both Dante and Lucius were taken aback by her sudden shift. Dante waved his hand dismissively. You don't need to apologize. I'm the abnormal one in all aspects. You acted the way you did because you cared. He glanced at Lucius, then added, in fact, I've sometimes wondered if my father cared about my future as much as you did. Narcissa felt a small wave of relief at his words, but Lucius's face fell. He looked hurt, as if he'd been wronged. He had been so obedient, so supportive, yet here he was being accused of negligence so casually. Why was the treatment between him and Narcissa so different? Couldn't this ancient Dark Lord treat his father, his loyal servant, a little better? Dante noticed Lucius's expression but chose to ignore it. Instead, he continued with his second purpose today, I'm going on a trip. I'll be back in a few days. Narcissa's eyes widened. You are leaving again? Where are you going? She asked, her voice tinged with worry and helplessness. Dante replied calmly. I am going to retrieve something I left long ago. Narcissa felt a pang of helplessness. What do you mean, long ago? She asked, her frustration bubbling to the surface. Dante, you can't just leave without explaining yourself properly. Dante smiled faintly and said, don't worry, as I said I will be away for a few days and then we'll come back. Narcissa looked tiredly before finally saying, at least take your father with you, I know you will be safe if he is with you. Dante smiled faintly. I'll be safer alone. I'm a much stronger wizard than father, and I don't think there's a single person in the current wizarding world who can take me one-on-one. Narcissa sighed, shaking her head. You shouldn't be overconfident. There are many powerful wizards and creatures in the wizarding world. Albus Dumbledore, for example, is a powerful wizard, the greatest of the century. Even the Dark Lord avoided him. Dante hummed thoughtfully. Yes, I remember the headmaster. He's near the top, I'll give him that. Without the Elder Wand, we're about equal. But it won't be that way for long. Narcissa fell silent, her son's arrogance leaving her speechless. Lucius, however, had a thoughtful look on his face. Are you talking about the fabled strongest wand? The wand from the Deathly Hallows fairy tale? Dante nodded. Yes, the one and only. The Deathly Hallows are real. The story got many things wrong, but the existence of the three is undeniable. Narcissa sighed, exasperated. Dante, please don't use fairy tales just to make excuses and claims. Take your father with you. I won't feel at peace unless you do. Lucius, however, looked at Dante with a knowing expression. If Dante said the Deathly Hallows exist, then it must be the truth. Part of Lucius wondered if Dante had a hand in that story as well. Finally, Lucius sighed and turned to Narcissa. I'll accompany Dante. You don't need to worry. His eyes flicked to Dante, as if apologizing for speaking out of turn. Dante, who had always ignored Lucius's looks and reactions, felt strange. The way his father looked at him hurt, loyal, yet resigned. The strange looks he received from Lucius were increasing by the day, and for the first time, Dante wondered if he had been too harsh on the men who had helped him so faithfully. But for now, he pushed those thoughts aside. There was work to be done. Underscore. Dante and Lucius operated with a soft crack into the middle of nowhere, deep within a dense, shadowy forest. The only sounds around them were the rustling of leaves and the occasional call of a distant bird. Lucius looked around cautiously. Where are we? He asked. The Forbidden Forest, Dante replied calmly. The deepest parts, to be exact. Lucius nodded and asked again. And what are we looking for here? Dante didn't answer. Instead, he raised his wand and shot a spell into the sky. The spell exploded in a burst of golden light, forming the shape of a bow and arrow that lingered for a moment before fading away. Lucius stared at the light's display, then turned to Dante with a questioning look. Now we wait, Dante said simply. Chapter 19, The Origin of Centaurs. It didn't take long for the forest to respond. The sound of hooves hitting the ground echoed through the trees, growing louder with each passing second. Lucius turned toward the noise, his wand now firmly in hand. From the shadows emerged a group of centaurs. They moved with a grace that belied their size, their eyes sharp and wary as they approached. One of the centaurs, a tall figure with a chestnut coat and a stern expression, stepped forward. Who dares summon us with the mark of the archer? He demanded, his voice deep and resonant. Dante stepped forward, his demeanor calm and confident. I am Tertius, he said. This is the promised life. I have come to collect Chiron's debt. The centaur's eyes widened, and he spoke with respect. As per the old pact of our ancestors, we welcome you, Lord Tertius. I am Magorian, the current leader. The rest of the centaurs bowed reverently as Lucius stared at the bizarre scene. Centaurs were proud creatures and would never bow to wizards under normal circumstances. Don't use Tertius, Dante said with a smile. In this life, I am called Dante Malfoy. He then looked at his father. We will be staying with their tribe for a while. Please be patient. Lucius nodded, wondering if he would one day become numb enough to no longer be surprised by Dante. The centaurs led Dante and Lucius to their homes, modest huts made of wood and woven branches. Dante and Lucius were given the largest hut, which Lucius assumed belonged to their leader. Lord Malfoy, Magorian said respectfully, we will begin the ritual tonight. For now, please rest and let us know if you need anything. Thank you, Magorian, Dante replied with a smile. He walked into the hut and sat on the ground in a relaxed manner. His eyes drifted to Lucius, who was still standing. You might want to sit. We're going to be here for days. Lucius nodded and slowly sat on the ground. He didn't like the idea of sitting in such a manner, it didn't suit a nobleman. He found some solace in the fact that there was a sort of carpet, if it could even be called that, on the ground. Lucius sighed, then looked at Dante as he spoke. Would you mind telling me what this old pact is about? Dante's expression became distant and nostalgic. Lucius watched him intently, eager to hear the story behind the ancient pact with the centaurs. After a moment of silence, Dante began to speak, his voice carrying the weight of thousands of years. Long ago, Dante began, I was known as Tertius, a Greek wizard. In that era, I partnered with a brilliant witch named Circe. Together, we studied magical transfiguration and the possibility of gaining the natural-born abilities of magical creatures. Lucius listened intently, his curiosity piqued. Dante's tone was calm, but there was a hint of pride in his words. After years of study and experimentation, our work finally bore fruit. Circe successfully became the first metamorphmagus. She took the transformation ability of a boggart and made it her own. All metamorphmagus today are her descendants. Dante paused, a faint smile playing on his lips. We didn't realize we had created a hereditary ability until after Circe had her first child. It was an unexpected but fascinating outcome. Dante's expression grew more serious as he continued. Back then, there was a wizard named Chiron. He fell in love with Circe and followed her around, vying for her affection. Circe was a stunning beauty, and after becoming the first metamorphmagus, she perfected her looks. But Chiron's attempts to woo her failed miserably. Lucius raised an eyebrow. What happened to him? Dante's gaze darkened. One day, Circe grew angry with Chiron's persistence and used him in an experiment, against his will. She turned him into the first centaur and forced him to breed with horses. As you might imagine, his offspring became the second generation of centaurs. Lucius's eyes widened in shock. She did what? Dante nodded grimly. Circe wanted to kill Chiron afterward and use his offspring for more experiments. That's when I became aware of what she was doing and intervened. I couldn't stand by and let her continue such cruelty. I saved Chiron from her. Dante's voice softened as he recounted the next part of the story. Chiron felt indebted to me for saving his life. He made an unbreakable vow, swearing to repay me for my help. It was then that I discovered something unexpected. Chiron lost his ability to wield magic but had gained a seer's ability through his magical transfiguration. Lucius leaned forward, his interest growing. A seer's ability? How? Dante shrugged. Magic is unpredictable, especially when it involves such drastic transformations. When I realized Chiron's newfound gift, I shared with him that I would be reborn one day and I would need his help to find the items I had left behind. Dante's eyes gleamed with a mix of pride and melancholy. Chiron promised that all of his descendants would wait for me to return, for all eternity. He even designed a ritual to help me find my lost items when the time came. That was the pact we made, over 3,000 years ago. Lucius sucked in a breath, his mind reeling. Yet another part of the magical world had been shaped by Dante's actions in a past life. The metamorphmagus, the centaurs, both were tied to his research and decisions from millennia ago. The more Lucius learned about history, the more terrifying Dante became. You've influenced so much, Lucius said, his voice barely above a whisper. The magical world as we know it, it's all connected to you. Dante nodded, his expression unreadable. The past has a way of echoing into the present. But my focus now is on the future. The ritual tonight will help me find what I left behind without scouring the world. Lucius sat back, his mind racing. As he looked at his son, or rather, the ancient being wearing his son's face, he felt a mix of awe and fear. Dante was not just a wizard, he was a living legend that shaped their world in many ways. Chapter 20, The Search. When night descended, Dante and Lucius stood in a clear area behind the centaur tribe's huts. The centaurs formed a wide circle, their hoofs stamping softly on the forest floor. Magorian, their leader, stood in the center, holding a set of ancient stones etched with runes. He began to chant in a language Lucius couldn't understand, his voice low and rhythmic. As he finished the mantra, he threw the stones into the air. The centaurs around him began to move in a slow, deliberate circle, each chanting their own part of the mantra. The stones, now suspended in midair, began to glow faintly. Dante stepped forward, his eyes fixed on the stones. He reached out and held one, while the others floated higher, forming a shape in the air. Magorian's voice cut through the night. The first, he intoned. The stone suspended in the air changed shape, and Magorian spoke again. South. The stones shifted once more, and Magorian added, 10 kilometers. The stones fell to the ground, their glow fading. Dante nodded, his expression thoughtful. Magorian turned to him. It seems the first item is in Hogwarts. Dante nodded again. And so is the third. I already knew that much. Magorian hummed slightly. The ritual is meant to go in order. Dante waved a hand dismissively. That's fine. I came here expecting to stay for 4 days. He turned and walked back to Lucius, who had been watching the ritual with fascination. It was his first time seeing this kind of ritual. The first night is done, Dante said. 3 to go. Lucius nodded, his mind racing. He had heard the entire conversation. Dante was searching for 4 items, and 2 of them were located in Hogwarts. Dante and Lucius stayed with the centaurs, who treated them with the utmost hospitality. They brought the best fruits and meats they could offer, and Dante thanked them warmly, enjoying the food. Lucius, however, was less enthusiastic. The simplicity of the centaur's lifestyle didn't sit well with him, and he found the food unrefined compared to what he was used to. The second night arrived, and the ritual was repeated. This time, Magorian's words were different. The second, he said. South. 300 kilometers. Dante nodded, retreating to his hut with Lucius. As he recalled the map in his mind, a smile spread across his face. We will visit Little Hangleton after we are done here, he said. Lucius nodded, though he couldn't help but wonder what awaited them there. The third night followed the same pattern. Magorian's voice echoed through the clearing. The third. South. 10 kilometers. Dante accepted the result without surprise, he had expected it all along. On the fourth night, something unexpected happened. When Magorian spoke, the fourth. South. 10 kilometers, Dante's face showed a flicker of surprise. It quickly turned into a smile. Dante thanked Magorian for his help. The pact is complete now, he said. Magorian nodded. You are a friend of our tribe. You are always welcome here. He gestured to the huts. Stay one more night. Let us show you our final day of hospitality. Dante agreed, much to Lucius's dismay. They spent one more night with the centaurs, who continued to treat them with kindness and respect. That night Dante was in a good mood, something Lucius noticed and asked him about. I didn't expect the cloak to be in Hogwarts, it made things so much easier. One more reason to go back to Hogwarts as mother wished, Dante replied, smiling at Lucius. The next morning, Dante thanked the centaurs once more. If you ever need help, he said, come find me. I'll assist you to the best of my ability. With that, Dante and Lucius apparat away, leaving the forest behind. Underscore. Dante and Lucius apparat to the outskirts of Little Hangleton, a quiet, unassuming village surrounded by two steep hills. Lucius looked around, his expression skeptical. How are we going to find your item here? He asked. It could be anywhere. And if it's been lost for centuries, it might take days, or longer, to locate it. Dante smiled faintly. Patience, father. This won't take long. He raised his wand and, with a graceful wave, spoke the incantation, Animibus Deprehendera. A ghostly light erupted from the tip of his wand, spreading in all directions like a ripple across water. Lucius watched in awe as the light expanded, illuminating the area around them and spreading into the small village. This was a spell he had never seen before, and the sheer power behind it was evident. He could tell it was a complex and difficult spell to master. Soon, faint threads of light began to appear, branching out in countless directions. Lucius stared, amazed by the sight. He didn't fully understand what the threads represented, but he knew they were significant. Dante, however, was focused on a single thread, one that extended from his own body and stretched into the distance, beyond the edge of Little Hangleton. Dante reached out with his wand and touched the thread connected to him. Instantly, all the other threads vanished, leaving only the one they needed to follow. This way, Dante said, his voice calm and firm. The two followed the thread until they reached an overgrown area filled with tall weeds and gnarled trees. The thread led them to an empty space. Dante immediately casted the spell Revelio, and a small, abandoned shack materialized before them. The structure looked as though it had been forgotten by time, its wooden walls warped and its roof sagging, windows broken. Dante approached the shack but didn't open the door. Instead, he raised his wand and blasted it open, along with a portion of the wall. Lucius flinched at the sudden explosion, his eyes wide with shock. Was that necessary? He asked. There was a trace of a curse on the door, Dante explained casually. I simply destroyed it. The two entered the shack cautiously. Inside, the place was filled with dust and the scent of decay. Dante's eyes followed the thread of light, which now pointed downward, toward the wooden floor. He waved his wand and cast Revelio again. The floorboards shimmered and changed color, revealing a hidden compartment. With another wave of his hand, Dante made the wooden boards fly away, exposing a golden box beneath. Lucius leaned forward, intrigued, but Dante narrowed his eyes. Dante blasted the box open with a flick of his wand. Inside was a ring, its surface gleaming faintly in the dim light. Dante used magic to make the ring hover in the air, his expression thoughtful. Someone hid this here, he said, his voice low. And they didn't want anyone to find it. Suddenly, Dante's eyes widened in surprise. Lucius noticed the change immediately. What's wrong? He asked. Dante's voice was cold as he replied, someone dared to use the metal of this ring as a Horcrux. Lucius frowned. A Horcrux? He was not familiar with this term. Dante's expression darkening by the moment. This person is either a blind idiot or has too much audacity. He dared to do that when the stone was adorning the ring. Dante narrowed his eyes, contemplating his next move. He could erase the soul fragment trapped in the ring, but he hesitated. Instead, he decided to retrieve what was his. The stone in the ring began to glow, and a stream of light flowed into Dante's body. His body glowed with a greater intensity than what Lucius had seen in the previous times. Dante laughed, a sound that was both amused and dismissive. The one who did this is just an idiot, he said. This soul fragment is unique, it carries memories of those who used the stone. The stone was last used hundreds of years ago, but the soul in the ring is relatively young, not even a century old. Whoever did this had no idea what they were holding. Finally, Dante made his decision. He tossed the ring aside, letting it fall to the ground with a soft clink. Let it be, he said, his voice calm but firm. I won't destroy someone else's Horcrux. Who knows? They might be on the right track. Lucius blinked, utterly baffled by what had just happened. So you're just going to leave it here? He asked. Dante shrugged. It's not my concern. I've retrieved what's mine. That's all that matters. As Dante turned to look at him, Lucius's eyes widened. Your eyes, he exclaimed. Dante's once dull gray eyes now shimmered with a vibrant silver hue, radiating an almost tangible power. Changes are expected, Dante replied calmly. My soul is growing in strength with every fragment I retrieve. You become stronger every time you absorb that light. Lucius asked, his voice tinged with surprise. That light is a fragment of my soul that I left behind, Dante explained. And yes, I am growing stronger. Using the old headmaster of Hogwarts as a reference, I am now his equal, while he wields the Elder Wand. He smiled faintly, then added, let's go back. I'd like to avoid more episodes with Mother. Lucius hesitated, his mind racing. Why not go to Hogwarts and retrieve the other fragments while they're there, he asked. If the fragments are empowering you, why not collect them all at once? Dante shook his head. Even though the fragments are part of my soul, they have been separated from me for too long. I can't absorb them all at once. I need time between each absorption. Besides, I know my fragments won't be leaving Hogwarts anytime soon. Lucius nodded, though his expression remained thoughtful. With that, Dante walked out of the shack, his steps unhurried. Lucius followed closely behind. Chapter 21, Order of Merlin. When Dante and Lucius returned from their trip to the Grand Malfoy Manor, Narcissa was the first to meet them, her arms crossed and her expression a mix of relief and concern. Her eyes immediately locked onto Dante's, and her breath hitched. His once familiar gaze had been replaced by something entirely new, a piercing, almost mesmerizing hue that seemed to see straight through her. Dante, she began, her voice trembling slightly, what happened to your eyes? And where have you two been? You can't just disappear for days without contacting me once. Dante met her gaze with his usual calm demeanor. The item I lost and was looking for is an old alchemy artifact, he explained matter-of-factly. We found it on the outskirts of Little Hangleton. Thanks to it, my magic has grown stronger, and my eyes can now see traces of magic. It's as if Revelio is always active in my vision. Narcissa's worry softened into amazement. Her son had gained a magical ability from an artifact, it was unheard of. What kind of artifact is that? How did her son find it and lose it in the first place? In the end, she decided not to ask any more, what mattered is her son doing well. She reached out to touch his face, her fingers brushing lightly under his shimmering eyes. This is incredible, Dante. Truly incredible. Lucius, standing slightly behind Dante, was surprised. He hadn't expected Dante's new eyes to come with a magical ability. But his surprise turned into dejection. Why didn't Dante tell him earlier? Gaining a magical ability and not telling him but sharing everything immediately with Narcissa. It was simply not fair. Narcissa, now calmer, turned her attention to Dante's time among the Muggles. She had always looked down on them, considering their world beneath the notice of wizards. But she wanted to connect with her son, and this seemed like the only way for now as Dante was obsessed with them. Come Dante, I want you to tell me about your time with the Muggles, she said, gesturing for him to sit with her in the drawing room. Dante obliged, taking a seat across from her. He spoke of their technology, cars, airplanes, computers, and even their advancements in medicine and space exploration. Narcissa listened intently, her initial disdain giving way to reluctant admiration. They have achieved so much without magic, she murmured, more to herself than to Dante. It's remarkable. While Narcissa and Dante talked, Lucius excused himself. He had work to do. Over the next few days, he spread the news of Dante's research on magic circuits. The magical world buzzed with excitement. Witches and wizards everywhere were captivated by the potential of this new field of magic. The Malfoy Manor soon became the center of attention. Visitors flocked to the estate, some to congratulate Lucius on his son's groundbreaking work, others to learn more about magic circuits. Even Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge made an appearance, his round face beaming with a wide smile as he shook Lucius's hand. "This is a monumental achievement," Fudge declared. "There's talk of a reward for Dante. The ministry is considering awarding him the Order of Merlin, first class." Lucius accepted the praise with a wide smile, though he knew full well that all the credit belonged to Dante. Still, he couldn't deny the boost to the Malfoy family's reputation. For the first time in years, they were being celebrated by all rather than scrutinized. Narcissa, too, basked in the compliments. The wives of prominent wizards and pureblood families gushed over her, expressing their envy at having such an exceptional son. Narcissa smiled from ear to ear, her heart swelling with pride. Dante, however, remained indifferent to the attention. He had no interest in the flattery or the politics. What he wanted was progress. He wanted the magical world to embrace magic circuits, to push its boundaries and unlock its full potential. Only then would the stagnant wheels of magical development begin to turn again. Dante only met those who came with questions about the magic circuits, those who seek to learn. In his eyes, they were the only ones worth his time. As for the rest, let them flatter his parents. Weeks passed, and the buzz around magic circuits showed no signs of fading. Then, one morning, an official letter arrived from the Ministry of Magic. Dante was summoned to receive his reward. Dante stood in the grand hall of the ministry, surrounded by the most influential figures in the magical world. Minister Fudge stepped forward, holding a gleaming medal in his hands. "Dante Malfoy," Fudge announced, his voice echoing through the hall, "for your groundbreaking invention of magic circuits and your unparalleled contribution to the field of magic, the ministry is honored to award you the Order of Merlin, first class." The room erupted into applause as Fudge pinned the medal to Dante's robes. As Lucius and Narcissa stood proudly beside him, their faces glowing with admiration and pride, Dante's mind wandered far from the glittering ceremony. The Order of Merlin, first-class medal hung heavily on his chest, a symbol of honor and respect in the eyes of the wizarding world. But to Dante, it was a reminder of how much the world had changed, and not necessarily for the better. Nearly 400 years ago, the Order of Merlin medals were still given to honor those who protected and aided Muggles, recognizing the bravery and compassion of wizards who stood against the injustice of non-magical people. It was a symbol of compassion and the deeper connection between the magical and non-magical worlds. But now, it had become a trophy for wizards to celebrate their own achievements, regardless of Muggles. The shift in its meaning spoke volumes about how the wizarding world had grown insular and self-serving, especially after the Statute of Secrecy was established. Dante's thoughts drifted further, lingering on the mythical figure of Merlin himself. The legendary wizard, whose name adorned the medal, was a mystery even to Dante. In his past life, he had heard tales of Merlin's greatness, but something didn't add up. If Merlin had truly been one of the first students at Hogwarts, Dante should have met him when he lived as Armand. A wizard of such immense power and influence, even in his youth, would have been impossible to overlook. His best guess was that Merlin wasn't a single person at all. Perhaps Merlin was a name given to a group of Muggle-born wizards who banded together to protect their families and communities during a time of fear. Over centuries, their collective efforts and ideals could have been romanticized into the legend of a single, larger-than-life figure. The narrative would have been reshaped to suit the needs of a wizarding society that increasingly sought to distance itself from Muggles, turning Merlin into a symbol of wizard supremacy rather than unity. As the applause around him faded and the ceremony drew to a close, Dante's glowing eyes narrowed slightly. The medal on his chest felt less like an honor and more like a relic of a distorted history. The wizarding world had strayed in the wrong direction, it was far from what envisioned in the past. The next day, the Daily Prophet published another paper with Dante being on the front page, the youngest wizard to receive the Order of Merlin, first-class medal in history. Dante had officially become the youngest person in history to receive the highest honor a wizard could achieve. The next day, the Daily Prophet hit the stands with its usual flair. Splashed across the front page was a striking image of Dante Malfoy, Order of Merlin first-class medal prominently displayed on his robes. The headline screamed in bold, magical lettering, the youngest wizard in history to receive the Order of Merlin, first class. Chapter 22, Summer Begin. The arrival of summer brought with it the return of Draco Malfoy to the grandeur of Malfoy Manor. His homecoming was met with a warm welcome from his family, including Dante, who had made time to check on his younger brother despite his busy research. The family sat together, the sunlight streaming through the tall windows as Draco recounted his first year at Hogwarts. Draco's face lit up with pride as he spoke of his achievements. "I'm the top student in my class in every subject," he declared, his voice brimming with confidence. "Some of the professors even said I'm only second to you, Dante. They said no one's been as brilliant as you were, but I'm close." Dante listened quietly, a faint smile playing on his lips. Draco's pride in his accomplishments was evident, but Dante could see the deeper truth behind his brother's success. The lessons and guidance Draco had received from their family, especially from Dante himself, had given him an edge over his peers. Even the know-it-all girl Draco talked about couldn't keep up with him despite spending most of her time buried in books. Draco continued, he spoke about the other pureblood families. I've made friends with the children of the Parkinsons and the Greengrass. I also met my friends Gregory Goyle and Vincent Crabbe, he said, listing off names with the ease of someone who had grown up in such circles. Our house, Slytherin, dominated the others all year. But then, his expression darkened. The headmaster ruined it. Lucius, who had been listening intently, leaned forward. What do you mean, Draco? Draco's voice grew indignant as he explained. The headmaster gave Potter and his friends an absurd amount of points for breaking the rules. Potter got 100 points, Weasley 60, that Granger girl 60, and even Longbottom got 40. A total of 300 points. Normally, an entire house scores a few hundred points over the entire year. It's obvious Dumbledore didn't want Slytherin to win an 8th time in a row. The room fell silent as the family processed Draco's words. Narcissa's lips pressed into a thin line, her disapproval evident. Lucius's expression darkened, his fingers tightening around the handle of his cane. Even Dante, usually unflappable, raised an eyebrow. That's not all, Draco added, his tone growing more heated. Dumbledore allowed Potter to be the Gryffindor Seeker, a first year. Can you believe it? No first year has ever been allowed on a house team, but of course, the so-called savior gets special treatment. It's ridiculous. Potter's not even that good. He's scrawny, stupid, and knows nothing about magic. He's worse than Muggle children. Honestly, I don't believe he vanquished the Dark Lord after seeing him, it is just too ridiculous to believe. That's a blatant abuse of power, Lucius said coldly. Dumbledore has always favored his precious Gryffindors, but this is beyond the pale. Narcissa nodded in agreement, her voice sharp. To reward rule-breaking so extravagantly, what kind of message does that send to the students? While his parents fumed over Dumbledore's actions, Dante's mind was elsewhere. He focused on the details Draco had mentioned. What rules did they break, he asked, his tone calm but probing. Draco hesitated for a moment before answering. Apparently, the Philosopher's Stone was hidden at Hogwarts this year for protection. No one was allowed near its location, but Potter and his friends thought Professor Snape was trying to steal it. They broke the rules to stop him, but it turned out to be the defense against the dark arts professor instead. The thief died in one of the traps. Dante's frown deepened. He knew Nicholas Flamel personally, and the idea that the old hypocrite would willingly part with the Philosopher's Stone was laughable. The hypocrite would sooner destroy it than risk it falling into the wrong hands. As for storing it at Hogwarts, that was out of the question. How do you know all this? Dante asked, his gaze fixed on Draco. Was it just a rumor? Draco shook his head, a sheepish look crossing his face. No, it's not a rumor. What happened was kept secret from everyone at the school. I used the extendable ears charm you taught me to listen to Potter and his friends from time to time. And according to them, Flamel is planning to destroy the stone soon. Dante leaned back in his chair, his expression thoughtful. Draco had brought him intriguing news, but the story didn't sit right with him. He didn't believe for a moment that the stone had truly been hidden at Hogwarts. Flamel was many things, but foolish wasn't one of them. As Dante pondered the implications, Draco continued to talk about his year at Hogwarts. He mentioned that know-it-all girl, Hermione Granger, with a mix of annoyance and disdain. She's unbearable, Draco said, rolling his eyes. Always raising her hand, always quoting books. It's like she thinks she's the only one who knows anything. Worse, she doesn't know when to shut up. Dante's interest was piqued. He could see the passion in the little witch from Draco's words and wondered if this Hermione Granger would grow into a brilliant witch or fade into obscurity like so many others who lost their passion for learning as they grew older. He kept his thoughts to himself, however, not wanting to dampen Draco's enthusiasm. Finally, Draco turned to Dante, his eyes shining with curiosity. Can I see your Order of Merlin medal? He asked. And, can you teach me about magic circuits? I want to learn everything you know. Dante smiled slightly, a rare warmth in his expression. He had always liked Draco's eagerness to learn. Of course, he said. Knowledge is meant to be shared, especially with those who seek it. As the summer days stretched on, the Malfoy manor buzzed with activity. While Lucius and Narcissa basked in the glory of their family's rising reputation, Dante and Draco spent hours together, delving into the intricacies of magic circuits. For Dante, it was a chance to guide his brother and spread the knowledge. For Draco, it was an opportunity to step closer to the brilliance he so admired. Not long after Draco's return from Hogwarts, the Daily Prophet released its next issue, and the headline sent shockwaves through the wizarding world: Philosopher's Stone destroyed, Nicholas Flamel's wife passes away. The article detailed the tragic news that Nicholas Flamel, the legendary alchemist, had chosen to destroy the Philosopher's Stone, the source of his and his wife Perenelle's immortality. With its destruction, the couple had accepted their mortality, and Perenelle had peacefully passed away shortly after. The wizarding world mourned the loss of one of its most iconic figures. Dante had known Nicholas Flamel personally in his past life, and while he had little respect for the man's hypocrisy, he knew him better than most. Seeing his dear wife dead, Dante knew Nicholas would follow suit any moment now. Chapter 23, The Last Meeting. It was a great day at Malfoy Manor. The flowers bloomed, and the sun was warm and pleasant. Narcissa sat content in the manor garden, enjoying her morning tea, when Dante came to meet her. "Good morning, Mother. I'll be visiting an acquaintance today. I won't be here for lunch," Dante spoke in his usual plain tone. Narcissa paused, her teacup halfway to her lips. She set it down slowly, her sharp eyes narrowing as she studied her son. "An acquaintance," she repeated, her tone laced with skepticism. "Dante, you don't have friends. You barely tolerate people. Who is this acquaintance?" Dante, unfazed by her probing, replied simply, "Someone you haven't met. And you don't need to worry. I'll be back by evening." Before Narcissa could press further, he disappeared with a sharp crack of apparition, leaving her no time to respond. Narcissa sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose. "That boy," she muttered under her breath. "He's impossible." Deciding she needed to vent her frustrations, she made her way to Lucius's study. She found him seated at his desk, engrossed in a stack of ministry correspondence. Without preamble, she said, "Dante just left. He said he's visiting an acquaintance and won't be back until evening. Do you know anything about this?" Lucius looked up. "No, I don't," he admitted. "But I'm sure he'll be fine. Dante can take care of himself." Narcissa nodded and sighed tiredly. She left the study without another word. The pair of father and son were driving her mad. She couldn't help but wonder why Lucius's behavior was so different when it came to Dante. Lucius's attitude toward their eldest son was nothing like his approach with Draco. With Draco, Lucius was a proper father, firm but caring, always guiding and teaching. But with Dante, it was different. There was a strange dynamic between the two that she couldn't understand. Yet, she couldn't deny the bond of trust between them, a bond that went beyond the usual parent-child relationship. Narcissa couldn't help feeling a pang of jealousy. She loved Dante deeply, yet their relationship felt distant compared to the closeness he shared with Lucius. She wanted to bridge that gap, to understand him the way Lucius seemed to. But every time she tried, Dante would deflect or disappear, leaving her feeling more like an outsider than a mother. She sighed again, her shoulders slumping slightly. "Perhaps I'm overthinking this. Lucius trusts him, and Dante has never made a mistake. That should be enough." But deep down, it wasn't. She wanted to be part of that unspoken bond between Lucius and Dante. She wanted to understand her eldest son, to know what drove him and what he was truly capable of. Underscore 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 underscore. It was noon when Dante stood in front of a weathered, unassuming house nestled in the French countryside. The air was still, and the only sound was the soft rustling of leaves in the breeze. He knocked on the door, the sound echoing through the quiet surroundings. After a moment, the door creaked open, revealing an old man who resembled a ghost more than a living being. His skin was pale and translucent, his frame frail, and his eyes hollow yet piercing. It was Nicholas Flamel, the legendary alchemist, now a shadow of a human being. Dante smiled faintly. "I am glad I found you here," he said, his tone calm but carrying an edge of familiarity. "After I didn't find you in Devon, I figured you'd come here, where you met Pernelli centuries ago." Flamel's eyes widened in surprise. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice thin and raspy. "Dante Malfoy," Dante replied, his smile unwavering. "Are you going to keep me at the door, or shall we talk inside?" Flamel blinked, then stepped aside, gesturing for Dante to enter. The young wizard walked slowly into the house, his glowing eyes scanning the interior. The place was a relic of the past, filled with artifacts and trinkets that were centuries old. Dust clung to every surface, and the air smelled of decay and forgotten memories. Flamel waited for Dante to take a seat before speaking. "I've heard of you," he said, his voice low and weak. "The potion prodigy. The creator of magic circuits. Why is someone like you here?" Dante leaned back in his chair, a smile on his face. "I came to see you before you died," he said bluntly. "And to note how merciless the stone has been to you. You don't even resemble a human anymore." Flamel didn't flinch at the harsh words. "We decided to destroy the stone because we've accepted our mortality," he said quietly. "And because our condition has grown worse. It's time to let go." Dante's smile remained, but it didn't reach his eyes. "The stone lost its power, didn't it? I know you too well, Nicholas. With all the guilt you carry, you wouldn't destroy it. You'd cling to it, even if it's useless. It is your twisted way of atonement after all." Flamel's eyes narrowed. "What do you know?" Dante's voice grew colder. I know you instigated wars to reap the souls of muggles and wizards alike to create the stone. All for the sole purpose of extending Perenelle's life. Flamel's face paled further, if that were possible. How do you know this? He whispered, his voice trembling. Dante ignored the question. Are you afraid someone else will attempt to create the stone to cheat death? Is that why you are still hiding the truth? Or is it the shame of your actions? Flamel's aged face twisted with emotion. The stone cost too many lives, he said, his voice breaking. I was young and couldn't resist the temptation of keeping my love by my side. I've spent centuries trying to make up for what I did. Dante sighed, his expression one of disappointment. This twisted sense of justice and guilt is what I despise about you. I told you before, you're no good person. Just a hypocrite, turning a blind eye to your own actions while stifling the future of others as if everyone is like you. You refuse to share truth, good or bad, in the name of what you call the greater good. You were, and always will be, a hypocrite, Nicholas. Flamel froze, his eyes widening in recognition at the familiar words and tone. Echrisdes, he whispered, the name slipping from his lips like a curse. Dante's smile widened. So, you haven't forgotten your old acquaintance. I wasn't originally planning to visit you, but when I saw that you'd be dead soon and Pernelle is gone, I decided to come and see you one last time. Flamel stepped back, his frail body trembling. Why are you really here, Echrisdes? Are you here to take revenge for how I stood in your way back then? Dante shook his head. Stood my way? You were just an annoyance who slandered others back then. I won't go out of my way for revenge for such a petty reason. I truly came to check on your state, to see the man who committed more crimes than any other in the name of love, the hypocrite who attacked others, because of his own guilt and mistakes. Flamel's voice rose, anger cutting through his weakness. Your experiments were deranged and too dark to be allowed, Echrisdes. You are no different. Dante's expression hardened. I gave the worst of scum and criminals a chance to help bring advancement to this world, to do something good. You caused the death of tens of thousands of innocents to selfishly live happily with a woman. But you are right, I would have done the same if I were in your place. The difference is I am not a blind or a hypocrite. Flamel clenched his fists, his voice shaking. How are you here? How did you steal the body of a young child? Dante's smile returned, but it was cold and devoid of warmth. I didn't steal anything. This is part of a magic I created long ago to beat death. My life as Echrisdes was the 7th. This is the 8th. Flamel was shocked at that but recovered quickly. Why did you truly come here? He asked, his voice barely audible. To mock me. To see me die. Dante's smile faded, replaced by a look of profound disappointment. I feel too much disappointment in the world, and more so in you. If you were going to live longer, I might never have bothered to come. But now that you're dying, I wanted to see if you've changed after centuries. He paused, his expression sad. The only other person who lived through different eras is blind to his own actions and the state of the world, or maybe you choose to be blind. Suddenly, Dante flicked his wand. Flamel's body was thrown backward, slamming into the wall before sliding to the floor, helpless and unable to move. Dante walked closer, his cold eyes filled with disdain and despise. You feel guilt over the sins you've committed, yet you continue to commit more, so shamelessly, Dante said, his voice low and dangerous. If you had seen the errors in your ways, I would have let you pass on in peace. But seeing you like this, you deserve the same treatment as the criminals you claimed to help in the past. The temperature in the room dropped sharply as a Dementor glided through the door, its presence suffocating. Flamel stared at Dante with helpless eyes as the creature drew closer. Dante's expression was icy. I'll make use of your centuries of memories and emotions, he said coldly. Those were the last words Flamel heard before the Dementor leaned in, its hooded face inches from his, and gave him the kiss. Dante turned and left the house without looking back. He apparat away, leaving behind the lifeless body of Nicholas Flamel, alone in the isolation of his home in France. No one would hear about him after today. As Dante disappeared into the distance, the weight of centuries of guilt, hypocrisy, and wasted potential lingered in the air. Chapter 24, The Fraudster's Letter. The Malfoy garden was bathed in the soft glow of the afternoon sun. Dante sat comfortably on a wrought iron chair, sipping tea from a delicate porcelain cup. His gaze was fixed on Draco, who stood a few meters away, his wand pointed at a teacup resting on a small table. Depulso. Draco incanted, his voice firm. The teacup shot into the air and landed a few meters away, clattering slightly on the stone path. Dante took another sip of tea, his expression calm but critical. Try again, he said. You're half a meter off from the target location. Draco nodded dejectedly, his shoulders slumping slightly as he prepared to try again. Just then, Narcissa and Lucius emerged from the manor, strolling into the garden to check on their sons. Narcissa's eyes softened as she watched Draco practice the banishing charm, a spell typically taught to third-year students at Hogwarts. Dante, don't you think you're being a bit harsh on Draco? Narcissa said, her tone gentle but firm. He's already doing exceptionally well for his age. This charm is advanced for someone his age. Dante set his teacup down and turned to his mother. Doing the same as everyone else won't get him ahead of them, he replied evenly. Only by being better, by seeking what others can't, can one surpass those around him. Narcissa sighed, too familiar with her eldest son's relentless mentality. Lucius, however, chuckled, clearly amused by Dante's response. Speaking of surpassing others, Lucius said, stepping closer, I received a bunch of letters today. One of them might interest you. He waved a letter in his hand, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Dante raised an eyebrow. Who's the sender? Gilderoy Lockhart, Lucius replied, his tone laced with amusement. Dante frowned slightly. Who is that? Narcissa gasped, her hand flying to her chest. How do you not know Gilderoy Lockhart? He's as famous as you are. She quickly launched into an explanation, her voice filled with admiration. He's written so many books about his adventures against dark creatures. Magical Me, Wanderings with Werewolves, Gaddying with Ghouls, they're all bestsellers. He's a legendary wizard with countless achievements and even has an Order of Merlin medal. Lucius nodded in agreement, though his smirk suggested he found the situation amusing. Gilderoy is quite the celebrity. Almost a household name. Dante's curiosity piqued, he took the letter from Lucius and opened it. His eyes scanned the contents quickly, his expression unreadable. After a moment, he flicked his wrist, and the letter burst into flames, disintegrating into ash. Narcissa stared in shock. Dante. Why did you burn it? Dante shrugged. It's a waste of time. This Lockhart person wants to co-write a book with me and share the profits. He claims we're two of the best wizards of this era. Lucius looked puzzled. Isn't that a good thing? Collaborating with someone of his stature could elevate your reputation even further. Dante shook his head. It's a waste of time. I have no interest in working with someone like him to write entertainment books. Narcissa, still unconvinced, summoned a copy of Magical Me with a flick of her wand and handed it to Dante. Read this, she insisted. You'll understand how great Gilderoy Lockhart is. Dante sighed but obliged, taking the book and settling back into his chair. As he read, Narcissa and Lucius sat nearby, enjoying their tea and discussing some of Lucius's recent work at the ministry. Meanwhile, Draco continued practicing the banishing charm, determined to meet Dante's expectations. Nearly an hour later, Dante closed the book and set it aside. He turned to Draco first. End your practice for today and have some rest. You did well, I believe you will master the charm tomorrow. Draco beamed, clearly relieved and proud of his progress. Narcissa, however, looked at Dante eagerly. Well. What do you think of Mr. Lockhart now? Dante's expression remained neutral as he replied, the book is good overall. It has accurate details about dark creatures and how to deal with them. The only problem is that Gilderoy Lockhart is probably a fraudster. Narcissa blinked, stunned by the accusation. Lucius and Draco, who had both heard of Lockhart's fame, were equally baffled. Are you joking? Narcissa asked, her voice tinged with disbelief. Lucius, who understood Dante better than anyone, asked. Why do you think he's a fraudster? Dante explained calmly, Lockhart was born in 1964, and this book was written in 1990. That means he was only 26 years old at the time. In the book, he describes an encounter with a banshee. Based on the encounter and the state of the banshee, it has to be during an eclipse. The last eclipse occurred in 1982, meaning he would have been 18 during that encounter. He also claims to have had other adventures before that, which would place his exploits during his Hogwarts years. However, his biography in the same book contradicts this, as there's no record of such activities during his time at school. Either he's lived multiple lives and gathered knowledge from countless encounters, or he's a fraudster. I'm inclined to believe the latter. The garden fell silent as Dante's reasoning sank in. Lucius was the first to recover, chuckling softly. As expected of the ancient ancestor, he thought, he uncovered Lockhart's deceit just from reading a single book. Narcissa, however, frowned deeply. To think I wanted my son to work with such a fraudster, she muttered, clearly disappointed in herself. Draco, meanwhile, looked at Dante with newfound admiration. His older brother's sharp mind and unerring judgment never ceased to amaze him. Dante stood up. I'd rather spend my time on something meaningful than waste it on such trash, he said, his tone final. With that, he headed to his workshop, leaving his family to process his revelation. As Dante disappeared into the manor, Lucius chuckled again, while Narcissa sighed, still processing the truth about her favorite author. Draco, inspired by his brother's brilliance, picked up his wand and began practicing the banishing charm once more despite feeling tired. He was determined to live up to the high standards Dante had set. Underscore 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 underscore. Dante stood in his workshop. He had been contemplating his next project for some time. The creation of magic circuits had already revolutionized the wizarding world, but Dante was not one to rest on his laurels. He wanted to push the boundaries further, to make magic more accessible and practical for everyone, not just the elite or the exceptionally skilled. As he paced the room, his gaze fell on a broken vase sitting on a shelf, a relic from one of his earlier experiments. It had been shattered for months, a reminder of the limitations of even the most skilled wizards. Repairing such damage required reparo, which all wizards can perform, but if the damage is to a much bigger object then reparo maxima is needed, an advanced spell that demands immense magical power and precise control. Many adult wizards struggled with it, and very few could perform it flawlessly. A smile tugged at Dante's lips as an idea crystallized in his mind. Why not create a magic circuit to perform reparo maxima, he thought. It was the perfect challenge, a spell that was both complex and universally useful. By embedding the spell into a circuit, he could make it accessible to wizards of all skill levels, democratizing a form of magic that had once been the domain of the elite. Chapter 25, A Raid Gone Wrong. For the rest of the summer holiday, when Dante wasn't with his family or teaching Draco, he spent his time working on his new magic circuit. The first step was to deconstruct the spell itself into runes. Dante sat at the table for hours, constructing runes to perform reparo maxima. The spell required not only a significant amount of magical energy but also a high level of control and consistency during the mending process. Dante's mind worked like a well-oiled machine, breaking down the spell into its core components. He identified the key magical pathways and the points where energy needed to be concentrated. Then, he began sketching a new design for the magic circuit, one that would replicate these pathways and automate the spellcasting process. 4 days, he constructed runes. 4 days, he translated those runes into smaller circuits. Finally, after 2 months of work, Dante managed to stack the circuits to create the first reparo maxima magic circuit. He leaned back and examined his creation. The magic circuit glowed faintly, shimmering with latent power. It was ready for testing. He placed the broken vase in the center of the table and activated the circuit. A soft hum filled the room as the magic flowed through the pathways, and in an instant, the vase was whole again, its cracks vanished as if they had never existed. It worked. A spell that had once been out of reach for most was now accessible to anyone with a magic circuit. Dante carried the magic circuit in his hand with a smile as he walked toward the door of his workshop. He was planning to share the news with his family and let Lucius spread the circuit so people could try to replicate it for actual use. This would encourage others to build their own magic circuits and further advance the field. Dante was just steps away from the door of his workshop, the newly completed reparo maxima magic circuit in his hand, when the door exploded. A blast of magical energy made him take few steps back, his ears ringing and his vision blurring for a moment. He blinked, his silver eyes narrowing as he looked up to see 3 men stepping through the shattered remains of the door. The men at the front had bright red hair and a stern expression. Behind him were 2 others, their wands drawn and their expressions serious. Dante immediately drew his own wand, his voice cold and sharp. "Who are you, and what are you doing here?" The red-haired man stepped forward, his tone formal but tinged with disdain. "Arthur Weasley, Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Office, Ministry of Magic. These are Oris Johnson and Carter. We're here to investigate reports of illegal dark artifacts." Dante's gaze flickered between the 3 men. Arthur continued, "We didn't mean to startle you, but we're here to do our job. Please step aside so we can continue our investigation." Dante didn't move. Instead, his eyes dropped to the magic circuit in his hand. His heart sank as he realized the delicate circuit had been destroyed in the blast. Months of work, gone. The materials alone were rare and difficult to acquire, dragon blood, basilisk skin, and other precious components. Rebuilding it would take months. His annoyance flared into anger, and when he looked up again, his silver eyes glowed faintly, radiating malice. The 3 men instinctively took a step back, unnerved by the intensity of his gaze. "You've ruined months of work," Dante said, his voice low and dangerous. "And now I'll need even more time to gather the materials to start over." Arthur frowned, his tone defensive. "That was an accident. The door was locked, and we assumed Lucius Malfoy was hiding something here." Dante's voice was icy. "The door wasn't locked. You 3 idiots blasted it for no reason. And look around you, do you see any dark artifacts?" Arthur's frown deepened, but he stood his ground. "We can't just look, we need to search carefully. Now, step aside. This is your last warning." Dante's eyes narrowed, his patience wearing thin. Arthur has always disliked the Malfoys, and fueled by his children's stories about Dante's actions at Hogwarts, he viewed Dante the same as Lucius, and with time Dante could become another Dark Lord considering his talent. Underscore 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 underscore. Earlier, in the dining room, Lucius, Narcissa, and Draco were enjoying a quiet lunch. Narcissa glanced at Dante's empty seat, her brow furrowed with concern. He's been working so hard lately. I hope he's not overdoing it. Lucius waved a hand dismissively. He'll be fine. Dante knows what he is doing. Draco nodded in agreement, though his eyes flickered with curiosity about what his brother was working on. Their conversation was interrupted when Dobby, the house elf, popped into the room. Master, mistress, visitors from the Ministry of Magic are here, he squeaked nervously. Lucius's expression darkened. The Ministry? What do they want? He rose from the table, Narcissa and Draco following close behind. They found Arthur Weasley and a group of aurors standing in the foyer, their wands at the ready. Weasley, Lucius said, his voice dripping with disdain. What brings you to my home? Arthur's expression was smug. We're here to search for dark artifacts. We have reason to believe you're hiding them. Lucius's jaw tightened, but before he could respond, one of the aurors stepped forward and handed him a search permit. This is official ministry business, Mr. Malfoy. Cooperate, or we'll treat you as a criminal. Lucius's eyes burned with anger, but he had no choice. He stepped aside, his voice cold. Search all you want. You'll find nothing. As the ministry officials began tearing through the manor, Arthur lingered, his smug expression infuriating Lucius. Narcissa's hands clenched into fists, but Lucius held her back. When the search reached Dante's workshop, Lucius stepped forward. My son is working in there. I'll inform him of your presence. Arthur immediately blocked his path. No one enters that room until we've searched it. We suspect you're hiding something there. The aurors exchanged glances, then one of them spoke. Mr. Malfoy, stay back. 2 of us will accompany Mr. Weasley to inspect the room. Lucius narrowed his eyes and said, very well. But if you anger my son, be prepared to visit St. Mungo's. Not taking Lucius's warning to heart, Arthur and the 2 other aurors walked toward the door, blasted it open, and entered. Lucius watched them enter and sighed. Narcissa tried to walk forward, but Lucius held her back. She looked at him angrily, but Lucius turned to the men in front of him and said, you can't say I didn't warn you, and you can use the Floo network. Moments later, screams echoed from the room, and the wall exploded outward, sending Arthur and the 2 aurors flying like rag dolls. They landed in a heap, unconscious and battered. From the wreckage, Dante emerged, his silver eyes glowing with fury. He radiated malice, his gaze locking onto the remaining aurors, who froze in fear. Lucius coughed lightly, breaking the tension. These 3 had nothing to do with the door. It was the red-haired idiot alone. Dante's gaze shifted to Arthur, who groaned weakly on the floor. With a flick of his wand, Dante struck him with a spell, causing Arthur to cry out in pain. The aurors raised their wands, but a single look from Dante made them lower them immediately. Without another word, Dante turned and walked back into his workshop. Lucius turned to the aurors again, his tone almost cheerful. You should take your colleagues to St. Mungo's. I believe they'll need extensive care. The aurors scrambled to obey, their earlier confidence gone. Narcissa was too stunned to speak, while Draco looked at his brother with awe, stars practically shining in his eyes. Lucius, Narcissa said, her voice trembling, how strong is Dante, exactly? Lucius smiled. He wasn't joking when he said he could take on Dumbledore. Narcissa felt a chill run down her spine. Her son was far more powerful than she had ever imagined. No wonder Lucius trusted him. Chapter 26, The Story Spin. Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic, sat comfortably in his lavish office, savoring a cup of tea. The position of minister had brought him immense satisfaction, power, prestige, and a steady stream of benefits. He had taken office after his predecessor, Millicent Bagnold, retired due to old age, and he fully intended to serve for a very long time. Life was good. Or so he thought. The peace of his afternoon was shattered when the door to his office was flung open with such force that it nearly came off its hinges. Cornelius jumped, spilling tea on his robes, and looked up to see Lucius Malfoy storming in, his face a mask of barely contained fury. Cornelius frowned, his initial shock giving way to irritation. He didn't particularly like Lucius Malfoy, but he respected the man's influence and deep pockets. Lucius's generous donations to the ministry had earned him a certain level of indulgence, but this intrusion was beyond the pale. Lucius, Cornelius began, his tone strained, what is the meaning of this? Lucius didn't bother with pleasantries. Why, he demanded, his voice cold and sharp, did a group of aurors, led by Arthur Weasley, suddenly show up at my door and search my manor as if I were some common thief? Cornelius blinked, taken aback by the accusation. I wasn't informed of any such operation, he stammered. But, as you know, law enforcement matters fall under the jurisdiction of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. They don't require my direct approval for every operation. Lucius's eyes narrowed, his gaze piercing. During their so-called operation, they used excessive force, destroying months of my son's research and work. Do you understand how much work he lost? Cornelius's mind raced. He remembered Dante Malfoy, the potion prodigy, the creator of magic circuits, the boy whose brilliance was matched only by his detachment from the world around him. How bad is it? He asked cautiously. Lucius's voice was icy. The research was to create Reparo Maxima, using a magic circuit. Dante had a working prototype. But thanks to the Auror's recklessness, everything was destroyed. The raw materials alone, dragon blood and basilisk skin, are not only expensive but also difficult to acquire. It will take weeks, if not months, to gather them again. Cornelius pursed his lips, his mind working furiously. The creation of such a magic circuit was no small feat, and the fact that it had been destroyed due to the ministry's actions could spell disaster for his reputation. I'll look into this, Cornelius said quickly, trying to sound authoritative. Those responsible for the excessive force will be punished. Lucius snorted, his disdain evident. No need. My son was displeased by what happened. He dealt with them himself. You'll find Arthur Weasley and the two Aurors in St. Mungo's hospital. Cornelius's eyes widened in shock. A child did that. Lucius ignored the question. I'll act as if this never happened, he continued, his tone firm. It will save both of us unnecessary headaches. But let me make one thing clear, I expect no such incident to occur again. Without waiting for a response, Lucius turned on his heel and strode out of the office, leaving Cornelius sitting in a stunned state. As the door closed behind Lucius, Cornelius leaned back in his chair, his mind racing. The search team had not only destroyed a significant research project but had also been beaten by a boy of barely 14 years. The implications to the public are how incompetent the ministry has become, and that worried him. It will be a direct hit to his reputation. Cornelius realized the true purpose of Lucius's visit. It wasn't just to complain, it was to prevent further trouble for his son and to save the ministry's face. If word got out that Aurors had destroyed groundbreaking research and been humiliated by a child, it would be a scandal of epic proportions. His eyes narrowed as he reached for a piece of parchment. He had work to do. First, he needed to deal with Arthur Weasley. How could the men be so reckless as to pull such a stunt? Second, he needed to clear the Malfoys' name ahead of time to avoid any damaging rumors. Cornelius sighed, rubbing his temples. Being Minister of Magic in time of peace was supposed to be enjoyable, not a headache. He began drafting a memo to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, followed by a letter to the Daily Prophet. _____________________________________________________________________________________________________________________2 days later, the Malfoy family gathered in the dining room for breakfast. Lucius sat at the head of the table, a copy of the Daily Prophet in his hands. The headline on the front page caught the attention of everyone immediately. The minister punishes Arthur Weasley and other Aurors for unauthorized operation. Lucius's lips curled into a satisfied smile as he began reading the article aloud for his family to hear. The article says, Lucius began, his tone dripping with amusement, that Minister Cornelius Fudge acted swiftly upon learning of an unauthorized search and investigation at Malfoy Manor. It claims that Arthur Weasley, driven by a personal grudge against me, organized a rogue operation to search our home for dark artifacts purely out of spite. Narcissa raised an eyebrow, her expression a mix of curiosity and mild surprise. Draco, seated beside her, leaned forward, eager to hear more. Lucius continued, according to the prophet, I was fully cooperative with the Aurors, but Arthur Weasley used excessive force to break open a door where Dante was working. The sudden intrusion prompted Dante to defend himself, resulting in an accident that sent Arthur to St. Mungo's hospital. Thankfully, the article emphasizes, the brilliant child remained safe and sound. Dante, who had been quietly reading a recently published paper on magic circuits, glanced up briefly at the mention of his name but said nothing. His expression remained neutral, as if the entire affair was of little consequence to him. Lucius read on. The Aurors, realizing the situation had spiraled out of control due to Arthur's recklessness, immediately halted the operation and reported to the minister. Fudge, in his wisdom, swiftly reprimanded them. The Aurors are now undergoing additional training to prevent such incidents in the future. As for Arthur Weasley, he has been demoted from his position as a senior officer in the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office. The minister decided to reduce his punishment, citing his injuries as part of his penalty. Narcissa shook her head, a small smile playing on her lips. The prophet certainly knows how to spin a story, she remarked. Lucius chuckled, folding the newspaper and setting it aside. Indeed. They've painted Arthur as the villain and us as the upstanding citizens while hiding the Aurors' loss. It's almost poetic. Draco grinned, clearly enjoying the outcome. Serves him right, he said, his voice tinged with satisfaction. Dante, however, remained focused on his reading, seemingly uninterested in the drama. His attention was fixed on the latest developments in magic circuits. Narcissa clapped her hands lightly, drawing everyone's attention. Well, now that that's settled, it's about time we go and buy supplies for Hogwarts. Children, you'll need new robes, books, and everything else for the upcoming term. Dante looked up briefly. The three of you can handle that, he said, his tone casual. I'll stay here and continue reading. You can buy whatever I need. Narcissa sighed, though her expression was fond. Very well, she said. We'll handle it. But don't spend the entire day buried in your readings, Dante. You need fresh air too. Dante nodded absently, already turning his attention back to his papers. As Lucius, Narcissa, and Draco prepared to leave for Diagon Alley, the atmosphere in the manor was light and cheerful. The Weasleys' humiliation had been a satisfying turn of events, and the Malfoys were more than happy to enjoy their victory. Meanwhile, Dante remained in the dining room, his mind already far away from the morning's drama. For him, the world of magic circuits and magical innovation was far more compelling than the petty squabbles of wizards. Chapter 27, Meetings. The Malfoy family, minus Dante, made their way to Diagon Alley. Lucius decided to stop by Gringotts first to retrieve some funds from the family vault. Narcissa and Draco, meanwhile, headed to the apothecary to gather potion supplies for the upcoming school year. As Lucius descended into the depths of Gringotts, the goblins guided him to the Malfoy vault with their usual air of indifference. The massive door creaked open, revealing piles of gold, rare artifacts, and heirlooms accumulated over generations. Lucius's eyes scanned the vault until they landed on a small, unassuming object tucked away in a corner, an old, leather-bound diary. He picked it up, his brow furrowing slightly. He had almost forgotten about this item. It had been given to him by the Dark Lord years ago, though its purpose had never been made clear to him. All he knew was that it was a dark artifact, one he had no use for. After the recent debacle with Arthur Weasley, the memory of the diary had resurfaced, and now, holding it in his hands, Lucius decided it was time to get rid of it. Best to be rid of such things, he muttered to himself, slipping the diary into his robe pocket. Leaving the vault, Lucius made his way to Flourish and Blots, where Narcissa and Draco were browsing for books. As he entered the shop, he immediately spotted Draco standing with a group of children. Among them were several redheads, Weasleys, no doubt, and a boy with messy black hair and round glasses. Harry Potter, Lucius realized, his lips curling into a sly smile. This was an opportunity too good to pass up. Lucius approached the group, his cane tapping lightly against the floor. He placed a hand on Draco's shoulder, interrupting the conversation. Draco, Lucius said smoothly, aren't you going to introduce me to your friends? Draco stepped aside, his expression a mix of pride and mild embarrassment. Father, this is Harry Potter, he said, gesturing to the scrawny boy. Lucius extended his hand, his smile polite. Mr. Potter, he said, his voice dripping with false warmth. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Lucius Malfoy. Harry shook his hand hesitantly, his expression wary. Lucius pulled the boy closer to him while saying, excuse me. Lucius used his cane to show Harry's forehead and spoke, your scar is a legend, and so the one who gave it to you. Harry looked warily at Lucius as he replied, Voldemort killed my parents, he was nothing more than a murdered. Lucius smiled and said, you must be very brave to mention his name or just foolish. Fearing a name only increases fear for the thing itself, a little girl standing to the side spoke. Lucius looked at the girl with amusement, he replied, and you must be Miss Granger. Draco, who was standing right next to her, nodded to his father. Draco told me all about you and your parents, muggles aren't they? Lucius said with a warm smile. Hermione glanced at her parents then back at Lucius but she said nothing. Lucius' smile remained unaffected, his eyes scanned the other children. Let's see, red hair, vacant expression, he paused then looked at Ginny and picked her second-hand transfiguration book while saying, a second-hand book, you must be the Weasleys. Lucius' eyes drifted to a man who just walked closer behind the children group and paused. It was Arthur Weasley but his state surprised Lucius. Arthur's eyes were rounder and wider than he remembered, his eyeballs were bulging almost as if they were going to fall out of their sockets. The current appearance of a Ruther could give any child a scare. Lucius immediately realized this was the work of Dante. He did something to Arthur and it seems the healers at St. Mungo couldn't undo it. Weasley Sr., I hope the ministry didn't treat you too harshly, Arthur. You had to do extra raids, Ruther, Lucius said with a smile. He paused for a moment and looked at the book in his hand then continued, I could think only of overtime, after seeing the state of this. What is the point of being a disgrace to the name of a wizard if you are not being paid for it? We are very different idea on what being a disgrace to the name of wizards, Malfoy, Arthur said, his bulging eyes filled with anger. Clearly, a wizard got beaten by a child. In my books, that's a disgrace, Lucius replied with disdain, knowing what Dante truly is won't prevent him from insulting Arthur. Lucius shook his head with the smile on his face as if he found Arthur to be amusing. He put back the transfiguration book and alongside it the diary in Ginny's cauldron. Lucius turned around and left confidently. Draco smiled disdainfully at the group as he said, I am looking forward to this school year. Then followed his father. Outside, Lucius was smiling happily, he had rid himself of a dangerous artifact and dealt a blow to the Weasleys in one fell swoop. Lucius turned to look at his son and asked, "Where is your mother?" "She went to purchase robes for Dante while I waited for you, father," Draco replied. Lucius nodded and the two made their way to join Narcissa. Underscore 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 underscore. The next day, Dante and Draco boarded the Hogwarts Express, the bustling platform filled with students and their families. As they stepped onto the train, Dante's eyes flickered toward a nearby compartment. He could feel it, his cloak was there. A faint smile tugged at his lips as he walked in that direction, Draco following close behind, assuming they were simply looking for a place to sit. When Dante opened the compartment door, he was met with the sight of 4 younger students, 2 girls and 2 boys, 3 of them wearing Gryffindor robes. Draco paused behind him, his eyes narrowing as he recognized them. "Potter," he said, his tone laced with disdain. The 4 children, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Ginny, didn't look friendly. The 2 boys stood quickly, their expressions wary. Dante's gaze drifted to Harry, the famous boy who lived. His eyes focused on the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead, and he froze. A Horcrux, Dante realized, his mind racing. The boy is a living Horcrux. In all his lives, Dante had never encountered such a thing. The idea of creating a living Horcrux was not only reckless but utterly foolish. Was it an accident? If so, how had it even happened? The concept made no sense to him. As he studied Harry further, he noticed something else, a faint trace of sacrificial magic woven into the boy's blood and body. During his second life over 7,500 years ago, Frigg had created this magic to protect Baldur. Dante couldn't help but feel melancholy at their memory. While Dante was lost in thought, Draco stepped forward, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "This is Harry Potter, the so-called savior and vanquisher of the Dark Lord." Ron, his face showing anger, stepped forward. "What do you want, Malfoy?" Jealous of Harry's fame. Draco snorted and opened his mouth to retort, but Dante raised a hand, silencing him. Draco obeyed immediately, his eyes flickering to his elder brother in confusion. Dante stepped closer to Harry, his silver eyes filled with curiosity. "Your body is quite interesting," he said softly. Harry stepped back, feeling uncomfortable under Dante's intense gaze. Hermione and Ginny moved closer to Harry, as if to shield him, while Ron pulled out his wand. "You are Dante Malfoy," Ron said, his voice shaking with anger. "The one who cursed my father." Dante's eyes shifted to Ron, his expression amused. "You must be the son of the blind redhead," he replied calmly. "I didn't curse him. I simply gave him what he lacked, bigger eyes to see things properly." Ron's face turned crimson with rage. He raised his wand, but before he could cast a spell, Draco disarmed him with a quick Expelliarmus. Ron's wand flew into Draco's hand, and the younger Malfoy smirked. "You should know your place, Weasley," Draco taunted. Dante, however, raised a hand again, silencing Draco. "We're not here to fight," he said, his tone calm but commanding. "Let's keep things civil." The 4 children exchanged uneasy glances. They had heard stories about Dante Malfoy, the prodigy, the creator of magic circuits, the boy who had humiliated Aurors and left them in St. Mungo's. His presence alone was enough to make them nervous. Dante turned his attention back to Harry. "I didn't expect to see something interesting after hearing Draco's stories," he said, his voice thoughtful. Harry frowned, confused. "What do you mean?" Draco, lowering his wand, looked at Dante with a puzzled expression. "What's so interesting about Potter?" Dante's gaze remained fixed on Harry as he explained. "The boy isn't the vanquisher of the Dark Lord, nor is he anything special. But his mother, she must have been a brilliant witch." The compartment fell silent as Dante continued. "She cast a very old sacrificial magic, one that cost her life in exchange for protecting her child from a specific harm." Draco's eyes widened. "What kind of magic is that?" "It's a blood magic born of the purest love," Dante replied. "It requires an intense love and desire to protect someone you hold dear. In the process, the caster pays with their life to achieve that protection. This magic was created by a great witch named Frigg to protect her son, Baldur. Sadly, despite her sacrifice, Baldur died not long after." Dante's gaze had a hint of sorrow as he looked at Harry. "Your mother loved you so dearly that she burned her life to defend you. And her magic still do till now, years after her passing." Harry's breath caught in his throat, his heart pounding. Hermione and Ginny looked at him with wide eyes, while Ron's anger seemed to fade into shock. Dante's smile returned, though it was tinged with something else. "And the scar on your head, it's more interesting than I thought. To think I would see a living one." He didn't elaborate further, leaving the group to wonder what he meant. With that, Dante turned and left the compartment. Draco dropped Ron's wand on the floor and followed close behind. The younger Malfoy had a thoughtful look on his face, clearly processing what he had just heard. The four children sat in silence, the weight of Dante's words settling over them. Harry, in particular, felt a mix of emotions, grief, gratitude, and a strange sense of unease. Chapter 28, Luna Lovegood. Dante and Draco quickly found an empty compartment and settled in. Draco still wore a thoughtful expression, his mind racing with the information Dante had shared about Harry Potter. After a moment, he turned to his brother, who just opened a book. "What's so special about Harry's scar?" Draco asked, his voice low. Dante glanced at him. Voldemort was foolish enough to create a link between himself and Harry, he explained. "For what reason, I can't fathom. But it means Voldemort is probably not truly dead." Draco's eyes widened. "The Dark Lord, alive?" Dante nodded. "I'm not sure how it will affect Harry, but my guess is that it will boost his magical talent and power over time." Draco sat back, his mind reeling. He didn't fully understand the magic Dante was talking about, but the idea that the Dark Lord might still be out there was both shocking and unsettling. Before Draco could press further, the compartment door slid open. A small, dreamy-looking girl with long, pale blonde hair and wide, silvery eyes stepped in. She wore radish-shaped earrings and carried a peculiar air of calmness. "Can I join you?" she asked, her voice soft and melodic. Dante looked up briefly. "You can sit," he said, his tone neutral. Draco glanced at the girl, noting she is not wearing any house robes, and quickly lost interest. He turned his attention back to the window, his thoughts still on Dante's revelation. Just as the girl, Luna Lovegood, settled into her seat, the compartment door opened again. This time, two more girls entered. The older one, Daphne Greengrass, was a familiar face to both Dante and Draco. She was elegant and composed, with sharp features and an air of confidence. Beside her was her younger sister, Astoria, who was shyer and more reserved. "Hello, Draco, Dante," Daphne greeted, her tone polite but warm. "Daphne," Draco replied with a nod. Dante glanced up briefly. "Greengrass," he acknowledged before returning to his book. Astoria, standing slightly behind her sister, offered a shy smile. "Hello," she said softly. The two sisters introduced themselves to Luna, who smiled dreamily and introduced herself in return. "I'm Luna Lovegood," she said, her voice carrying a hint of whimsy. As the group settled in, Dante continued reading his book, seemingly indifferent to the newcomers. Luna, meanwhile, pulled out the latest issue of the Quibbler and began reading silently. Astoria, noticing the magazine, looked surprised. "You're reading the Quibbler?" she asked, her tone incredulous. Luna nodded calmly. "It's interesting and filled with information," she replied. Astoria's expression turned aghast. Even as a young girl, she had heard how ridiculous the Quibbler was. Draco, overhearing the conversation, couldn't resist chiming in. "You shouldn't read that," he said, his tone dismissive. "It's a lunatic rag. It'll rot your brain." Luna looked down, her dreamy expression faltering slightly, but she said nothing. Daphne glanced at Dante, who was still engrossed in his book. "Senior Dante," she said, addressing him respectfully, "what do you think of the Quibbler?" Dante didn't look up from his book. "I have no opinion," he said simply. "I haven't read it, and I don't make judgments on things I haven't checked." Daphne hummed thoughtfully, while Astoria looked at Dante with curiosity. Draco, used to his brother's detached demeanor, didn't react. Luna, however, looked up, her silvery eyes bright with interest. His response was different from the usual dismissal or laughter she received. After a moment of silence, Luna spoke again. "What do you think of Crumplehorn Snorkax?" she asked, her tone earnest. Dante, without looking up from his book, "I've never heard of them," he admitted. Luna's face lit up, and she began describing the creature in detail. Crumplehorn Snorkax are rare, magical creatures with spiral-shaped horns. They're said to live in remote forests and are known for their ability to blend into their surroundings, so no one saw them. Some people think they're just myths, but I believe they're real. Astoria couldn't resist chiming in after Luna's description of the Crumplehorn Snorkax. "It doesn't exist," she said, her tone matter of fact. "The fact that no one has ever seen one is proof enough." Draco, always eager to join in on the criticism, added, "Anyone can imagine a creature and say it exists, but that doesn't make it real. The world doesn't work like that." Daphne didn't say anything, but she nodded in agreement, her expression mirroring her sister's skepticism. Luna, however, wasn't discouraged. Instead, she turned to Dante, her silvery eyes filled with curiosity. "Do you think Crumplehorn Snorkax exist?" she asked, her voice calm and earnest. Dante finally looked up at her, his expression thoughtful. "What you described applies to many creatures," he began. "Unicorns and Kirin, for example, both live in remote forests and have spiral-shaped horns. There's even a creature called the narwhal that lives in the ocean and has a similar horn." He paused, his gaze shifting to Luna. "By your definition, you could call unicorns Crumplehorn Snorkax, and you'd be completely right. A name is just a label to point to things. Dante leaned back slightly, his tone measured as he continued. You can apply the same logic to extinct creatures, undiscovered ones, or even magically transfigured beings. In the end, you'll still end up with something you could call a crumplehorn snorkack. He looked directly at Luna, his silver eyes meeting hers. Whether it exists or not is up to you. The way you define it and what you decide is a crumplehorn snorkack is what counts. Luna was silent for a moment, her expression of a surprise. This was a response she had never heard before. Unlike the ridicule she and her father usually faced, Dante's words were new and strangely comforting. Finally, she spoke, her voice soft but determined. I will find the real crumplehorn snorkack, the one no one has seen before. Dante's lips curved into a faint smile. Then if you discover a new creature, that will be your crumplehorn snorkack, he said before returning his attention to his book. He appreciated a child's will and desire to discover the unknown, he hoped she would not lose it on her journey. Luna smiled and looked back at the issue of the Quibbler in her hands, her resolve seemingly strengthened. Draco, Daphne, and Astoria, however, were silent. They hadn't thought of it that way before. While they still found the idea of crumplehorn snorkacks ridiculous, they had to admit that Dante's line of thinking was far different from theirs, and perhaps even a little profound. The rest of the train ride passed peacefully. Most of the conversation was between Draco, Daphne, and Astoria, with Dante and Luna only chiming in when directly addressed. Dante remained engrossed in his book, while Luna quietly read her magazine, her mind clearly elsewhere. When the train finally arrived at Hogwarts, the group separated. Luna and Astoria left to join the other first years, but before she left, Luna turned to Dante. Which house do you think will suit me? She asked, her tone curious. Dante didn't hesitate. Ravenclaw, he said simply. Luna nodded, a small smile on her face, and left with Astoria. Dante, Draco, and Daphne made their way into the castle with the rest of the students. The Great Hall was alive with chatter and excitement as the sorting ceremony began. Each house erupted into applause as new students were sorted. Ginny Weasley joined Gryffindor, Luna Lovegood was sorted into Ravenclaw, just as Dante had predicted, and Astoria Greengrass joined her sister in Slytherin. At the end of the ceremony, Dumbledore stood to welcome the students to a new year at Hogwarts. This year, he announced, our new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor is Gilderoy Lockhart. At the mention of Lockhart's name, Dante raised an eyebrow. He hadn't forgotten the fraudster's letter or his name. Dante wondered if the man is more than meets the eye, otherwise how did he make it into Hogwarts? With the ceremony concluded, the students dispersed to their respective common rooms. Dante, Draco, and the other Slytherins made their way to the dungeons, the events of the day already fading into the background as they prepared for the start of another year at Hogwarts. Chapter 29, The Unforgivable Lesson. The next morning, Dante, Draco, and the rest of the Slytherin house made their way to the Great Hall for breakfast. As they walked, they encountered Luna Lovegood, who greeted them with her usual dreamy smile. Dante nodded in acknowledgement, and Draco, though less enthusiastic, followed suit. The group entered the dining hall, with Luna heading to the Ravenclaw table and the Slytherins taking their seats. As they ate, Draco groaned. Herbology first thing in the morning, he muttered. What a waste of time. He turned to Dante. What's your first class? Defense Against the Dark Arts, Dante replied, his tone neutral. Draco raised an eyebrow. How bad do you think Lockhart will be? Dante shrugged. I don't know. He made it to Hogwarts, so it shouldn't be too terrible. Draco snorted. If last year's professor is anything to go by, don't underestimate how bad it can get. Before Dante could respond, a bright flash of light hit them. Dante turned to see a first-year Gryffindor holding a camera, a wide grin on his face. Hi. I'm Colin Creevey, the boy said excitedly. I just wanted to take a photo of the famous Dante Malfoy. The Slytherins around them looked annoyed, and Draco stood up, his expression dark. Do your parents not teach you manners? He snapped. Colin's smile faltered, and he took a step back. Dante, however, said calmly, sit down, Draco. Then, turning to Colin, he added, it's rude to take photos of people without asking. It can easily be misunderstood as disrespect. Colin's face turned red. I am sorry. I was just excited. I'll ask next time. With that, the boy hurried away, and the Slytherins returned to their breakfast. Underscore. Later, Dante made his way to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. The first class of the year was shared with Gryffindor, and the room was already buzzing with chatter when he arrived. He took a seat near the front, his expression as detached as ever. Lockhart entered the room with his usual flair, his robe shimmering and his smile blinding. Welcome, welcome, he said, his voice booming. I am Gilderoy Lockhart, your new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, and 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award. He paused, clearly expecting applause, but the room remained silent. Undeterred, Lockhart handed out a quiz to the students. Let's see how well you've read my books. Dante looked down at the paper in front of him, his brow furrowing slightly. The questions were all about Lockhart himself, his favorite color, his achievements, his hobbies. Dante glanced at the paper next to him, half expecting it to be different, but it was the same. Annoyance flickered in Dante's eyes as Lockhart approached. Professor Lockhart, Dante said, his voice calm but firm, I'm not here for jokes. This is a class for learning. He handed the blank quiz back to Lockhart. Lockhart's smile faltered. This is not a joke, Mr. Malfoy, he said, his tone sharp. Such behavior is inexcusable, even for someone as famous as you. The student snickered, and Lockhart felt a surge of satisfaction. In his mind, this was what Dante deserved for stealing his spotlight and ignoring his letter. Dante, however, was unimpressed. Without a word, the quiz paper in his hand burst into flames, turning to ash in an instant. His silver eyes glowed faintly as he spoke. Lockhart, if you're here to teach, do it properly. Otherwise, leave the school early. The room fell silent. Lockhart's face darkened. 10 points from Slytherin for disrespecting a professor, he said, his voice trembling with anger. The Gryffindors nearly cheered, while the Slytherins looked pained but remained silent. Dante's eyes narrowed. He didn't care about the points, but Lockhart's behavior was repulsing. He stood up and walked to the front of the class, ignoring Lockhart's protests. Another 10 points from Slytherin, Lockhart said with an angry voice. The 4th year is about learning curses and countering them, Dante began, his voice calm but commanding. The most important curses of this year are the 3 unforgivable curses. Lockhart stepped forward, his face red with anger. What do you think you're doing? Dante ignored him. The first is the torture curse, Crucio. He pointed his wand at Lockhart, who froze in place with a shocked look. Crucio, Dante spoke softly. Lockhart dropped to the ground, screaming in agony. The students watched in horror as Dante calmly explained the curse. The Cruciatus curse inflicts unbearable pain on the victim. It's one of the darkest spells in existence, as you can torture someone into madness with this curse. You can block and evade it, but once it hits you, you can only wait for the effect to end. When Lockhart's scream subsided, Dante continued. The second is the Imperius curse, Imperio. He pointed his wand again at Lockhart and spoke, Imperio. Lockhart stood up, a blank smile on his face. He began slapping himself repeatedly as Dante explained. The Imperius curse allows the caster to control the victim's actions completely. You can break free out of its control, if you have strong will, of course, which is something Lockhart here clearly lacks. Dante released Lockhart from the curse, and the man collapsed to his knees, trembling. The third is the killing curse, Avada Kedavra, Dante said, his voice cold. Lockhart's eyes widened in terror, and he began crawling away. Dante's silver eyes bore into him, devoid of emotion. What do you think of the first curse, Lockhart? Dante asked. Lockhart stared at him, too afraid to speak. I think it deserves 10 points for flawless execution, Dante said. Lockhart nodded frantically. 10 points to Slytherin. And the Imperius curse? Another 10 points to Slytherin. Dante's gaze hardened. I can also perform the killing curse flawlessly. Lockhart paled. 20 points to Slytherin. Dante lowered his wand, his voice icy. There is no place in this world that can keep you safe from me. Teach the students properly, or you are not needed in this world. With that, Dante turned and left the classroom, leaving behind a broken professor and a room full of terrified students. The aftermath of Dante's demonstration in the Defense Against the Dark Arts class spread like wildfire through Hogwarts. Students talked about what happened, their voices filled with a mix of awe and fear. Lockhart, still trembling and in shock, had to be carried to the infirmary by a group of Gryffindor and Slytherin students. The sight of the once flamboyant professor reduced to a quivering mess was something no one would soon forget. By the time the next period was supposed to begin, the entire school had heard the news. A student had used the unforgivable curses on a professor, on the first day of class, no less, as a demonstration. It was unheard of, and the professors were left scrambling to respond. Classes for the next period were abruptly cancelled as the staff gathered in Dumbledore's office. The atmosphere was tense, the air thick with disbelief and anger. What was Lockhart thinking? Professor McGonagall demanded, her voice sharp. Handing out a quiz about himself on the first day. It's completely unacceptable. And Dante, Professor Flitwick added, his tone a mix of concern and frustration. Using the unforgivable curses on a professor. What student does that? Snape, standing in the corner with his usual scowl, remained silent, though his expression was pensive. Many of the professors remembered Dante as a respectful, calm, and hard-working child. This sudden display of ruthlessness was as shocking as it was troubling. Dumbledore sat at his desk, his hands steepled in front of him, his expression thoughtful. "We must address this situation carefully," he said, his voice calm but firm. "Dante's actions cannot be ignored, but we must also consider the circumstances that led to this." Before the discussion could continue, the door to the office opened. The professors turned, their eyes widening in surprise as Dante stepped inside. His expression was as calm and unreadable as ever, his silver eyes scanning the room with quiet confidence. "I heard there was a meeting about me," Dante said, his voice steady. "I thought I should be here myself." The room fell silent, the professors exchanging uneasy glances. No one had expected Dante to show up uninvited, let alone with such composure. Dumbledore was the first to speak. "Dante," he said, his tone measured, "your actions today were unprecedented. Using the unforgivable curses on a professor is a serious matter." Dante replied. "I felt it was necessary to demonstrate the gravity of the situation." "The gravity of the situation?" Professor McGonagall repeated, her voice rising. "You attacked a professor." "I did," Dante admitted, his tone calm. "But only after he proved himself incapable of teaching. Lockhart's quiz was a waste of time, and his incompetence is a danger to the students. If he cannot handle the responsibility of teaching defense against the dark arts, he has no place in this school." The professors exchanged uneasy glances. While they couldn't deny the truth in Dante's words, his methods were deeply troubling. "Dante," Dumbledore said, his voice gentle but firm, "there are proper channels for addressing such concerns. What you did was reckless and dangerous." Dante's gaze met Dumbledore's, his silver narrowing. "Albus Dumbledore, part of your job is to interview and check the material of school ahead of time. This was the rule set since the founding of the school. Lockhart's incompetence was evident from the moment he stepped into the classroom, and his start was the worst I have ever seen or heard of. If you can't do your job, you are also not needed. I warned you before, this is the second strike. The next time, you will answer to me." Dante's eyes glowed dangerously. At its core, the reason why he kept reincarnating was to explore the world and spread knowledge, and viewed tarnishing this as a grave sin. It goes against his purpose of existence. He is especially angry that this school is responsible for most of the wizards in England. The room fell silent again, the weight of Dante's words sinking in. The professors were torn between their outrage at his actions and shock from the blatant threat. On the other hand, Dumbledore felt a chill crawl up his spine. In all his long life he has never felt death so close. Finally, he spoke carefully. "Dante, your actions are excessive. However, I will take your concerns into account as we decide how to proceed." "Very well. But let me be clear, if that fraudster remains in this school, he has to do his job properly, otherwise I won't sit idly watching him ruin the students," Dante replied as his eyes stopped glowing. And with that, Dante turned and left the office, leaving the professors stunned. Chapter 30, Aftermath. After Dante left the headmaster's office, the room remained silent for a moment, the weight of his words and actions still hanging heavily in the air. Professor Sprout was the first to break the silence, her voice tinged with confusion. "How did he even get in here?" she asked, her brow furrowed. "Did someone tell him the password?" No one answered. The professors exchanged uneasy glances, but no one had an explanation. Snape, standing in the corner with his usual scowl, broke the silence with a sarcastic remark. "Yes, how he entered is our greatest concern at the moment." His dark eyes shifted to Dumbledore, his expression sharp. "Headmaster, what was the warning Dante mentioned? And what was the first strike he spoke of?" Dumbledore sighed, his aged face showing a rare hint of weariness. "I made a mistake that put me on Dante's bad side," he admitted. "It seems he does not take such things lightly." Snape's lips curled into a faint smirk. "Only bad. He just threatened you, and I have no doubt he will act on it if provoked." Professor McGonagall's face was full of anger. "His behavior is completely improper," she said, her voice sharp. "How did he change so much? He was always so respectful and diligent." Flitwick nodded in agreement, his expression troubled. "Indeed. This sudden shift in his behavior is deeply concerning." Snape, however, shook his head. "I don't believe he's changed," he said, his tone thoughtful. "Lucius has told me how much Dante values learning and how relentless he is in his pursuit of knowledge. Even when helping Draco, he expects nothing but the best. I think he simply gave you his respect because you earned it. Lockhart, on the other hand, earned the unforgivable curses for his incompetence." The room fell silent as Snape's words sank in. The professors exchanged uneasy glances, realizing the possible truth in his assessment. Snape turned to Dumbledore, his expression serious. "What should we do?" "I'm willing to bet Dante has the guts to attack you if he views the outcome as undesirable." Dumbledore's face was thoughtful, but deep down, he was troubled. He didn't want to admit to the other professors that he wasn't confident in his ability to rein Dante in with strength. His instincts told him that Dante was extremely dangerous, possibly on par with him, if not more. And the boy was still young, with immense room for growth. A mistake now could result in the birth of one of the strongest dark wizards the world had ever seen. After a long moment of silence, Dumbledore finally spoke. "We will handle this carefully," he said, his voice calm but firm. "First, I will review Lockhart's material ahead of time and help him prepare for his classes. As for Dante..." He paused, his gaze sweeping the room. "We will subtract 50 points from Slytherin for his behavior. He will also no longer be allowed to attend Defense Against the Dark Arts classes. Lastly, as punishment, he will write detailed books about his magic circuits and store them in the library for future students to study." The professors exchanged surprised glances. While the punishment seemed lenient, almost a slap on the wrist, they understood the reasoning behind it. Dante was a brilliant but volatile student, and pushing him too hard could have disastrous consequences. Professor McGonagall sighed, her anger giving way to concern. "We must tread carefully," she said. "Dante's mentality is extreme, and he has the power and skill to back it up. The best course of action is to try to change his thoughts slowly and make him see force as a last resort, not a first response." The other professors nodded in agreement, though the tension in the room remained palpable. Dante Malfoy was no ordinary student, and dealing with him would require more than just discipline, it would require wisdom and patience. As the meeting concluded, the professors left the office one by one, each lost in their own thoughts. Underscore. When Dante walked into the Great Hall for lunch, the room fell silent. Students stopped eating and turned to stare at him, their expressions a mix of awe and fear. The whispers began almost immediately, spreading like wildfire. "That's him," someone murmured. "The one who used the unforgivable curses on Lockhart." "He made a professor shake like a child," another student added, their voice hushed. Dante ignored the stares and whispers, his expression as calm and unreadable as ever. He made his way to the Slytherin table, where the atmosphere was markedly different. The Slytherins looked at him with pride and respect, their admiration evident. Draco, seated at the table, glanced up as Dante approached. "Was it really that bad?" he asked, his tone a mix of curiosity and amusement. Dante sat down and replied matter-of-factly, "Lockhart is an incompetent idiot." He paused, then added, "If he still has the face to stay, let me know if he does anything. I'll deal with him permanently." Draco chuckled, shaking his head. "I told you it could get very bad." Their conversation was overheard by the other Slytherins, who exchanged impressed glances. To them, Dante was a legend, a student who had the guts to attack a professor and openly declare he would kill him if necessary. The Gryffindors might pride themselves on courage, but Dante Malfoy was redefining what it meant to be fearless. Not long after, Dumbledore entered the Great Hall, his presence commanding immediate attention. The headmaster stood at the front of the room and announced Dante's punishment. Mr. Malfoy's actions, while understandable in context, were unacceptable, Dumbledore said, his voice calm but firm. As such, Slytherin will lose 50 points. Additionally, Dante will no longer attend Defense Against the Dark Arts classes and will instead write detailed books on his magic circuits for the Hogwarts library. Let this be a reminder that there are proper channels for addressing concerns. Force should always be the last resort. The students exchanged incredulous looks. This was Dante's punishment. It felt like a slap on the wrist. Even the 50-point deduction was offset by the 20 points Lockhart had already given Slytherin, leaving a net loss of only 30 points. Students fighting in the corridors could lose more than that. Dante, however, didn't seem to care. The points were meaningless to him, and he had no intention of returning to Lockhart's class anyway. As for the books on magic circuits, he had already planned to share his research with the public. After lunch, the students headed to their next classes. Dante made his way to Transfiguration, where he sat at the back of the room, writing in a notebook instead of paying attention to Professor McGonagall's lecture. When McGonagall called on him to demonstrate a spell, Dante performed it flawlessly, then immediately returned to his writing. The other students watched in awe, their respect for him growing even further. After class, McGonagall approached Dante, her expression stern. "Mr. Malfoy," she said, "what were you working on during my lesson?" Dante looked up, his silver eyes calm. "A new magic circuit," he replied. "A counter for the Cruciatus curse." McGonagall's eyebrows shot up. "A counter for Crucio? That's no small feat." Dante shrugged. "I had the idea while torturing Lockhart." McGonagall pursed her lips, her disapproval evident. "Mr. Malfoy, even if Professor Lockhart's performance was unsatisfactory, attacking him was wrong. And speaking of torturing him as if he were an insect rather than a human being is deeply disturbing." Dante met her gaze, his expression unchanging. I find tolerance toward incompetence like Lockhart's to be the truly disturbing thing, he said. To allow someone to destroy the next generation and do nothing about it makes no sense to me. A teacher should be a model and inspire students. If they can't be that, he must be made into an example. There's no in-between. That's how important your job is. With that, Dante left the classroom, leaving McGonagall standing stunned by his uncompromising mentality. She disagreed with his logic, but a small part of her couldn't help but acknowledge the truth in his words. Chapter 31, Handling Conflicts. 1 week into his 4th year at Hogwarts, Dante found himself heading to the Quidditch pitch at Draco's insistence. His younger brother had been unusually persistent, claiming he had something to show him. As Dante approached the pitch, he was met with the sight of the Slytherin and Gryffindor Quidditch teams facing off, tensions running high. Draco, wearing the Slytherin team uniform, was standing near Hermione Granger, his expression smug. It seemed he had said something provocative, as Ron Weasley stormed toward him, his face red with anger. "You'll pay for that, Malfoy," Ron shouted, raising his wand. Draco, thanks to his rigorous training under Dante, reacted quickly. He sidestepped Ron's spell and retaliated with one of his own. Slugulus Eructo. Draco incanted, sending Ron flying 3 meters backward. The redhead landed hard on the ground, his face paling as he clutched his stomach. The two teams immediately broke into chaos, wands drawn and spells ready to fly. Dante, who had been calmly observing the scene, raised his wand. A burst of purple light shot toward the groups, and in an instant, all the wands were ripped from their hands and suspended in midair. "What do you all think you're doing?" Dante's voice cut through the tension like a knife, drawing everyone's attention. The Slytherins broke into smiles, their confidence bolstered by Dante's presence. The Gryffindors, however, looked uneasy. Dante's reputation as the student who had humiliated Lockhart and faced no serious consequences had made him a figure of both awe and fear. Ron, still lying on the ground, groaned and vomited a slug. Dante glanced at him, then turned to Draco with a raised eyebrow. "Really? This disgusting spell?" Draco shrugged. "He tried to hit me with it first. I just paid him back." Ron vomited another slug, his face turning green. Dante sighed and pointed his wand at the boy. A pale green light shot out, and Ron's complexion began to improve. The slug stopped, and he sat up weakly, glaring at Draco. Dante turned to his brother. "What's going on?" Draco explained, "Professor Snape gave us permission to train today because I'm the new Slytherin Seeker. But the Gryffindors aren't happy about it." Harry Potter stepped forward, his voice sharp. The fight broke out because Draco called Hermione a filthy mudblood. Draco's face darkened. "Only after she insulted me." Dante's gaze shifted to Hermione, who took a step back, her expression nervous. She didn't fear Draco, if anything, she felt disdain for him and a slight jealousy over his academic performance. But Dante was a different story. The older Malfoy had taken down her idol, Lockhart, and sent him to the infirmary on the first day of class. Even the professors hadn't punished him properly. Dante's eyes returned to Draco. "The moment you stooped to their level, you became part of the problem," he said firmly. "Be the bigger person and apologize first." Draco hesitated, his pride warring with his respect for his brother. Finally, he muttered, "Sorry, Granger." The apology shocked everyone, including the Slytherins. Hermione blinked, unsure how to respond. Dante turned to the Gryffindor team. "Leave the pitch. If you have objections, take them to Professor Snape." The Gryffindors exchanged uneasy glances but didn't argue. Dante's presence was too intimidating. With a flick of his wand, Dante released the suspended wands, and they dropped back into their owner's hands. The Gryffindor team left the pitch, their heads hung in defeat, while the Slytherins stood victorious. Dante turned to Draco, a faint smile on his lips. "So, you're the new Seeker?" Draco nodded, a hint of pride in his expression. Dante held out his hand. "Hand me your broom." Underscore. Another week had passed, and the halls of Hogwarts were silent under the cover of night. The curfew had begun 2 hours ago, but Dante was still in the astronomy tower, engrossed in his work. His latest magic circuit, designed to counter the Cruciatus curse, was progressing, but the runes weren't perfect yet. A stronger wizard could easily break through the current design. "I need to improve its strength before translating it into a circuit," Dante muttered to himself, his silver eyes scanning the intricate runes on the parchment before him. Realizing it was late, he decided to call it a night. He packed his notes and wand, then made his way down the tower. As he walked through the dimly lit corridors, he noticed a small figure wandering barefoot. It was Luna Lovegood, her dreamy expression unchanged despite the late hour. Dante raised an eyebrow and disabled his disillusionment charm, appearing out of thin air. Luna was startled for a moment but then smiled warmly. "Hello, Dante," she said, her voice soft and melodic. "Why are you out after curfew?" Dante asked, his tone plain. Luna sighed. "The door to the Ravenclaw common room was closed while I was outside, so I couldn't get back in." Dante's gaze dropped to her bare feet. "And why are you walking barefoot?" Luna smiled. "Nargles took and hid my shoes." "Mischievous little things." Dante raised an eyebrow. "Nargles." Luna's eyes lit up. "They're tiny creatures that like to play pranks. They have blue bodies and yellow heads, but they are invisible to most people." Dante had a thoughtful look on his face. "They sound like Smurfs," he said. "Creatures that lived in Egypt thousands of years ago. Not everyone could see them back then, and they were eventually exterminated because they spread disease. The pixies we know today are related to them." Luna's eyes brightened. "You believe they're real?" "I believe they were real and are now extinct," Dante replied. "But until someone proves otherwise, I'll keep an open mind. You can check on them in the library and make sure if Nargles are the same as Smurfs. There is a description of Smurfs in Extinct Magical Beast Encyclopedia." Then, he tore a sheet of paper from his notebook and transfigured it into a pair of shoes. "Here," he said, handing them to Luna. "Wear these. I'll help you get back into your dormitory and deal with the Nargles. I am their nemesis, after all." Luna smiled and slipped on the shoes. As they walked, she chatted about the creatures she believed in and the things she had read. Dante responded with his own knowledge, treating her words with a seriousness she rarely encountered. Luna felt a warmth in her chest, grateful to have found someone who didn't ridicule her. When they reached the Ravenclaw common room, Dante waved his wand at the eagle statue. The staircase appeared, and Luna looked at him in surprise. "Why didn't it ask for a password?" she asked. "Not everyone is interested in puzzles like Rowena," Dante explained. "So when the tower was created, a way to enter it without solving the riddle was created." They stepped inside the common room, where a few older students were still awake. Among them was the Ravenclaw prefect, who stood up immediately upon seeing Dante. "Luna, go to sleep, I will deal with the Nargles then leave," Dante told Luna. Luna hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "Good night." Dante nodded, then turned to face the approaching prefect. "You're Dante Malfoy," the prefect said, his tone wary. "What are you doing here?" Dante ignored the question. "Are you the prefect?" The student nodded. "Your house is bullying a first year," Dante said, his voice cold. "You trapped her outside the tower barefoot and left her to wander the school alone. I'm disappointed. I expect you to make sure this doesn't happen again. I'll also inform Professor Flitwick." The prefect's face paled, but he didn't argue. Dante turned to leave but paused at the door. "If I see or hear of Luna Lovegood being bullied again," he said, his tone icy, "I'll personally correct the entire house's behavior." With that, he left, leaving the prefect and the other students silent. The prefect knew better than to challenge Dante. The boy who had attacked a professor and faced no serious consequences was not someone to cross. From that night onward, the treatment of Luna Lovegood within Ravenclaw House improved significantly. The older students, wary of Dante's warning and his fearsome reputation, made sure no one dared to bully or ridicule her. The prefect, in particular, took extra care to ensure Luna was included and treated with respect, knowing full well the consequences of crossing Dante Malfoy. Rumors began to spread throughout Hogwarts that Dante had taken a liking to the first-year girl and was actively protecting her from bullies. Whispers circulated that he had threatened to destroy the Ravenclaw Tower if Luna was harmed, a claim that, while exaggerated, added to his growing legend. Students from all houses looked at Luna with a mix of curiosity and caution, wondering what made her so special to the genius and dangerous Dante Malfoy. For Luna, however, life became a little easier, and she could wander the halls with her usual dreamy smile, knowing she had a guardian watching over her. Chapter 32, First Attack. For a few weeks, life at Hogwarts had been peaceful for Dante. No altercations, no events, just quiet days spent working on his magic circuits and attending classes. Tonight, however, was Halloween, and the Great Hall was alive with the festive atmosphere of the feast. Dante sat at the Slytherin table, enjoying the food alongside Draco and their housemates. Draco, ever the Potter obsessed, leaned over to Dante. "Harry Potter's missing," he said, his tone a mix of curiosity and disdain. Dante glanced at his brother, raising an eyebrow. "Why are you so obsessed with the Potter boy?" Draco scowled. "He's repulsive and annoying. He doesn't deserve all the special treatment he gets." Dante was momentarily speechless. Draco, who had received more special treatment and training than anyone else in the school, was showing jealousy of Harry Potter. Dante sighed. "Give the boy a break, Draco. This isn't a rivalry, it's just bullying at this point." Draco crossed his arms. "Not until he admits defeat." Dante frowned, wondering what defeat Draco was talking about, but he let it slide. Underscore 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 underscore. After the feast, the Slytherins left the Great Hall, only to find a crowd gathered in the corridor. Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Hermione Granger stood frozen in front of a horrifying sight. Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, hung by her tail from a torch bracket. Blood-red words were scrawled on the wall. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the heir, beware. Draco read the message aloud, a smirk playing on his lips, but he didn't say anything more. Dante, however, focused on the cat. His first thought was clear: she's petrified. Filch pushed through the crowd, his face pale with rage. He grabbed Harry by the collar. "You," he shouted. "You have murdered my cat." Harry stammered, "I didn't. I swear." Filch was shaking with anger, but Dante stepped forward, his calm voice cutting through the tension. "The cat isn't dead," he said. "She's just petrified. And Potter has nothing to do with it." The students turned to Dante, their expressions a mix of surprise and relief. Filch's grip on Harry loosened as he muttered, "Not dead." Dante walked closer to the cat, his silver eyes scanning the scene. To him, this looked like a silly Halloween prank, albeit a cruel one. The professors arrived moments later: Dumbledore, Snape, McGonagall, and Lockhart. Dumbledore immediately told Filch to calm down, while Lockhart took a step back when he noticed Dante looking in his direction. The professors turned to Harry with questioning eyes, but Dante sighed in frustration. These were supposed to be wise educators, yet they were jumping to conclusions just like the students. "Potter has nothing to do with this," Dante said firmly. "The cat is petrified, and this is probably a prank by an older student." Snape's scowl deepened. "Explain yourself, Malfoy." Dante raised his wand. "Revelio," he incanted. A golden mist spread through the corridor, but nothing happened. "There are no traces of petrification magic here," Dante explained. "That means it wasn't used, or the caster is a highly skilled wizard. In this school, including the professors, there are probably no more than 3 or 4 who could pull that off." He paused, his gaze sweeping the crowd. "If it's not spellcasting, then the person responsible likely used a potion. Petrification potions are difficult to brew, even for 7th years. Potter is too incompetent to pull this off, so it's probably another student, most likely from the advanced classes." His words were met with silence, followed by murmurs of agreement. The students believed him. Harry Potter, while famous, was hardly known for his magical prowess. Harry himself wasn't sure whether to feel grateful or resentful for being called incompetent. Dumbledore and the other professors, however, exchanged uneasy glances. They knew about the Chamber of Secrets and its dark history. Dumbledore wondered if Dante would change his opinion if he knew this wasn't the first time something like this had happened. "Perhaps you are right, Mr. Malfoy," Dumbledore said, his tone measured. He turned to Filch. "Mrs. Norris will be okay. We have a young patch of mandrake, and we can brew a healing potion for her before the end of the year." Dante raised an eyebrow. Dumbledore's words would be true if Mrs. Norris were a human, but for a cat. Petrification was far easier to reverse in smaller creatures. Without a word, Dante pointed his wand at the cat, levitating her gently into Filch's arms. "Finite Petrificus," Dante incanted. A flash of light shot from his wand, and Mrs. Norris stirred, her eyes blinking open. Filch cried out in relief, clutching his beloved cat. The students gasped, their shock painted on their faces. Headmaster Dumbledore had just said they needed a potion to heal her, yet Dante had undone the petrification instantly. Did that mean Dante's magical skill surpassed even Dumbledore's? The professors, too, were taken aback. Dumbledore hid his embarrassment well, but his eyes betrayed his surprise. Dante looked at Dumbledore with a disappointed expression. "It's just a cat," he said. "You don't need mandrakes for smaller creatures." With that, he turned and left, the Slytherins following him in awe. Dumbledore cleared his throat, addressing the crowd. 20 points to Slytherin for a brilliant performance, he said. Then, his tone turning serious, he added, "The rest of you, return to your dormitories. Mr. Potter, stay behind." As the students dispersed, whispers of Dante's power and skill filled the halls. The legend of Dante Malfoy had grown once again. Underscore 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 underscore. As the Slytherins made their way back to their dormitories, the events of the evening still fresh in their minds, Draco turned to Dante with a curious expression. "Do you think the Chamber of Secrets is real?" he asked. "Or was this just a cruel prank, like you said?" Dante's silver eyes glimmered in the dim light of the dungeon corridors. "Given Salazar Slytherin's personality, it's quite possible he built a chamber or two," he replied. "But I still think this is more likely a prank, albeit a cruel one." Draco smirked. "It would be interesting if it were real. Imagine Muggleborns being attacked. It'd serve them right." Dante stopped walking and turned to face his brother, his expression serious. Draco, he said, his voice calm but firm, our parents' ideology is blinding you. Hating or looking down on Muggleborns is foolish. It makes you blind to the world around you. Draco rolled his eyes, clearly unimpressed. You're the only person other than the Weasleys who thinks like that. Dante shook his head, a faint sigh escaping his lips. With time, you'll learn to understand and appreciate those who are different from you. Muggleborns, purebloods, half-bloods, it doesn't matter. What matters is their character, their potential, and their willingness to grow. The other Slytherins listened to the brothers' conversation with keen interest. Many of them found Dante's behavior and words strange, even contradictory to the values they had been raised with. But none of them objected, they were not his little brother. Chapter 33, Continuous Losses. The first Quidditch match of the year was in full swing, and the Slytherin team was dominating the field. Thanks to Lucius Malfoy's generous donation, every Slytherin player was mounted on a Nimbus 2001, the fastest and most advanced broom in the world. The score stood at 120-30 in Slytherin's favor, and the gap was only widening. From the stands, the Slytherin students cheered loudly, their voices drowning out the Gryffindor supporters' cries of unfairness. Lucius Malfoy sat beside Snape, a satisfied smirk on his face as he watched his son's team dominate the match. A generous investment, Lucius, Snape remarked, his tone dry but amused. Indeed, Lucius replied, his eyes fixed on Draco. It's always rewarding to see one's support bear fruit. On the field, Draco was in his element. As the Slytherin Seeker, he was tasked with catching the golden snitch, but he couldn't resist taunting Harry Potter along the way. Having trouble keeping up, Potter? Draco called out, his voice dripping with mockery. Harry ignored him, his eyes scanning the field for the snitch. Finally, he spotted it, a glint of gold in the distance. Without hesitation, Harry accelerated after it. Draco's eyes narrowed as he saw Harry take off. Not so fast, he muttered, pushing his Nimbus 2001 to its top speed. The two Seekers raced across the field, their brooms cutting through the air like arrows. The snitch, however, was unpredictable. It darted into the narrow gap between the audience stands and the field below, forcing Draco and Harry to navigate a maze of wooden beams and supports. Draco had to slow down to maneuver through the obstacles, allowing Harry to catch up. The Gryffindor Seeker pulled ahead, his determination evident. Not happening, Draco growled. He leaned forward, gripping his broom tightly with both hands. He had been hesitant to use this trick, but now he had no choice. He trusted his brother's modifications to the broom. With a burst of speed, Draco's broom shot forward, the tip releasing a stream of compressed air that acted as both a shield and a booster. The broom crashed through the wooden beams, sending splinters flying, but Draco remained unharmed. Harry, caught off guard by Draco's sudden acceleration, tried to dodge, but it was too late. Draco's broom collided with Harry's, sending the Gryffindor Seeker tumbling through the air. Harry hit the ground hard, his broom snapping in two as he groaned in pain, both of his legs broken. Draco, meanwhile, continued his pursuit of the snitch. With Harry out of the way, he closed the gap and snatched the golden ball from the air. The Slytherin stands erupted in cheers as Draco held the snitch aloft, a wild smile on his face. Gryffindor had lost the match soundly, and Draco had proven himself as the better Seeker. On the ground, Harry lay motionless, his face pale with pain. The Gryffindor team rushed to his side, their expressions a mix of anger and concern. Lucius leaned back in his seat, his smirk widening. A flawless victory, he said, his voice filled with pride. Snape, however, glanced at Harry with a flicker of concern as he saw Gilderoy Lockhart approach the boy before masking it with his usual scowl. Indeed, let's hope they keep up the good performance, he muttered. The match was over. As the Slytherin team celebrated their victory, and Gryffindors screamed for the unfairness of the match. Dante was still working alone in the library, he was not interested in Quidditch. Later that day, the Great Hall was alive with chatter as the Slytherins relived their Quidditch victory. Draco and his housemates repeated the match's events over and over, their laughter echoing through the hall as they sent mocking glances toward the Gryffindor table. The Gryffindors, in turn, glared back, their faces filled with anger and frustration. Draco, still riding the high of his triumph, turned to Dante, who had been quietly observing the scene. "You should have been there, Dante," Draco said, his voice brimming with excitement. It was completely one-sided. And at the end, Potter broke his legs. Lockhart tried to fix them, but he ended up removing all the bones instead. Dante raised an eyebrow, surprised. Every time he thought Lockhart had reached the peak of incompetence, the men somehow managed to surpass it. "How are Lockhart's classes lately?" Dante asked, his tone neutral. Draco shrugged. "Average, I guess. He's teaching, and there's no nonsense, but he still comes across as a below-average wizard." Dante nodded slightly. He had heard from Snape that Dumbledore was helping Lockhart prepare for his classes. It wasn't ideal, but it was good enough for now. Underscore 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 underscore. Over the next week, Dante made significant progress on his magic circuit project. He had finally completed the necessary runes, but the circuit required a high magic output and basilisk skin, which was currently unavailable. Dante sent a letter to his father, asking if he had found any traces of a basilisk. The response was negative. Dante considered creating another basilisk, but the creature would take years to mature. He briefly entertained the idea of establishing a farm to raise and harvest basilisks for their skin, much like the Muggles did with livestock. It was a macabre thought, but practicality often outweighed sentimentality in Dante's mind. Underscore 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 underscore. 2 more weeks passed, and Christmas arrived. Dante returned to the Slytherin common room after a long day in the library. He found Draco lounging comfortably with Crabbe and Goyle, the 2 boys nodding along as Draco spoke. As Dante approached, Draco looked up and grinned. "You spend too much time in the library, brother. It's the holidays, you should relax for once." Dante's expression remained impassive. "I find my work relaxing enough," he replied. Then, his gaze shifted to Crabbe and Goyle, and his eyes narrowed. "What do you two think you're doing?" The 2 boys froze, their faces paling. Draco, noticing Dante's tone, sat up straighter. "What's wrong?" he asked, his voice tinged with confusion. Dante didn't answer immediately. Instead, he pointed his wand at Crabbe and Goyle. With a flick, the 2 boys' appearances shimmered and dissolved, revealing Harry Potter and Ron Weasley. The Slytherin common room fell silent as the other students turned to stare at the intruders. Harry and Ron looked around nervously, their faces a mix of fear and defiance. Dante turned to Farley, the Slytherin prefect. "Farley, you are the prefect, escort these 2 to Professor Snape. Let him deal with them." Farley nodded and grabbed Harry and Ron by their collars, dragging them out of the common room. Dante watched them go, his expression unreadable. Once they were gone, Dante turned to Draco. "What did they want?" Draco hesitated, then replied, "They were asking about the Chamber of Secrets. They wanted to know what I knew about it." Dante raised an eyebrow. "And what did you tell them?" Draco shrugged. "I told them what I heard from Father about the last time it was opened, 50 years ago." Dante narrowed his eyes. He hadn't paid much attention to the rumors and stories about the chamber, nor did he know it was opened before. Now he wondered if the recent events were connected to the past. "What exactly do you know about the last opening?" Dante asked. Draco recounted everything he had heard from Lucius, the attacks, the rumors of a monster, and the eventual closure of the chamber. Dante listened intently, his mind racing. When Draco finished, Dante had a thoughtful look on his face. "So, the prank might have been meant to point to the events from 50 years ago," he mused. Chapter 34, Harry Potter. Harry Potter had lived most of his life with his aunt and uncle, the Dursleys, in a small cupboard under the stairs. For years, he had known nothing about his parents, his heritage, or the magical world. Hogwarts had been his escape, a place where he could finally belong. Here, he had friends like Ron and Hermione, people who cared about him and made him feel like he mattered. He could laugh, eat, and learn magic. Life at Hogwarts was far from perfect. There were dangers, surprises, and scary moments, but overall, it was a life he cherished. However, not everything at Hogwarts was sunshine and rainbows. Harry had made enemies as well as friends, and none were more prominent than Draco Malfoy. The boy was arrogant, entitled, and downright unpleasant. Ron often called him a snake, a fitting description given his family's reputation. Harry and Draco constantly bickered and insulted each other, with Ron and Hermione often jumping in to back Harry up. Early in their first year, Harry had heard whispers about Draco's older brother, Dante Malfoy. The professor spoke of him with a mix of admiration and regret, lamenting that he had left Hogwarts before finishing his first year to live among Muggles for reasons unknown. Dante was described as a prodigy, a skilled Podiwunner who had improved multiple potion recipes before even stepping foot in Hogwarts. When he did attend, he had shown knowledge and skill comparable to advanced students. The professors considered him a rare genius. But then there were the stories from Fred and George Weasley, Ron's older brothers. They painted Dante as an evil young wizard, a future Dark Lord in the making. They spoke of dark magic that could bind your body and prevent you from moving, of spells cast with a mere wave of his hand. Their descriptions made Dante sound like a villain straight out of a nightmare. Harry didn't know what to believe until the news spread that Dante had created a new field of magic and been awarded the Order of Merlin, first class, the highest honor in the wizarding world. Harry couldn't help but wonder what kind of person Dante Malfoy really was. That summer, Harry had gotten a glimpse of Dante's darker side. When he arrived at the Weasley home, he found Mr. Weasley in a miserable state. His eyes were unnaturally enlarged and bulging, a terrifying sight. Mrs. Weasley explained through tears that St. Mungo's couldn't fix him, his body had been permanently altered. The culprit. Dante Malfoy. The boy had attacked Mr. Weasley and 2 Aurors, elite wizards, and cursed him without hesitation. The idea that someone only 2 years older than Harry could take down Aurors was both impressive and terrifying. When Harry encountered Lucius Malfoy at the bookstore, he got a clearer picture of where Draco, and likely Dante, got their traits. Lucius was sly, unsettling, and carried an air of arrogant menace. Harry could only imagine that Dante was a more dangerous version of Draco. On the train to Hogwarts, Harry finally met Dante. The resemblance between Dante and Draco was obvious, but there was something about Dante that made Harry deeply uncomfortable. The way Dante looked at him, as if he were dissecting Harry with his silver eyes, was unnerving. And the way he spoke, with absolute confidence and authority, made Harry feel small. Dante's words about Harry's mother had been a mix of comfort and pain. He explained that Harry wasn't a savior, his survival was thanks to his mother's love and sacrifice. The warmth Harry felt at knowing his parents loved him was overshadowed by the sadness of never having known them. And worst of all, he felt inadequate. Dante had known more about his mother's sacrifice with a single glance than Harry had in his entire life. The next day, the entire school was abuzz with news of Dante's actions. He had attacked Professor Lockhart, using him as a demonstration for the unforgivable curses in front of the class. Harry felt a mix of awe and fear. Awe, because Dante had the courage to stand up to a professor he deemed incompetent, something Harry and the Gryffindors, who prided themselves on bravery, wouldn't dare do. Fear, because Dante had the power and the will to act on his grievances, regardless of the rules. And the school's lenient punishment only reinforced the idea that Dante was someone to be feared, not crossed. Harry's encounters with Dante only deepened his confusion. During the Quidditch courtyard incident, Dante had disarmed everyone with ease, commanded respect and fear from his seniors, and even made Draco apologize to Hermione, something Harry had never seen before. And then there were the rumors that Dante had gone out of his way to protect a first-year Ravenclaw girl from bullying. What kind of evil person does that? When Harry found himself accused of attacking Filch's cat, all students and even professors looked at him accusingly, but it was Dante who stepped in to clear his name and heal the petrified creature. Harry didn't know what to make of it. Ron suggested Dante was trying to hide his true nature, while Hermione theorized he might be the heir of Slytherin, using his actions as a distraction. Determined to uncover the truth, Harry, Ron, and Hermione brewed Polyjuice Potion and snuck into the Slytherin common room. Draco, unaware of their true identities, shared that the Chamber of Secrets had been opened 50 years ago and that neither he nor Dante were the heirs. He even surprised them by saying, "You two know my brother is a Muggle lover and would never harm them." Harry and Ron were stunned. The rumors about Dante living among Muggles were true. But before they could process this, Dante arrived and exposed them immediately. Harry couldn't understand how Dante had figured it out with just a glance. Now, Harry and Ron faced detention with Snape, who deducted 50 points from Gryffindor for their actions. As they sat in the dimly lit dungeon, Harry couldn't help but wonder, was Dante good or evil? Underscore. Harry, Ron, and Hermione sat in the library, their spirits low. The loss of 50 house points pained them, and the only new information they had gained from their failed infiltration of the Slytherin common room was that the Chamber of Secrets had been opened once before, 50 years ago. The revelation that Dante Malfoy was a Muggle lover had only added to their confusion. Ron, ever the one to push forward, suddenly perked up and pointed across the library. "Look," he whispered. "That's Luna Lovegood, the girl Dante supposedly likes. Maybe she knows something about all this." Harry and Hermione exchanged glances before nodding. It was worth a shot. The three made their way over to Luna, who was sitting alone, absorbed in a copy of the Quibbler. Luna looked up as they approached, her dreamy smile instantly putting Harry on edge. There was something otherworldly about her, as if she existed in a reality slightly different from everyone else's. "Hello," Luna said, her voice soft and melodic. "You're Harry Potter, aren't you?" "And Ron, Hermione. How nice to see you." Ron, who had known Luna since childhood, gave her a small smile. "Hey, Luna. We wanted to ask you something." Luna tilted her head, her wide, silvery eyes blinking slowly. "Of course. What is it?" Ron hesitated, then asked, "What do you think of Dante?" Luna's smile widened. "He's a smart and nice person," she said, her tone matter-of-fact. Harry and Hermione exchanged surprised glances. "Nice. Dante Malfoy." The idea was almost laughable. Ron, unable to hide his disbelief, blurted out, "We're talking about Dante Malfoy here. You know, the Dark Wizard." Luna's expression didn't change. "Dante is a good person," she repeated. "He has a cold face, but he's respectful. He doesn't make fun of others, open-minded, and he answers questions honestly without withholding information. If you want to know more about him, you should talk to him face to face instead of sneaking into the Slytherin dungeon. I am sure he will not mind answering you. Harry's eyes widened. You knew. Luna nodded. Everyone in the school knows. Feeling defeated, the trio retreated, leaving Luna to her reading. As they walked away, Harry couldn't help but think that Luna was just as strange as Dante. No wonder he seemed to like her. Underscore. Later that day, the school was rocked by more bad news. Colin Creevey, the Gryffindor first year who was always eager to take photos, had been found petrified. The atmosphere in the castle grew tense, fear spreading like wildfire. Harry, Ron, and Hermione sat in the common room, their earlier dejection replaced by a growing sense of dread. This is bad, Ron muttered. First Mrs. Norris, now Colin. Who's next? Hermione frowned. We need to figure this out before someone else gets hurt, or worse. Harry nodded, his mind racing. The Chamber of Secrets was no longer just a rumor or a prank. It was real, and it was dangerous. Chapter 35, Free Material. Dante stood in the Ollery, the cold wind brushing against his face as he held the latest letter from his father. The parchment detailed yet another failed attempt to procure basilisk skin. Lucius had exhausted every contact, every black market dealer, and even a few unsavory characters in Nocturne Alley, but no one had what Dante needed. The basilisk skin was simply too rare. Dante set the letter ablaze, watching as the flames consumed the parchment and reduced it to ash. He sighed, his silver eyes narrowing as he stared out at the horizon. The designs for his two magic circuits, Reparo Maxima and Crucio Protego, were complete, but without basilisk skin, they were little more than theoretical constructs. He could, of course, settle for a less resistant material, but that would mean compromising the circuit's power and durability. Dante hated compromises. Perhaps I should focus on lower-powered spells for now, he thought, though the idea left a bitter taste in his mouth. He despised unfinished work, but for now, he has nothing he can do unless he finds an alternative for the basilisk skin. Descending the Ollery, Dante made his way back to the castle, his mind already racing through alternative works he could do. As he stepped into the corridor, he was met by Draco, who looked unusually excited. Dante. Draco called, jogging to catch up. Where have you been? There's a dueling club starting in the Great Hall. All fourth years and below are required to attend. Dante raised an eyebrow. A dueling club? Since when does Hogwarts care about teaching students practical defense? Draco shrugged. Because the Chamber of Secrets and attacks, I guess. They're saying it's to help us defend ourselves in case a real monster targets us next. Dante became curious, what are the staff planning? Fine. Let's see what this is about. Dante said and followed Draco. The Great Hall was packed with students when Dante and Draco arrived. The younger years were clustered together, their faces a mix of curiosity and nervousness. At the center of the room stood Gilderoy Lockhart, his usual flamboyant self, and beside him, Professor Snape, looking as though he'd rather be anywhere else. Dante stood at the back of the crowd, his arms crossed as he observed the scene. Lockhart was in the middle of a grandiose speech about the importance of self-defense in these dark and troubling times. Dante tuned him out almost immediately, his attention shifting to Snape, who looked like he was barely restraining himself from hexing Lockhart on the spot. When Lockhart finally finished his spiel, he introduced Snape as his assistant for the demonstration. The two professors took their positions, and the students watched with bated breath as they performed the dueling greeting. Lockhart counted to 3, and before he could even raise his wand, Snape fired off a swift Expelliarmus that sent Lockhart sprawling to the floor. Dante shook his head in disbelief. This is what they call a demonstration, he thought, his disdain evident. Lockhart, ever the showman, laughed it off and made some excuse about Snape catching him off guard, but Dante wasn't fooled. The man was a fraud, plain and simple. As the students murmured among themselves, Dante spoke, his voice cutting through the noise. Professor Snape, what is the purpose of this dueling club? Why the sudden interest in teaching dueling? The room fell silent, every eye turning to Dante. Even Snape looked momentarily stunned by the question. After a brief pause, the potions master replied, his tone dry, Mr. Malfoy, I never thought I would say this to a student, but you really should take a break from your reading and research. Your behavior is unhealthy. Dante raised an eyebrow, unamused. I assure you, Professor, my behavior is perfectly healthy. Now, if you wouldn't mind answering the question. Snape's lips thinned, but he obliged. There was another attack last night. A Gryffindor student, a Muggle-born, was found petrified. The staff believes the Chamber of Secrets has indeed been opened, and that a monster capable of petrifying its victims is responsible as we couldn't find traces of magic or potion use. This dueling club is an attempt to prepare the students for unforeseen dangers. Dante's expression shifted, his mind racing. A monster that can petrify without leaving traces, he recalled that brat, Salazar, and his unhinged personality. What could live for centuries and petrify people without a trace? Professor, Dante said, his voice calm but commanding, can you describe the state in which the student was found? Snape hesitated, then replied, he was holding a camera, taking a photo. We tried to check if the camera took a picture but it was burned. Whatever petrified the boy destroyed his films as well. Dante's eyes glowed faintly, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips. The pieces clicked into place. I've been searching for months, and here one is free, living beneath the school. The great hall erupted into murmurs, the students exchanging confused glances. Draco, standing closest to Dante, looked at his brother with curiosity. Dante, what are you talking about? Dante ignored Draco and focused on Snape, his smile widening. You can disperse the club, Professor. I will kill the so-called monster before the day end. Without waiting for a response, Dante strode out of the great hall, his mind excited for skinning the poor creature below the school. Draco followed close behind, and not far behind him was Luna Lovegood. Behind them, the hall was filled with murmurs and a confused professor. Dante strode to the front courtyard. Behind him, Draco and Luna hurried to keep up, their curiosity evident. Draco, ever the impatient one, finally broke the silence. Dante, what's going on? Why are we out here? Draco asked, his voice tinged with frustration. Dante didn't immediately answer. Instead, he stopped in the middle of the courtyard and spoke aloud, his voice carrying a commanding tone. I require assistance from Hogwarts house elves. Immediately. With a soft pop, a house elf appeared in front of Dante, its large eyes wide with surprise. Master calls, the elf squeaked, bowing low. Dante spoke to the point. 50 years ago, a student died here at Hogwarts. Where exactly did it happen? The elf blinked, then stammered, I don't know, Master. I will ask the older elves. With another pop, the elf disappeared. Draco stared at his brother, his confusion growing. What are you doing? Why does it matter where some girl died 50 years ago? Before Dante could answer, he noticed movement out of the corner of his eye. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were approaching, their expressions a mix of determination and curiosity. Draco noticed them too and scowled. What do you want, Potter? Draco snapped, his tone dripping with disdain. Harry ignored Draco and looked directly at Dante. We want to know what the monster in the Chamber of Secrets is. Dante raised an eyebrow, mildly amused by Harry's directness. Draco, however, snorted. As if we'd tell you anything. It's a basilisk, Dante interrupted, his voice calm but firm. Draco turned to his brother, his expression one of betrayal. Why would you tell them, he muttered under his breath. Hermione stepped forward. That's not possible. Basilisks don't petrify people. Their gaze kills instantly. Dante glanced at her, their gaze kills directly. If the gaze is reflected or seen through a medium, it petrifies instead. Salazar Slytherin had a fondness for basilisks, and the creature can live for centuries without issue. That matches the monster that can petrify, kill, and lived more than 1,000 years. Hermione opened her mouth to argue but stopped, her brow furrowing as she processed Dante's explanation. Before she could respond, the house elf reappeared, this time accompanied by an older elf with wrinkled skin and a hunched posture. The older elf bowed deeply to Dante. Master, the girl was killed in the girls' bathroom on the first floor. Dante nodded, dismissing the elves with a wave of his hand. As they disappeared, he turned to the group, that's where the Chamber of Secrets is. If the girl died there 50 years ago, she must have seen the basilisk's eyes. Wherever she died is where the entrance to the chamber is located. Without waiting for a response, Dante turned and began walking toward the castle. Draco, after a moment's hesitation, followed closely behind. Luna trailed after them. The Gryffindor trio exchanged glances. Harry was the first to move, his curiosity outweighing his caution. We're not missing this, he said, and Ron and Hermione nodded in agreement. They hurried after Dante. Chapter 36, Hunting the Basilisk. The group stood in the girls' bathroom. Dante turned to them, his silver eyes narrowing as he asked, Why are you following me? Draco was the first to answer. I want to see the basilisk. It's not every day you get to see a legendary creature. Luna, standing beside Draco, smiled dreamily. I'm curious too. Who knows? Maybe I'll discover an undiscovered magical beast. Dante's gaze shifted to the Gryffindor trio. Harry and Hermione exchanged uneasy glances, while Ron shuffled his feet nervously. Finally, Hermione spoke up. I'm curious to see the Chamber of Secrets. It's a piece of Hogwarts history. Harry nodded, his voice steady despite his apprehension. I've heard the creature's voice. It talks about killing. I want to see what kind of creature it is. Ron, after a moment of silence, shrugged. I don't want to miss the fun. Before Ron could say more, Dante raised his wand and fired a stun spell, knocking Ron unconscious. Hermione and Harry gasped, their eyes wide with shock as Ron crumpled to the floor. Dante's voice was cold and unyielding. I only indulge those who seek knowledge and fulfill their curiosity. The rest are liabilities. Hermione and Harry stared at Ron's unconscious form, their faces pale. Dante ignored their unease and continued. The basilisk kills with its gaze. You can't go down there unprepared. He pointed his wand at Draco's face, and with a flick, Draco's eyes transformed. The pupils expanded, covering the whites of his eyes completely. Draco blinked, looking dazed. Why does everything look so strange? Dante explained, his tone matter-of-fact. I transfigured your eyes to resemble a rooster's. It will protect you from the basilisk's gaze. I'll change them back once we're done. Luna stepped forward eagerly. Me next. Dante obliged, transforming her eyes as well. Luna looked around, her expression one of wonder. This is new. Fun, even. Harry and Hermione exchanged nervous glances before stepping forward. Dante transfigured their eyes without a word. Harry and Hermione blinked, their vision now filled with strange colors. Draco looked at Dante, his brow furrowed. Why didn't you transfigure your eyes? Dante's lips curved into a faint smile. The basilisk's gaze isn't strong enough to harm me. There's no need. He turned to Harry. You've heard the basilisk's voice. That means you're a Parselmouth. Imagine you're standing before a snake and say, open. Harry frowned, confused. A Parselmouth. Someone who can speak to snakes, Dante explained impatiently. Just do it. Harry closed his eyes, imagining a snake before him. He hissed, the sound foreign and unsettling to the others. The floor of the bathroom shifted, revealing a dark, gaping hole. Dante peered into the abyss, his expression one of mild amusement. As expected. Salazar always had a flair for theatrics. Without hesitation, Dante jumped into the hole. The others gasped, their hearts pounding. Moments later, his voice echoed from below. It's safe, but somewhat filthy. Jump in order. Draco was the first to follow, his trust in his brother overriding his fear. Luna went next, her curiosity reaching the peak. Harry and Hermione hesitated but eventually jumped, Dante using magic to soften their landing. At the bottom, the group found themselves surrounded by bones. Hermione shuddered, while Harry looked around nervously. Dante, unfazed, began walking. Keep moving. They followed him through the low-ceilinged cave, their footsteps echoing in the silence. Along the way, they found shreds of basilisk skin. Dante's eyes gleamed as he approached it. This is excellent. It means the basilisk is over 20 meters long. With a wave of his wand, the shredded skin vanished into a small pouch he pulled from his robe. Draco stared at him. Why did you take that? Dante didn't look back as he replied, I need the material for my work. Father has been searching for basilisk skin for months without success. I came here to skin the basilisk. The others exchanged uneasy glances. The monster that had terrified the school was nothing more than a resource to Dante. Eventually, they reached a massive metal door adorned with serpentine carvings. Dante gestured to Harry. Open it. Harry hissed again, and the door creaked open, revealing a grand hall lined with snake statues. At the far end was a giant stone face, its mouth gaping wide. Dante walked forward, his voice echoing in the chamber. Salazar was unhinged and had a flair for theatrics that only Godric could match. The others followed cautiously, their eyes darting around the eerie space. Dante stopped before the giant face and, without warning, blasted it with a powerful spell. The statue crumbled, revealing a deep hole. From within, the basilisk emerged, its massive body coiling as it hissed menacingly. The four students stepped back, their fear palpable. Dante, however, smiled. Around 30 meters. Better than I expected. The basilisk lunged at Dante, its jaws wide. With a flick of his wand, Dante sent a stone statue flying into the basilisk's head, knocking it aside. The creature hissed in pain, its massive body thrashing. Dante transfigured the tiles and broken stones into chains, binding the basilisk in place. It struggled, but the chains held firm. The basilisk skin is a natural armor against magic just like dragon scales, you can overpower it but it will damage the skin severely. We don't want to damage the skin, Dante said calmly, walking closer. He waved his wand, and the stone transformed into a giant sword. With a swift motion, the sword pierced the basilisk's head, ending its life. Dante released the chains and stored the basilisk's body in his pouch. Turning to the others, he said simply, "We're done here." Draco commented, his tone tinged with disappointment. That was anticlimactic. The basilisk didn't even put up a fight. Dante shook his head at the comment. He walked over to Draco and pointed his wand at his brother's face. With a flick, Draco's eyes returned to normal. Dante repeated the process for Luna, Harry, and Hermione, who blinked and looked around, their vision restored. Luna's expression was somber as she gazed at the spot where the basilisk had fallen. "It's so pitiful," she said softly. "It lived for 1,000 years, alone in the dark, only to be killed in the end." Dante glanced at her, his tone calm but matter-of-fact. "If it was lonely, then its death was a release from its torment. And its death won't be in vain. Its skin will be used to push magic forward." Luna nodded, though her eyes still held a hint of sadness. Dante turned his attention to the rest of the group. Draco's face was a mix of pride and awe, clearly impressed by his brother's prowess. Luna remained thoughtful and sad, while Harry and Hermione looked at Dante with a mix of shock and nervousness. Hermione, in particular, seemed shaken. She had read about basilisks and knew how dangerous they were, especially one as ancient and massive as this. Yet Dante had dealt with it as if it were nothing. Dante ignored their reactions and turned to the empty air. "I require Hogwarts assistance," he said. A house elf appeared with a soft pop, its large eyes wide with curiosity. "Master calls," the elf squeaked. Dante ordered. "Take us back to the first-floor girls' bathroom." The elf bowed and snapped its fingers. In an instant, the group found themselves back in the bathroom. Dante glanced at Harry and Hermione. "Wake the red-headed idiot before you leave," he said, his tone dismissive. Draco followed Dante out of the bathroom, his chest puffed with pride. Luna lingered for a moment, turning to Harry. "Let Ron know I said goodbye," she said with a small smile before hurrying after the Malfoy brothers. As Dante, Draco, and Luna made their way to the courtyard, they were met by a crowd of professors and students. Snape, Dumbledore, Flitwick, and McGonagall stood at the front, their expressions a mix of concern and curiosity. The students whispered among themselves, their eyes darting nervously between Dante and the professors. Snape stepped forward, his black eyes narrowing. "Where have you been, Dante?" he demanded. Dante met his gaze calmly. "I told you. I was going to kill the monster, and I did." Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Snape raised an eyebrow. "That was rather quick. It hasn't even been an hour." Dante's lips curved into a faint smile. He turned to the students nearby. "Step back," he ordered. The students obeyed without hesitation, creating a wide circle around him. Dante pulled out the pouch and, with a wave of his wand, summoned the lifeless body of the basilisk. The massive creature lay on the ground, its scales glinting in the sunlight. Gasps and screams erupted from the students as they backed away in fear. Even the professors were visibly shocked. McGonagall clutched her chest, murmuring, "My God." Dante stored the basilisk back in the pouch and addressed the crowd. This was the monster responsible for the petrifications. It was a basilisk. The danger has been neutralized. Dumbledore stepped forward, his blue eyes twinkling with a mix of worry and curiosity. "Well done, Mr. Malfoy. You've done the school a great service." Dante nodded. "Now, you'll need to find the person who awakened or controlled it, assuming the message near the first attack is true." He paused, then added, "I finally have the basilisk skin I needed. I have work to do." With that, Dante turned and walked away. Draco chuckled lightly, clearly enjoying the attention, while Luna remained deep in thought. With Dante left, Dumbledore addressed the students, his voice calm and reassuring. "The danger of the monster has been removed. There is no need for fear anymore." 60 points to Slytherin for the courage and skill displayed by Dante. As the professors dispersed, the students swarmed Draco and Luna, eager to hear what had happened. Draco was more than happy to share the tale of his brother's exploits, his voice filled with pride. Chapter 37, The Aftermath. The halls of Hogwarts buzzed with excitement and disbelief. Thanks to Draco's enthusiastic storytelling, every student in the school now knew about Dante's slaying of the basilisk. The tale spread like wildfire, each retelling more dramatic than the last. Dante Malfoy, once again, was the talk of the school. Students huddled in groups, their voices filled with awe as they discussed how Dante had deduced the chamber's location, transfigured their eyes to protect them from the basilisk's gaze, and single-handedly defeated the monstrous creature. Even the professors couldn't help but overhear the whispers, their expressions a mix of awe and disbelief. But the student of the hour was nowhere to be found. After the basilisk hunt, Dante had vanished. He didn't appear in the Great Hall for meals, didn't return to the Slytherin common room, and didn't attend any classes. His sudden disappearance left the students confused and the teachers worried. Where had Dante gone? 2 days after the basilisk's death, the news reached the Daily Prophet. Dante's face was plastered on the front page, the headline bold and attention-grabbing. Hogwarts prodigy slays Chamber of Secrets monster. The article detailed how Dante Malfoy had killed the basilisk, a fearsome creature that had grown to over 30 meters in length, all by himself. It recounted how Dante had pieced together clues about the chamber's location, found the entrance, and ventured inside to face the monster. The article didn't shy away from pointing out the failures of the ministry and Hogwarts staff, who had been unable to locate the chamber for over 50 years, while Dante had accomplished it in mere months after returning to Hogwarts. At the end of the article, the prophet included a mention of Dante's earlier confrontation with Gilderoy Lockhart, noting how the prodigy had sent the professor to the hospital after Lockhart failed to meet Dante's standards for teaching. The implication was clear: Dante Malfoy was not only a genius but also someone who demanded excellence from those around him. The school erupted into a frenzy as students and staff alike read the article. Many were in awe of Dante's achievements, while others felt a simmering resentment. Gryffindor, in particular, was divided. Some admired Dante's bravery and skill, while others, like Ron Weasley, seethed with anger and humiliation. Ron sat at the Gryffindor table, his face red as he glared at the newspaper. Dante had not only knocked him out and called him a liability, but Draco had also made sure the entire school knew about it. Ron had become the laughingstock of Gryffindor, while Harry and Hermione's bravery was overshadowed by Dante's, and even Draco's, actions. Even Luna Lovegood, a first-year Ravenclaw, had shown more courage than the two of them. When Ron tried to confront Draco, Harry and Hermione stopped him. The fear in their eyes was unmistakable. They had witnessed Dante's overwhelming power firsthand and knew that picking a fight with him or his brother was a losing battle. Hermione, ever the voice of reason, explained, only Dumbledore could take on a basilisk of that size. And Dante's transfiguration skills might even rival Professor McGonagall. Another red-haired girl clenched her hands reading and hearing the news. The death of the basilisk had pained her a lot. That monster was her pet as the heir of Slytherin. At the Ravenclaw table, Luna Lovegood found herself the center of attention. The rumors that Dante liked her had only grown stronger, and no one wanted to be on the bad side of someone as powerful as Dante. Ravenclaws who had once dismissed Luna as odd now treated her with newfound respect. "Who goes looking for a monster because they need materials for their research?" one Ravenclaw whispered. "That's not just power, that's arrogance and fearlessness." Even Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs couldn't help but wonder how the Sorting Hat had placed Dante in Slytherin. He didn't seem to fit the typical Slytherin mold. Meanwhile, the Slytherins themselves were basking in the glory, flaunting their house's superiority at every opportunity. A week after the basilisk's death, the Daily Prophet published another headline about Dante. Prodigy creates 2 new magic circuits, Reparo Maxima and Crucio Protego. The article explained that Dante had designed 2 groundbreaking magic circuits. The first, Reparo Maxima, was a highly advanced repair spell that only a handful of wizards could perform. The second, Crucio Protego, was a revolutionary shield spell designed specifically to counter one of the Cruciatus curse. Both spells were hailed as monumental contributions to the wizarding world. The school erupted into another wave of discussion. Students and professors alike marveled at Dante's ingenuity. Even those who disliked him couldn't deny the significance of his achievements. Underscore 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 underscore. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore sat behind his desk, his half-moon spectacles perched low on his nose as he listened intently. Across from him, Professors McGonagall and Snape stood. Snape broke the silence, his voice as dry as ever. "I contacted Lucius. It seems Dante returned to Malfoy Manor immediately after slaying the basilisk. Apparently, he wanted to focus on his work, something you have no doubt already read about in the news." McGonagall frowned, her lips pressed into a thin line. "His behavior is completely unacceptable. He is still a student here and cannot come and go as he pleases. There are rules, Severus." Snape snorted, his dark eyes glinting with amusement. "He's only here because his mother, Narcissa, insisted. But let's be honest, Minerva, there's little for him to learn here. He apparently knows the school better than we do." He entered the headmaster's office without a password, bypassed Ravenclaw's puzzle without answering, and moved about the castle at night without a care. He's not even trying to hide it. As for the Chamber of Secrets, he only needed a few hints to figure out its location and the monster within. I'd wager the only reason it took him this long was because he wasn't interested in rumors or news. Otherwise, he'd have skinned that poor snake far earlier in the year. McGonagall fell silent, her stern expression faltering. She knew Snape was right. Dante's knowledge of the castle was unnerving, and his ability to leave Hogwarts undetected, even by Dumbledore, was deeply concerning. She had no idea how he had managed it. One moment, he was heading to the Slytherin common room, the next, he was gone. Dumbledore sighed, leaning back in his chair and steepling his fingers. "What worries me most is the boy's strength and skill. I don't understand how he's reached this level. Transfiguring eyes to specifically counter a basilisk's gaze is no small feat. Minerva, could you do such a thing?" McGonagall hesitated, her brow furrowed. "I would need to study roosters first and conduct tests before even attempting it on others." But Dante did it on the fly, as if it were nothing. Snape smirked, though there was no humor in his eyes. He also knew how to undo the cat's petrification when you didn't, Headmaster. If you hadn't improved Lockhart's classes, we might not be having this conversation right now. McGonagall shot Snape a sharp look. Severus, do you find this amusing? This is a serious matter. Snape's smirk widened. I assure you, Minerva, I am thoroughly amused. Dumbledore ignored the exchange, his gaze distant. The boy's detachment is what concerns me most. If he were to turn his talents to darker pursuits, who could stop him? What could stop him? Snape's expression sobered. There's no punishment you can give that Dante would care about. House points. He doesn't care. School rules. He's here to pass the time and leave. He doesn't care about anyone or anything in this place. The only thing that matters to him is consuming knowledge. I'm beginning to understand Lucius now. He wasn't not getting mad, his son is simply too abnormal and he knew it. Dumbledore's eyes flickered with worry. And his relationship with his family? How does he interact with them? Snape shrugged. When he's not working or studying, he teaches Draco. That's why the boy is ahead of everyone else in his year. Aside from that, there's the peculiar dynamic between Dante and his father. And, as I mentioned, he's only here because his mother insisted. Overall, his family relations aren't bad. Dumbledore nodded slowly, his expression thoughtful. That's something, at least. He paused, then added, what about his relationship with Luna Lovegood? Both Snape and McGonagall stared at Dumbledore, their expressions a mix of confusion and mild disbelief. Snape raised an eyebrow. Why do you care about the boy's personal relationships, Headmaster? Dumbledore ignored the question, his calm gaze unwavering. Humor me, Severus. Snape sighed. It's just a rumor. Dante has never shown any particular interest in Luna, nor has he sought her out. Their encounters have been coincidental. Her tagging along during the basilisk hunt was due to her own curiosity. Dante even allowed Potter and Granger to follow as well, he didn't seem to care who joined him. Dumbledore nodded, though his expression remained unreadable. Thank you, Severus. That will be all for now. As Snape and McGonagall left the office, Dumbledore sat back in his chair, his mind racing. Dante Malfoy was a prodigy with unparalleled skill and knowledge, yet utterly detached from the world around him. One wrong turn and the boy can go down a spiraling dark path. Chapter 38, Sudden Request. After a week of absence, Dante Malfoy returned to Hogwarts as quietly as he had left. One morning, the students in the Great Hall were shocked to find him sitting at the Slytherin table, calmly enjoying his breakfast as if nothing had happened. The whispers began almost immediately. Where were you? One of the Slytherins asked, unable to contain their curiosity. Dante looked up from his plate, his silver eyes calm and unbothered. I went home to focus on my work. Once I was done, I came back. The Slytherins exchanged incredulous glances. The audacity of skipping school for days and then returning as if it were nothing was beyond anything they had ever seen. Even the other houses stared at Dante, their expressions a mix of awe and disbelief. But Dante seemed unfazed, continuing his meal as if the entire school wasn't buzzing about his return. That evening, Dante sat in his usual spot in the courtyard, a book in hand. The peaceful moment was interrupted by the arrival of an unlikely guest, Helena Ravenclaw, the Grey Lady. The ghost floated silently toward him, her translucent form glowing faintly in the dim light. Students nearby stopped to stare. The Grey Lady was known for her aloofness, rarely interacting with anyone. Yet here she was, standing before Dante, her expression unreadable. Dante looked up from his book and, without a word, waved his wand. A shimmering barrier formed around them, blocking all sound. The students watched as Dante smiled and spoke. It has been 400 years, little Helen. The Grey Lady's lips curved into a rare smile. When I heard the news of Dante Malfoy, I knew instantly it was you, Grandpa Armand. No one can match your brilliance. Why didn't you come to visit me? Dante's expression softened. I was hoping you would find your peace and forget your past. I didn't want to disrupt that by showing up again. Helena sighed, her ghostly form shimmering. I will remain in Hogwarts for all eternity. But I am glad I found you. Her expression turned sorrowful. I made a grave mistake, Grandpa. I was tricked by an evil student. He flattered me and tricked me to think he is someone who seeks knowledge, and I revealed the location of my mother's diadem. He became Voldemort later on. The Grey Lady dropped to her knees, her voice trembling with regret. Please, help me find the diadem. I cannot rest knowing it is in the hands of someone so evil. Dante sighed and lowered himself to her level, his voice gentle. Stand, Helena. Rowena was my favorite student, and you are like a granddaughter to me. If the diadem is in this world, we will find it. Helena's ghostly eyes shimmered with gratitude as she rose. She began to tell Dante everything she knew about Tom Riddle, his cunning, and his obsession with power. Dante listened intently, his expression thoughtful. The entire school had witnessed the interaction. They had seen the aloof Grey Lady kneel before Dante, but no one of them knew what they talked about. When the barrier dissolved and Dante left the courtyard, the Grey Lady floated away, ignoring the questions and stares of the students and professors alike. The rumors spread like wildfire. How did Dante Malfoy know the Grey Lady? And why had she come to seek him? Even the professors were baffled. Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Filtwick tried to question the Grey Lady, but she refused to speak to them, her usual aloofness returning. The same day, Dante met with Draco in the Slytherin common room. "I'll be away for a while," he said. Draco frowned. "Where are you going?" Dante didn't answer. He simply turned and left, disappearing from the school once again. No one knew where he had gone or when he would return. The strange meeting with the Grey Lady and her kneeling before him only added to the mystery surrounding Dante Malfoy. In the days that followed, the school was abuzz with theories. Some believed Dante was a descendant of Rowena Ravenclaw, while others speculated he was a time traveler or even an immortal wizard. The professors, though reluctant to admit it, were just as curious as the students. Dumbledore sat in his office, staring out the window with a troubled expression. "What is going on with you, Dante Malfoy?" he murmured. "And where did you go?" Underscore. After his meeting with Helena Ravenclaw, Dante wasted no time. He made his way to the Forbidden Forest, where the Centaur tribe resided. He moved with purpose, his silver eyes gleaming in the dim light. When he reached the Centaur encampment, he was greeted warmly by Mogorian, the tribe's chief. The towering Centaur stepped forward, his expression one of respect and familiarity. "Dante Malfoy," Mogorian said, his deep voice carrying a note of warmth. "It has been some time since you last visited us." Dante smiled, a rare expression of genuine fondness. "It has, Mogorian. I come seeking your help." The centaurs gathered around as Dante shared Helena Ravenclaw's story. He spoke of her regret, her betrayal by Tom Riddle, and the loss of Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem. The centaurs listened intently, their stoic expressions betraying little emotion. When Dante finished, he looked at Mogorian. "I need your help to read the stars and find the approximate location of the diadem. In return, I owe you a favor. I will do all in my power to grant whatever you ask." Mogorian's brow furrowed, and he shook his head. "You are a benefactor and a friend of our tribe. There is no need for favors between us." Dante's smile faded, replaced by a look of determination. "Precisely because we are friends, I cannot ask you to do something so troubling and taxing without offering something in return. I hope you won't turn me down." Mogorian fell silent, his gaze shifting to the stars above. After a long moment, he nodded. "As you wish, my friend. You will owe us a favor in return." For the next month, Dante lived among the centaurs. While they studied the stars and performed ancient rituals to locate the diadem, Dante made himself useful. He helped with the hunt, using his magic to track game and ensure the tribe had enough food. He also improved their huts, reinforcing them with enchantments to withstand the rain and cold. In the evenings, Dante gathered the centaur children and adults around the fire. He told them stories of a time long past, of their first ancestor and the great talent he possessed when he became the first centaur. The centaurs listened with rapt attention, their eyes wide with wonder. To them, Dante was not just a friend but a keeper of ancient knowledge. An entire month passed before Mogorian approached Dante with the results of their efforts. The centaur's expression was strange as he spoke. "The stars say the diadem is in Hogwarts." Dante's eyes widened in shock. "Hogwarts? Why is every important item taken to the school?" Mogorian shook his head, his expression equally perplexed. "I do not know what wizards were thinking. But the stars do not lie." Dante sighed, feeling a strange sense of irony. "Very well. Thank you, Mogorian. Your help has been invaluable." Before leaving, Dante handed Mogorian a mirror. "This is a two-way mirror, the other mirror is with me. Whenever you need help, use the mirror to call me. I will come as fast as I can." Mogorian accepted the mirror with a nod. "You are always welcome here, Dante. You are a true friend to our kind." The other centaurs echoed Mogorian's sentiments, their respect for Dante evident in their eyes. To them, Dante was more than a wizard, he was a protector and a keeper of their history. Chapter 39, One Thing After Another. Dante's return to Hogwarts was as silent as his departure. He moved through the halls with purpose, ignoring the whispers and pointed fingers of the students who spotted him. His destination was clear, Ravenclaw Tower. When he reached the eagle statue guarding the entrance, he bypassed the puzzle with ease, stepping into the Ravenclaw common room as if he belonged there. The Ravenclaw students inside were stunned. Some opened their mouths to protest, but Dante raised his wand to his neck and said simply, "I'm back." Before anyone could react, the Grey Lady appeared faster than anyone had ever seen her move. Her ghostly form shimmered with urgency as she floated toward Dante. "I know where to look," Dante said, his voice calm but firm. "But I need you to pinpoint the exact location." Helena nodded, her expression a mix of hope and determination. The two left the common room, leaving the Ravenclaw students in stunned silence. Whispers erupted as they wondered why their house ghost was following Dante Malfoy. Dante and Helena descended the stairs, their movements swift and purposeful. When they reached a quiet corridor, Dante turned to Helena. "Think of the diadem and your mother. Focus all your thoughts on it." Helena closed her eyes, her ghostly form glowing faintly as she concentrated. Dante raised his wand and incanted, Animibus Deprehendera. A ghostly light erupted from the tip of his wand, spreading in all directions like ripples across water. The light engulfed the entirety of Hogwarts, and faint threads began to appear, branching out in countless directions. The entire school was thrown into confusion. Students and professors alike stared at the strange light, unsure of what was happening. Even Dumbledore, who was sitting tiredly in his office, paused mid-sentence as the light passed his office, followed by dozens of threads appearing out of nowhere. Dante observed the threads carefully. 3 emanated from him, and 1 from Helena. He reached out and touched the thread connected to Helena. Instantly, all other threads disappeared, leaving only the one leading to the diadem. "We need to follow this," Dante said, his voice steady. Helena followed Dante, her excitement palpable. For centuries, she had carried the burden of her mistake. Now, she finally had a chance to make things right. The two moved through the castle, following the thread of light. Students who saw them stared in confusion, but Dante paid them no mind. The thread led them to an empty hallway with a blank wall. Dante's lips curved into a faint smile. The room of requirement, of course. They walked back and forth 3 times, and a door appeared. Inside, they found a vast room filled with junk. The thread led them to an old, worn-out closet. Dante opened it and found the diadem, its once gleaming surface now dull and tarnished. Helena's ghostly form shimmered with joy. "You found it." But Dante's expression darkened. This fool turned it into a Horcrux. Helena's joy turned to fury. How could he do that? He destroyed the diadem. Dante shook his head. "No, he didn't. Do you forget who I am? I am the creator of Horcrux." He raised his wand and incanted, Expecto Electronum. A red light erupted from his wand, transforming into a menacing red bird that engulfed the diadem. When the light subsided, the diadem remained, but the soul fragment within it was gone. "The diadem is okay," Dante said, holding it out to Helena. Helena began to cry, her ghostly tears shimmering in the dim light. Dante let her have her moment, knowing the weight of the burden she had carried for centuries. Once Helena had calmed down, Dante asked, "What do you want to do with the diadem?" Helena's voice was firm. "I want it to be in the Ravenclaw common room, safe and protected, where all students can see it." Dante nodded. "Very well." The two returned to the Ravenclaw common room, where the students and Professor Flitwick were still discussing the strange light that had engulfed the school and the strange threads. When Dante entered, carrying the diadem with Helena giving her widest smile beside him, the room fell silent. Professor Flitwick stepped forward, his voice laced with surprise. "Dante Malfoy, what is going on? Where have you been?" Dante's tone was calm but commanding. "I was searching for Ravenclaw's diadem. Now, I need to place it in the common room. Please, step aside." The students and Flitwick eyes moved to the diadem and stared, their eyes wide with awe. When no one moved, Dante's eyes glowed faintly, and his voice took on an edge of malice. "Step aside." The room cleared immediately. Dante raised his wand. And a pedestal appeared in the center of the room. He placed the diadem on it and began casting a series of complex spells. The Ravenclaws watched as the pedestal and diadem were encased in layers of protective enchantments. When he was done, Dante turned to Helena. "Even if your mother wanted to break this, she would need months of work and focus." Helena nodded, her smile radiant. "Thank you, a lot. I knew I could trust you. No one will trick me again." Dante's expression softened. "I hope one day you'll forgive yourself and find peace." Dante turned to the silent Ravenclaws. "I apologize for the disturbance. Have a good day." With that, he left the common room. Professor Flitwick stared after him, then at the diadem. The lost heirloom of Ravenclaw was back, but how had Dante found something lost for over 1,000 years? The question lingered, unanswered. Dante stepped into the Slytherin common room. The room fell silent as the students noticed his arrival. Among them stood Professor Snape, his dark eyes narrowing as he approached Dante. Where have you been? Snape asked, his voice low and measured. Dante met his gaze without flinching. I was searching for Ravenclaw's diadem. It's now placed in the Ravenclaw common room. The nearby students gasped, their eyes widening in disbelief. Even Snape was momentarily speechless. The lost heirloom of Ravenclaw, missing for over 1,000 years, had been found. And by Dante, no less. Snape recovered quickly, his tone sharp. Where did you go, and how did you find it? Dante's expression remained impassive. I received a personal request to search for it, and I did. The details and process are not for sharing. The students exchanged glances. Snape, however, wasn't satisfied. He crossed his arms, his black eyes boring into Dante's. You can't just disappear without informing anyone. You're still a student here, regardless of your talents. Dante tilted his head slightly, his tone calm but firm. I'll let the staff know next time. Snape sighed, clearly frustrated but unsure how to handle him. Dante was arguably more skilled than most of the staff, and his actions, while rule-breaking, benefited the school. Finally, Snape decided to let it go, for now. Fine. But don't make a habit of this. As Snape turned to leave, he paused, as if remembering something. Wait. Dante raised an eyebrow. Yes. Snape's expression darkened. Come with me to St. Mungo's. Dante's eyes narrowed. What happened while I was away? Snape's face grew even grimmer. Lockhart. He's been tricking female students into drinking a potion and then using memory charms to make them forget what he did. Hermione Granger was his latest target. She tried to escape, but in his panic, Lockhart cast a powerful memory charm that left her mentally disabled. Dante's eyes glowed faintly, a sign of his rising anger. His voice was low, filled with malice. Where is Lockhart now? Captured, Snape replied. He's in the ministry, awaiting trial. Dante's lips curled into a cold smile. If they don't execute him, I'll do it myself. Snape didn't comment on the threat. Instead, he continued, Dumbledore and the best healers at St. Mungo's couldn't help Ms. Granger. I thought, perhaps you could figure something out. You're the smartest person I've ever seen. Dante nodded, his expression unreadable. I'll see what I can do. But first, I want to meet the useless headmaster. Snape's eyes narrowed, a flicker of unease crossing his face. He had a bad feeling about this, but he nodded. Very well. Follow me. Underscore. Dante and Snape made their way to Dumbledore's office. The headmaster was seated behind his desk, he looked tired but still said. Ah, Dante. Severus. To what do I owe the pleasure? Dante didn't waste time with pleasantries. His silver eyes glowed as he stepped forward, his voice cold and cutting. You let a predator like Lockhart roam freely in this school. You knew he was incompetent, yet you did nothing. And now, because of your negligence, students have been harmed. Dumbledore's expression faltered, his usual calm demeanor cracking under Dante's accusations. I assure you, Dante, I had no idea. Don't, Dante interrupted, his voice like ice. You're the headmaster. It's your job to know. Your job is to protect the students. And you failed. The room fell silent, the weight of Dante's words hanging heavily in the air. Even Snape looked uncomfortable, though he didn't intervene. Dumbledore sighed, his shoulders slumping. You're right. I failed. And I will do everything in my power to make amends. Dante's eyes narrowed. Your power isn't enough. I'll try to fix the child, but if I fail, I will make you share her fate. With that, Dante turned and left the office, Snape following close behind. Dumbledore sat in silence, his usual twinkle gone, replaced by a deep, unshakable guilt. As they left the castle, Snape glanced at Dante. If you fail, are you? Dante didn't look at Snape or wait for him to finish, he replied, yes. Chapter 40, Healer. Dante and Snape arrived at St. Mungo's, their steps purposeful as they made their way to Hermione's room. The atmosphere was heavy with despair. Hermione lay motionless on the hospital bed, her face peaceful as if she were merely sleeping. But the stillness of her body told a different story, she was disabled to never open her eyes again. Her parents sat nearby, their faces etched with grief. Hermione's mother clutched a handkerchief, her eyes swollen and red from crying. Her father sat stiffly, his hands clenched into fists, his expression a mix of anger and helplessness. Professor McGonagall stood beside them, her usual stern demeanor softened by the weight of the situation. She had come to check on her favorite student, though there was little she could do. When Snape and Dante entered the room, all eyes turned to them. McGonagall's brow furrowed in confusion. Severus? What are you doing here? And Mr. Malfoy. Snape stepped forward, his voice low. I brought Dante to check on her. He might be able to figure something out. Hermione's parents looked up, their eyes briefly igniting with hope. But when they saw Dante, a boy a few years older than their daughter at best, their hope faded as quickly as it had appeared. Hermione's father spoke, his voice tinged with bitterness. Is this a joke? You bring a child to fix what your best healers and wizards couldn't. McGonagall opened her mouth to respond, but Dante beat her to it. His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable weight. I am, by far, the most capable wizard in this world. Even if you combined every wizard in this hospital, they would still be beneath me. The room fell silent. Snape and McGonagall exchanged surprised glances. They had always known Dante was confident, even had a bone of arrogance in him, but this declaration was on another level. The sheer certainty in his voice left no room for doubt, he truly believed himself as superior to everyone. Hermione's father snorted, but he said nothing more. Dante ignored him and stepped closer to Hermione's bedside. He raised his wand and began casting a series of intricate spells, each one more complex than the last. The air around him seemed to hum with magic as he worked. The parents, unfamiliar with magic, didn't react at all. But Snape and McGonagall were different. Their eyes widened as they recognized some of the spells, and failed to recognize many more. Dante's knowledge and skill were beyond anything they had ever seen. After all, Dante is a genius who has been around for thousands of years and mastered magic and arts lost to time itself. Finally, Dante lowered his wand and turned to the room. Her body, soul, magical core, and memories are all intact. The damage is primarily to her mind. It's not completely destroyed, but broken into pieces. It can be fixed, but it will take some time. Hermione's parents didn't react, their faces blank. They had been through too much to allow themselves to hope again. But Snape stepped forward, his voice filled with curiosity. How do you fix a mind in that state? Dante's response was calm and measured. By feeding it memories and stories. The broken pieces will grow stronger and eventually will join other pieces and mend themselves. Dante had absorbed the resurrection stone not long ago, and with it, he had gained access to countless memories and stories from those who had passed. He planned to duplicate these memories and feed them to Hermione, carefully selecting those that would help her mind rebuild itself. Dante turned to Snape and McGonagall. I'll stay here for a few days to work on this. Her parents should leave. Hermione's father immediately objected. We're not going anywhere. She's our daughter. Without a word, Dante raised his wand and both parents dropped to the ground sleeping. McGonagall gasped, but Dante's voice cut through her shock. It's better this way. They don't need to worry. Once Hermione recovers, we will undo the spell and wake them up. McGonagall and Snape exchanged uneasy glances but decided not to argue. They carefully moved Hermione's parents to a corner of the room and laid them on beds. McGonagall couldn't help but mutter under her breath, madman logic. Once outside, McGonagall turned to Snape, her voice low. Do you really think Mr. Malfoy can help Miss Granger? Snape hesitated, then nodded. He's proven himself capable time and time again. At this point, there's nothing to lose. McGonagall sighed, her expression troubled. I hope you're right, Severus. For Hermione's sake. As they walked away, McGonagall couldn't shake the feeling that Dante's presence was both a blessing and a curse. His skill was undeniable, but his methods were cold and unorthodox. All she could do now was pray that he could mend what had been broken. For 5 days, Dante worked tirelessly in Hermione's hospital room. He pointed his wand to his head, drawing out silvery strands of memories, and carefully inserted them into Hermione's mind. Each time, he waited patiently for her mind to digest the memory before repeating the process. His powerful soul and mind allowed him to function on just an hour of sleep a day, his focus unwavering. Every evening, Professor McGonagall would arrive after her classes to check on their progress. Each time, she found Dante performing the same ritual, his expression calm and determined. She couldn't help but wonder what kind of memories he was feeding Hermione. On the 5th day, as McGonagall stood silently behind Dante, Hermione groaned. The sound was faint but unmistakable. McGonagall's eyes widened, and she rushed to Hermione's side. Dante stepped back, allowing the head of Gryffindor House to take his place. Hermione's eyes fluttered open, and she looked up at McGonagall, her voice weak. Professor McGonagall. What happened? McGonagall didn't answer immediately. Instead, she asked, How do you feel, Miss Granger? Hermione winced, bringing a hand to her head. A severe headache, like someone is hitting me with a hammer. McGonagall instinctively glanced at Dante, who stood nearby. That's expected, Dante said calmly. She'll recover to her normal state by tomorrow. She just needs rest today. He turned to leave, adding, You can wake the two now, as he gestured to the corner of the room where Hermione's sleeping parents are. McGonagall nodded, her relief evident. She quickly cast the counterspell to release Hermione's parents from their sleeping state. As they stirred, their eyes immediately sought out their daughter, their faces filled with a mix of confusion and joy. Underscore. Dante left St. Mungo's and headed straight to Professor Snape's office. When he entered, Snape looked up from his desk, his expression as stoic as ever. "How is Miss Granger?" he asked. "She woke up and will be fine," Dante replied, his tone matter of fact. He then asked, "What's the state of Lockhart?" Snape's lips curled into a faint sneer. "He was sentenced to Azkaban for his actions." Dante nodded, his expression darkening. He turned to leave, but Snape hesitated, then called out, "Where are you going?" Dante paused and looked back, his silver eyes glinting with cold malice. "Lockhart won't live to see tomorrow." With that, he left the office, leaving Snape to process his words. For a moment, Snape considered stopping him, but then he relaxed. Let it be, he thought. He doesn't care what happens next. The next morning, the news spread like wildfire. Gilderoy Lockhart had died in Azkaban on his first night. His corpse was found with a terrified look on his face, and the official report claimed he had died of fear. But no one could explain what had scared him so much that it killed him. In the Great Hall, Snape read the news in the Daily Prophet, his eyes flicking to Dante, who sat at the Slytherin table, eating silently as if nothing had happened. Snape's gaze then shifted to Dumbledore, who sat at the head table, his usual twinkle absent. Snape couldn't help but wonder, if Dante could go into Azkaban and kill Lockhart without leaving a trace then come back to Hogwarts undetected, what would stop him from doing the same to anyone else? Would even Dumbledore survive Dante's wrath? Chapter 41, Something is Wrong. The Great Hall was alive with chatter as usual during breakfast, but the Slytherin table was particularly loud today. Draco and the rest of the Slytherins had surrounded Dante, their voices overlapping as they bombarded him with questions. "First, you disappear for a week to publish your research," Draco said, his tone a mix of awe and frustration. "Then you vanish for a whole month and come back with Ravenclaw's diadem. And just when we thought you'd stay, you disappear again for nearly a week. How is any of this okay?" Dante shrugged, his expression blank. "I'm more productive this way. I don't need the classes to begin with, and the professors know that. They've asked me to let them know when I plan to leave, and that's it." The Slytherins stared at him in disbelief. Sure, Dante was leagues ahead of them in magic and intelligence, but to blatantly ignore the rules and have the professors allow it. It felt unfair, and they couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. Dante ignored their protests and headed to his charms class, his mind already wandering to what he should do next. When he entered the classroom, Professor Flitwick greeted him with a warm smile. "Dante, thank you for retrieving Ravenclaw's lost heirloom," Flitwick said, his voice filled with gratitude. "I should have thanked you earlier, but I was too shocked to act properly as the head of Ravenclaw House." Dante waved his hand dismissively. "No need. I did it for Helena." Flitwick's eyes widened at the mention of the Grey Lady's name. He wanted to ask how Dante knew her and why she had sought his help, but he stopped himself. Dante clearly had no intention of sharing, and Flitwick decided it was best to be grateful for his help. Not long after the class began, Professor McGonagall appeared at the door. "Dante, the headmaster would like to see you in his office." Flitwick nodded, not objecting, but Dante frowned. He wasn't looking forward to another meeting with Dumbledore, especially after the last one. He wondered how the headmaster still had the nerve to face him. But in the end, he stood up and followed McGonagall, silently resolving that if this was about another problem caused by Dumbledore's incompetence, he wouldn't hesitate to end the man's life. As they walked, McGonagall glanced at Dante. "Thank you for saving Miss Granger. What you did was extraordinary." Dante's response was calm but blunt. "No need. It was partially my fault for not killing Lockhart earlier." McGonagall frowned, finding his reply unsettling, out of place even. But she recalled how he had cursed Hermione's parents to sleep without a second thought and decided this was just another example of his extreme logic of what is the right thing to do. She sighed. "I don't approve of the way you act, think, or speak, but I am thankful that you are a student. Everyone else had given up on Hermione, it was hopeless, but you found a way to save her. You stayed for days, tirelessly healing her and left the moment she woke up. I honestly don't understand why you are in Slytherin, you're anything but a Slytherin." She smiled faintly. "You would be the perfect wizard if not for how heartless you act." At her words, Dante froze. His eyes dilated, his jaw clenched, and for a moment, he stopped moving. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and when he opened them again, his expression was back to its usual blank state. He continued walking, now 2 steps behind McGonagall. She didn't notice the change in him. When they entered Dumbledore's office, they found Hermione sitting with her parents. The moment they saw Dante, Hermione's parents stood up, their faces filled with gratitude. "Thank you for saving our daughter," Hermione's father said, his voice choked with emotion. He looked apologetic. "And I'm sorry for how we spoke to you when we first met." Dante shook his head. "It's fine. You were stressed." Hermione stood beside her parents, her expression a mix of relief and guilt. "Thank you for saving me. And I'm sorry if I ever offended you with my behavior in the past." Dante's response was as blank as ever. "It's fine." Hermione's father turned to Dumbledore, his expression serious. "The other reason we wanted to come here is to say that we don't want our daughter to stay at Hogwarts. This place isn't safe, and we can't risk losing her again." Hermione's eyes widened in shock. "What? No. I want to stay here." McGonagall stepped in, her voice firm. "Your daughter is one of our brightest students. What happened was an isolated incident, and we've taken steps to ensure it won't happen again." Hermione's mother began to cry. "I can't bear to see her like that again. I just can't." As the argument grew heated, Dante's breathing became uneven. His eyes dilated, his heart rate spiked, and a suffocating feeling tightened his chest. Voices overlapped in his head, growing louder and more erratic. He clenched his teeth, his hands gripping the sides of his head. Dumbledore was the first to notice. "Mr. Malfoy, are you okay?" The room fell silent as everyone turned to Dante. His face was pale, his body trembling as if he were fighting an invisible battle. His eyes glowed faintly before he closed them, taking a deep breath. When he opened them again, his expression was calm, though his face was still pale. "I'm fine," he said, his voice steady. His eyes locked onto Hermione's parents. "Accidents can happen anywhere and anytime. This one happened at Hogwarts, the next might be in your own home. Your best bet is to let your child learn how to handle things and hope she's ready when things go wrong. If she wants to stay here and learn, she's going to stay. If you can't see reason, I can remove your memories of this ever happening. Your choice." Without waiting for a response, Dante turned and left the office in a rush. As soon as Dante stepped out of Dumbledore's office, he closed his eyes, his face still pale. He took a deep breath, then opened his eyes and cast a disillusionment charm on himself. His form shimmered and faded from view as he made his way through the castle. He moved quickly, his steps silent and quick. Soon, he reached the entrance to Gryffindor Tower. He stopped in front of the fat lady's portrait. With a flick of his wand, the door swung open, and he slipped inside. The Gryffindor common room was filled with students, some studying, others chatting. A few glanced toward the door, puzzled by its sudden opening and why no one was there, but they quickly dismissed it. Dante didn't waste time. He moved through the room, his invisible form dodging students until he reached the stairs leading to the boys' dormitories. He climbed to the second-year room and entered, his eyes scanning the beds until he found the one he was looking for. In front of the bed was a storage box. Dante opened it and retrieved a cloak, the invisibility cloak. He placed the cloak in his pouch and left the room as quietly as he had entered. Once outside the Gryffindor common room, he walked a short distance before stopping again. His breathing grew uneven, and he clutched his head, the voices in his mind growing louder. He spotted a nearby classroom, its door closed. With a wave of his wand, he unlocked it and slipped inside. Dante dispelled the disillusionment charm and sat down, his face pale and his hands trembling. He rested for a while, his eyes closed as he fought to regain control. The voices in his head subsided, and his breathing steadied. After a few minutes, he stood up, his expression calm again. Dante began moving again. He made his way to the Great Hall, only to realize it was past lunchtime and classes had already begun. He turned and headed toward the dungeons, his destination clear, Snape's potions class. When he reached the classroom, he knocked once and opened the door without waiting for a response. Snape looked in his direction, his expression darkening at the rude interruption. The class, a mix of Gryffindor and Slytherin second years, turned to stare at Dante. Dante ignored Snape and scanned the room. His eyes landed on Hermione Granger, who was sitting at her desk. Her presence confirmed that her parents had made their choice, but Dante didn't care about that now. His gaze shifted to Draco, and he called out, "Draco, come outside." Snape's face darkened. "What do you think you're doing?" Dante turned to Snape, his voice calm but firm. "Not now. And I won't be around for the rest of the year." Snape paused, finally noting Dante's pale complexion and the faint tremble in his hands. Something was clearly wrong, but before Snape could say more, Draco stood up and followed Dante out of the classroom without a word. Outside the classroom, Dante turned to Draco. "I won't be around for a while. Tell our parents I'll come back on my own. I'll be gone for months this time." Draco's eyes widened. "Where are you going?" Dante didn't answer. Instead, he turned and walked away. Draco watched him go, a knot of worry forming in his chest. Something was wrong with Dante, and he didn't know what it was. Draco returned to the potions class, where the students were staring at him with curiosity. Even Snape's usual scowl was replaced by a look of concern. As the class resumed, Snape's eyes lingered on Draco, and when the lesson ended, he called out, "Malfoy, stay behind." Draco nodded, his mind still preoccupied with Dante's strange behavior. As the other students filed out of the room, Snape approached Draco, his voice low. "What did your brother want?" Draco hesitated, then said, "He said he'll be gone for months." Snape's brow furrowed. "Did he say where he was going?" Draco shook his head. "No. But, something is wrong with him." Snape showed a rare look of concern but said nothing. He dismissed Draco with a nod. Snape wondered what happened. Dante was okay this morning. Chapter 42, Hermione Granger. Hermione Granger is the only child of two loving, hard-working muggles. She loved to read and study, always eager to prove herself, but her intelligence often made her feel out of place among her peers. When the letter from Hogwarts arrived, inviting her to a school for witches and wizards, she was ecstatic. Finally, she felt like she belonged to something greater. She devoured every book she could find about the magical world, memorizing them before even stepping foot in Hogwarts. Being sorted into Gryffindor, the House of Courage, was a proud moment for her. Her life at Hogwarts had its ups and downs, but she loved it far more than her old, mundane school. She poured all her effort into being the top of her year, determined to prove herself in this new world. But no matter how hard she worked, she couldn't surpass Draco Malfoy, an arrogant, insufferable boy from a pure-blood family. He looked down on Muggleborns like her and made no effort to hide it. His family's reputation as one of the worst in the wizarding world only reinforced her dislike for him. His pettiness and bullying of Gryffindors only made it worse. Hermione threw herself into her studies, determined to beat Draco, but to her frustration, she couldn't. And then there were the rumors about Draco's older brother, Dante Malfoy. A prodigy who had left Hogwarts before even finishing his first year, only to return with groundbreaking research and achievements. Hermione found it hard to believe such a person could exist. How could someone so young be so far ahead of everyone else? The next year, Hermione finally met Dante Malfoy. He was nothing like Draco. He was calm, intimidating, and carried an air of authority that commanded respect. From the very beginning, he showed his vast knowledge, identifying the ancient magic that had saved Harry's life with a single glance. Even after she had spent hours in the library researching that magic, she barely scratched the surface, finding only some references and mentions here and there. The fact that Dante knew it so effortlessly left her in awe, and a little intimidated. Then there was the incident with Gilderoy Lockhart. Hermione had idolized Lockhart, but when Dante attacked him and sent him to the infirmary, her perception of both men shifted. Lockhart's fear of Dante only added to the scary image of the older Malfoy brother. Hermione began to see Dante as a greater evil than Draco or even their father. He was smarter, wiser, and undoubtedly more powerful. But there were contradictions. Rumors spread about Dante stopping the bullying of a younger student, and when the first attack happened, he was the one to clear Harry's name. Hermione couldn't reconcile these actions with the image of the evil Malfoy eldest she had constructed in her mind. When Harry and Ron snuck into the Slytherin common room and reported that Draco claimed Dante loved Muggles, Hermione was baffled. It didn't align with the monster she had imagined. The day of the dueling club was a turning point. Dante showed up, seemingly oblivious to the recent attack. Hermione couldn't believe someone could be so focused on their studies that they ignored a lurking danger. But then, in a matter of minutes, Dante deduced the monster's identity, located the Chamber of Secrets, and went to hunt the basilisk as if it were a school trip. Hermione was terrified. Dante wasn't just a better student, he was in a league of his own. She finally understood why the professors didn't mind his rule-breaking. He wasn't at Hogwarts to take classes, he was there because he chose to be. A week later, the news of Dante's groundbreaking research and prototypes spread. Hermione felt a pang of despair. She could barely compete with Draco, and here was someone only 2 years older than her who had already achieved more than she ever might in her lifetime. For the first time, she began to question whether purebloods were inherently superior. Days passed and one day, she woke up in the hospital weeks later, her head pounding and her parents and Professor McGonagall by her side. They explained what had happened, how Lockhart had tried to harm her and how his panicked memory charm had left her mentally disabled. No one had been able to heal her until Dante returned to Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall told her how Dante had spent 5 days working tirelessly to heal her, barely sleeping more than an hour a day. And when she questioned why she couldn't remember anything of the attack despite remembering everything else, Professor McGonagall believed that Dante had removed that memory as he might have viewed it as harmful. Hermione was stunned. The boy she had labeled as a monster had gone out of his way to save her, even though she had been at odds with his brother. She began to feel a deep sense of guilt. She had been so quick to judge Dante, convinced he was evil. But what kind of evil person would work tirelessly to heal someone they didn't have a good relationship with or viewed as lesser? She thought of Luna Lovegood and how the girl had described Dante as kind and respectful. Hermione realized she had been wrong. Dante wasn't the monster she had imagined, he was a good person, even if he was difficult to understand. The next day, she and her parents met with Dante in Dumbledore's office. Her parents thanked him profusely, and even her father apologized for their earlier rudeness. Dante was indifferent, his expression blank as he accepted their gratitude. Hermione wondered if, with all his power and intelligence, he simply struggled to express himself. Her musings were interrupted when her parents announced they wanted to withdraw her from Hogwarts. A heated discussion erupted, but it was cut short when Dante suddenly seemed unwell. He clutched his head, his face pale and his hands trembling. For a moment, Hermione was worried about him, but his eyes began to glow strangely and then he quickly composed himself, followed by threatening her parents with memory modification if they tried to take her away. Her parents, still traumatized from being put to sleep for days by him before, took the threat seriously. Later that day, in potions class, Hermione saw Dante again. He looked even paler than before, his hands shaking slightly. He called Draco out of class, ignoring Snape completely. Hermione noticed how Snape didn't intervene, likely because he, too, could see that something was wrong with Dante. Hermione couldn't shake the feeling of unease. Dante had saved her life, but he was clearly struggling with something. She didn't know what it was, but for the first time, she found herself genuinely concerned for him. Underscore. After potions class, Harry, Hermione, and Ron walked together through the corridors of Hogwarts. Dante didn't look okay back there, she said, her voice tinged with concern. I've never seen him like that. Harry nodded, his expression thoughtful. Yeah, I've never seen him so pale. Something's definitely wrong. Ron snorted, his tone dismissive. Maybe some dark magic backfired. Serves him right, if you ask me. Hermione glared at Ron, her eyes narrowing. Don't badmouth him. He's not what you think he is. Ron raised an eyebrow, clearly unconvinced. Oh, come on, Hermione. He's a dark wizard and the son of a Death Eater, and you know it. Just because he helped you doesn't change that. Hermione's voice grew firmer. Luna was right about him. Dante's a nice person. He hasn't done anything bad to us, and even the altercations with your family were mainly your family fault to begin with. Ron's face twisted in anger. Our fault? Are you serious? Did he put you under the Imperius curse or something? Harry stepped in quickly, sensing the argument was about to escalate. Hey, calm down, both of you. Let's not fight over this. Hermione crossed her arms, still glaring at Ron, while Ron muttered under his breath. Harry sighed, hoping the tension would ease before it turned into a full-blown argument. Chapter 43, The Heir of Slytherin. It had been an entire month since Dante's disappearance, and while most of the school was focused on the upcoming end-of-year exams, Harry Potter had other things on his mind. He sat in the Gryffindor common room, his expression distressed as he talked with Ron. Hermione entered the room, a book tucked under her arm, and immediately noticed Harry's troubled look. Still no trace of the invisibility cloak, she asked, her voice tinged with concern. Harry shook his head, frustration evident on his face. I've asked everyone in the past week if they saw anything or knew who took it, but no one did. It's like it just vanished. Ron chimed in, Harry only noticed it was missing last week. It is possible it was stolen even before that. Hermione frowned slightly, her brow furrowing. Who would want to steal an invisibility cloak? They're not exactly rare, and it's not like it's valuable, except to you, Harry, because it belonged to your father. Harry sighed. Maybe someone hates me and wanted to hurt me by stealing it. Why else would they take it? Hermione and Ron nodded in agreement. It was the only explanation that made sense. Hermione glanced at the book in her hands. I need to go back to my room to study. Let me know if you find anything. As she turned to leave, Ron called after her, you can study no matter the time or situation, can't you? He then turned to Harry. So, what are we going to do now? Harry shrugged helplessly. I don't know. I've hit a dead end. That night, as Harry prepared for bed, he found a letter tucked under his pillow. His heart skipped a beat as he unfolded it and read the message. Come alone to the Forbidden Forest if you want your cloak back. Ron, noticing Harry's sudden movement, leaned over. What's that? Harry handed him the letter. The thief wants to meet me in the Forbidden Forest alone if I want my father's cloak back. Ron's eyes widened. This could be a trap, or a prank. I know, Harry said, his voice firm. But it might be my only chance to get the cloak back. I have to go. Ron hesitated, then said, I'm coming with you. Harry shook his head. No. If the thief sees you, they might run. I have to do this alone. Ron frowned, clearly unhappy with the plan. At least tell Hermione. She might have some ideas. Harry shook his head stubbornly. It's too risky. I'll go alone. If I'm not back by midnight, go get the professors. Ron reluctantly agreed. Be careful, mate. And so, Harry sneaked out of the common room, his heart pounding as he made his way through the castle. He prayed he wouldn't run into Filch, Mrs. Norris, or any of the prefects. Minutes later, he was outside, running down the hill toward the Forbidden Forest. When he reached the edge of the forest, he stopped and looked around. The darkness was oppressive, and the trees loomed like silent sentinels. Harry took a deep breath and stepped inside. After walking a dozen meters into the forest, Harry called out, "I'm here, and I'm alone." There was no reply. Just as Harry began to think it was all a prank, he heard footsteps behind him. He turned sharply, his wand at the ready, and froze. Ginny Weasley stood there, smiling, an old notebook clutched in her hands. "Ginny?" Harry asked, confused. "Did you write the letter?" Ginny nodded. "I wanted a chance to talk to you alone. I heard about your missing cloak and thought it was a good way to get you here." Harry frowned. "Why go through all this trouble? You could have just asked me." Ginny didn't answer, instead a golden light shimmered around her body. She collapsed to the ground, and in her place stood a boy a few years older than Harry, holding the notebook. Harry stepped back, his wand trembling in his hand. "Who are you?" The boy smiled coldly. "I am Tom Riddle, the heir of Slytherin from 50 years ago." Harry's eyes widened in shock. "What do you mean?" Tom's smile widened. 50 years ago, I opened the Chamber of Secrets to complete Salazar Slytherin's noble goal. But after I killed the first girl, I realized I was being watched closely. So, I left a copy of my memories in this diary, hoping to finish the job in the future. I made Ginny open the chamber, I made her attack the Muggles, and I made her write on the wall. Harry's voice was filled with disbelief. "Ginny would never help you." Tom's expression turned sly. "Oh, I can be quite persuasive. And let's just say she was in a trance." Harry's face twisted in anger. "You'll pay for what you did to her." Tom laughed, his wand flashing as he disarmed Harry with a single spell. Harry was thrown to the ground, his wand flying into Tom's hand. "The savior isn't so impressive after all," Tom sneered. Harry struggled to his feet, defiance burning in his eyes while saying, "You waited 50 years and you still failed, the basilisk is dead." Tom tilted his head, studying him. "Yes, I failed. I didn't expect a student to find and kill the basilisk. But that's fine. I had a different goal anyway after I controlled Ginny." "What do you want?" Harry demanded. Tom's smile turned predatory. "You, Harry Potter. I want to know how a baby with no magical skill managed to defeat the greatest wizard of all time. How did you survive?" Harry's confusion was evident. "Why do you even care? Voldemort is long after your time." Tom's expression darkened. He waved his wand, and letters appeared in the air, Tom Riddle. With a flick of his wrist, the letters rearranged themselves, "I am Lord Voldemort." "Voldemort is my past, present, and future," Tom said, his voice cold. "Now, tell me, Harry. How did you survive?" Harry hesitated, then stepped slowly forward saying, "That night, when I was baby." Then broke into a sudden sprint, hoping to tackle Tom. But Tom was faster. With a wave of his wand, Harry was lifted into the air and slammed into the ground. Another flick sent him crashing into a tree. Tom sneered. "I truly can't comprehend how you survived as a baby. But it doesn't matter. I'll finish what my future self failed to do." As Tom raised his wand to deliver the final blow, a red beam of light struck him, knocking him to the ground. Harry looked up to see Dumbledore standing there, his expression grim. "It has been 50 years, Tom," Dumbledore said, his voice heavy with regret. Tom scrambled to his feet, his eyes darting around as he searched for an escape. Dumbledore's gaze fell on Harry, then on Ginny's unconscious form. His frown deepened. "What have you done, Tom?" Dumbledore asked, his voice filled with sorrow. Tom said nothing, his fear evident. Dumbledore sighed. "I can't allow you to continue. You've harmed this child too much." With a flick of his wand, Dumbledore cast Fiend Fire. A column of fire shot toward Tom, engulfing him and the diary. Dumbledore controlled the flames carefully, ensuring they didn't spread. Harry struggled to his feet, his body aching. "Professor Dumbledore." Dumbledore turned to him, his expression softening. "Not now, Harry. Ginny needs to go to the infirmary." Chapter 44, A Family's Hope. The night Ginny Weasley was moved to St. Mungo's, the atmosphere in the hospital was tense. Her condition was dire, and the healers were at a loss. Despite their best efforts, they couldn't find a way to help her. She lay motionless on the hospital bed, her breathing shallow and her skin pale. Dumbledore stood by her side, his brows knitted in deep concern. Whatever did this to her, it severely damaged her soul, one of the healers said, shaking his head. We've never seen anything like this. Dumbledore sighed, his voice heavy with regret. She was under the influence of a very dark magic for too long. The damage it caused might be irreversible. The healers exchanged uneasy glances, but no one could argue with the headmaster's assessment. Ginny's life force was fading, and there was nothing they could do to stop it. The next day, the Weasley family was informed of Ginny's condition. They rushed to St. Mungo's, their faces filled with dread. When they arrived, they were met with the heartbreaking news that their daughter might never wake up, and even if she did, she might not live more than 2 or 3 years. Molly Weasley broke down in tears, clutching her husband's arm for support. Please, she begged Dumbledore, her voice trembling. There must be something you can do. Anything. Dumbledore's expression was somber as he shook his head. I've done all I can. Even the best healers here are unable to help her. I've asked Professor Snape to examine her as well, but there's nothing more we can do. Arthur Weasley stood silently, his face pale and his hands clenched into fists. He looked at Dumbledore, his voice barely above a whisper. How did this happen? What caused this? Dumbledore hesitated, then asked. Ginny was in the possession of an old diary. It was in reality a dark artifact with a terrible spell and stored memories of the creator. Do you know anything about it? Where could Ginny possibly have gotten it from? Arthur shook his head, his expression one of helplessness. No, I don't. I've always warned my children not to trust something that can think for itself. But Ginny, she's just a child. She must have been tricked. Molly let out a sob, burying her face in her hands. The Weasley siblings stood nearby, their faces a mix of shock and grief. Fred and George, usually so full of mischief, were uncharacteristically silent. Ron stood beside Harry, his face pale and his eyes glistening with unshed tears. As the family gathered around Ginny's bed, Dumbledore stepped aside, his mind racing with possibilities. He was thinking when and how Ginny got the diary. Dumbledore's thoughts were interrupted by Arthur, who approached him with a determined look. Is there really no one else who can help her? No one at all you can think of? Dumbledore thought for a moment then sighed. There is one person who might have the ability to help, but he's unavailable at the moment. Arthur's eyes narrowed. Who? Dante Malfoy, Dumbledore said quietly. He's shown remarkable skills beyond what most can comprehend and developed groundbreaking spells in short periods. He might be able to figure out a solution, but he disappeared a month ago, and no one knows where he is. Arthur's expression darkened. Lucius's deranged son. Look at my face, you think he'd help us? Dumbledore's gaze was steady. While he can be extreme in his actions, he's not like his family. He's helped others before, even those he had no reason to. If anyone can find a way to save Ginny, it's him. Arthur nodded slowly, though his skepticism was evident. Then we need to find him. For Ginny's sake. The Weasleys stayed by Ginny's side, the grief painted on their faces. With Molly saying she would never leave her daughter's bedside till she woke up. Underscore. In the Malfoy manor, Dumbledore and Arthur Weasley stepped out of the fireplace, brushing soot from their robes. Lucius Malfoy sat in his study, his expression one of thinly veiled annoyance as he regarded his 2 guests. To what urgent matter do I owe this pleasure? Lucius drawled, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Dumbledore, unfazed by Lucius's demeanor, got straight to the point. Mr. Malfoy, do you know where we can find your son, Dante? Lucius raised an eyebrow, his lips curling into a faint smirk. Why do you need to know that? Dumbledore's gaze was steady. A child's life is in danger, and we believe your son might be able to save her. Lucius leaned back in his chair, his eyes flicking to Arthur Weasley. A slow, knowing smile spread across his face. Let me guess, it's a Weasley, isn't it? Arthur's fists clenched at his sides, but he forced himself to remain calm. Yes. It's my daughter, Ginny. She's been inflicted by dark magic and is in a coma. Even if she wakes up, she'll be too weak to live normally and will die soon after. Lucius's expression shifted slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He quickly masked it, however, and leaned forward, his tone mocking. And why, pray tell, do you think a Malfoy would help a Weasley? Arthur's temper flared. This isn't about our families. A child's life is at stake. Lucius snorted, clearly unimpressed. Dumbledore, sensing the tension rising, interjected. Mr. Malfoy, this is a matter of life and death. We need to speak with Dante directly. Do you know where he is? Lucius shrugged, his expression one of feigned indifference. I truly don't know where he is. His mother was furious when she found out he disappeared without telling anyone where he was going. Dumbledore studied Lucius carefully, his piercing blue eyes searching for any sign of deception. Aren't you worried about your son's disappearance? Lucius chuckled, a hint of pride in his voice. Worried? No. My son is far above anyone else in this world. He's an unmatched wizard in skill and power. He leaned back, his smirk widening as he added, I'd even wager he could take you on in a duel, Headmaster Dumbledore, and win. Arthur's jaw dropped, his disbelief evident. You can't be serious. You think your son is stronger than the greatest wizard of the past century? Dumbledore, however, didn't seem surprised. He had felt the danger Dante exuded before, and Lucius's words only confirmed his suspicions. In the end, Dumbledore stood, his expression grave. If you hear from Dante, please contact me immediately. This is a matter of life and death. Lucius waved a hand dismissively. I'll pass along the message, but I'll leave it to Dante to decide. He glanced at Arthur, his smirk returning. If it was you, I'd do everything in my power to prevent him from helping you. Arthur paused, his anger giving way to reluctant gratitude. Thank you, he said stiffly. With that, Dumbledore and Arthur left through the Floo network, leaving Lucius alone in his study. As the green flames died down, Lucius leaned back in his chair, his expression thoughtful. In truth, he didn't care about the Weasley girl's life or death. His words to Arthur were merely a performance, a way to position himself as the bigger person. The reality was that he wouldn't dare hide, lie, or give orders to Dante. His son was beyond his control. Chapter 45, Missing. When Dumbledore and Arthur Weasley returned to St. Mungo's, they were met with a somber scene. Molly Weasley sat by Ginny's bedside, her eyes red and swollen from crying. The rest of the Weasley children stood nearby, their faces etched with worry. Harry sat in a corner, his expression heavy with guilt. As Dumbledore and Arthur entered the room, Molly looked up, her eyes filled with desperate hope. Well, she asked, her voice trembling. Arthur shook his head sadly, while Dumbledore spoke in a calm but regretful tone. Lucius Malfoy doesn't know where his son is. He disappeared without telling them as well. The room fell silent, the weight of the news pressing down on everyone. The Weasleys, who had always despised the Malfoys, now found themselves wishing more than anything that Dante would appear. The boy they had once viewed as evil and dangerous was now their only hope. Harry, who had been silent until now, spoke up, his voice filled with guilt. This is my fault. If Tom Riddle's memory hadn't been so obsessed with finding out how Voldemort died, he might have let Ginny go after the basilisk was killed. Arthur immediately stepped forward, placing a comforting hand on Harry's shoulder. Harry, my boy, this isn't your fault. That was dark magic, evil and manipulative. You didn't cause this. Dumbledore nodded in agreement. I knew Tom Riddle 50 years ago. He was sly, manipulative, and incapable of understanding love. Even if it hadn't been for you, he would have continued to use Ginny. If anything, your presence made him impatient, which allowed us to find him before he could do more harm. Harry's shoulders slumped, but his guilt didn't fade. He wanted to know how I vanquished the Dark Lord so badly, but it wasn't even me who did it. The Weasleys, except for Ron, looked at Harry in surprise. Arthur frowned. What do you mean, Harry? Harry took a deep breath. My mother, she used an ancient and powerful magic to protect me from Voldemort. She sacrificed her life to save me. That's why I'm still here today. Dumbledore's eyes flickered with interest. How do you know that, Harry? Harry hesitated, then said, Dante told me. The first time we met, he said that my mother's love created a powerful protective magic at the cost of her life. He said it still protects me from Voldemort even now. The Weasleys exchanged surprised glances. They had never heard of such magic before. Ron, however, nodded in agreement. Yeah, Dante was creepy that day. He looked at Harry like he wanted to dissect him with his eyes. Harry added, he also said my scar was interesting and that he'd never expected to see a living one. To this day, I don't know what he meant by that. The Weasleys looked puzzled, but Dumbledore's blood ran cold. He immediately understood what Dante had meant. The boy knew about Horcruxes, and he had recognized that Harry was a living one. This revelation only deepened Dumbledore's unease about Dante's knowledge and power. The future he had feared, where Dante's potential could lead to the birth of a new Dark Lord more dangerous than the last, now seemed even more ominous. Dumbledore composed himself, his expression calm as he addressed the room. What happened to Ginny was the result of dark magic, not any of your actions, Harry. There is still hope. Lucius has agreed to let us know when Dante's location is known or when he returns. Molly's eyes filled with tears again, but this time, there was a glimmer of hope. Do you really think he can save her? Dumbledore nodded. His intellect and resourcefulness are above anyone I have ever seen. If anyone can find a way, it's him. Unexpectedly the Weasleys found themselves praying for the return of a Malfoy. Underscore 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 underscore. The school year at Hogwarts came to an end, and summer arrived, but there was still no news of Dante Malfoy's whereabouts. Days turned into weeks, and the Weasley family's hope began to fade. Their only chance to save Ginny seemed to have vanished without a trace. Dumbledore had tasked Snape with checking on the Malfoys periodically, but each time, Snape returned with the same answer: no news. Even Narcissa, who had been furious when Dante first disappeared, now seemed more worried than angry. Draco, too, was visibly concerned about his older brother. Even Lucius, who had once boasted of Dante's unmatched power, began to falter in his confidence as the summer dragged on. When the new school year began, the students returned to Hogwarts with their usual excitement, but the atmosphere was tinged with an undercurrent of unease. The defense against the dark arts position had been filled by a competent professor for the first time in years, a welcome change after the disastrous tenures of Quirrell and Lockhart. The new professor's presence brought a sense of stability, but it wasn't enough to dispel the lingering tension. One of the most noticeable changes was in Draco Malfoy. The once arrogant Slytherin, who had never missed an opportunity to humiliate and insult Gryffindors, especially Harry and Ron, was unusually quiet this year. He kept to himself, his usual smirk replaced by a somber expression. Harry and Ron, too, were unnaturally subdued. The usual animosity between the two groups had faded, replaced by an unspoken understanding. By now, most of the school, students and staff alike, knew the story. Ginny Weasley, the youngest of the Weasley children, was dying after an incident involving a dark artifact. The family's only hope was Dante Malfoy, but the legendary student had disappeared without a trace. 6 months had passed, and there was still no sign of him. Rumors began to circulate. Some whispered that Dante had been killed in some remote part of the world, his body buried in an unmarked grave. Others speculated that he had abandoned the wizarding world altogether, choosing to live among muggles. Whatever the truth, his absence cast a long shadow over Hogwarts. Underscore 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 underscore. Dante apparat to the top of a snow-covered mountain, the cold air biting at his skin. The landscape around him was a vast expanse of white, the snow stretching endlessly in every direction. His breath formed visible clouds in the frigid air as he took in the familiar surroundings. He scanned the area carefully, his silver eyes sharp and focused. After a moment, his gaze settled on 2 frozen rocks partially buried in the snow. Dante approached them, his boots crunching against the icy ground. When he reached the rocks, he spoke, his voice carrying an ancient, forgotten language, one that had died with time. The rocks, covered in snow, began to glow faintly. Between them, a staircase made of ice materialized, descending into the depths of the mountain. Dante hesitated for a moment, then stepped onto the staircase. Each step felt heavy, as if the weight of his purpose pressed down on him. At the bottom of the staircase, Dante entered an enormous, mesmerizing cave. The walls were made of strange, shimmering crystals and reflective stones, their surfaces glinting in the dim light. The ceiling was adorned with massive glowing rocks that illuminated the entire space, casting an ethereal glow over everything. But Dante paid no heed to the breathtaking beauty surrounding him. His gaze was locked on the ghostly figure floating in the center of the cave. The figure was translucent, its form flickering faintly, as though it were struggling to hold itself together. In front of it stood a tombstone, crafted from ice and crystals, its surface shimmering faintly in the cave's ethereal light. Dante approached slowly, his expression unreadable, but his silver eyes betrayed a storm of emotions, determination, sorrow, and something deeper, something ancient and unresolved. Chapter 46, Odin. Dante approached the ghostly figure slowly, his footsteps echoing faintly in the vast, icy cave. The ghost, a woman with an ethereal glow, floated motionlessly, her back turned to him. Without glancing back, she spoke in the same ancient language Dante had used to enter this place. "How I loathe the moment you step in here, Odin," the ghost said, her voice cold and filled with venom. "The only wish I have left is to watch you fail and suffer for all of your sins." Dante's face twisted with sorrow as he replied in the same ancient tongue, "I long to hear your voice, but dearest, won't you look my way?" The ghost remained silent, her form flickering faintly. Dante dropped to his knees, his voice desperate. "If you want to hear my plea, I will. Just look my way." Finally, the ghost turned around. Her eyes, filled with hatred, bore into Dante's. "I want you to die and let go of this madness you began thousands of springs ago." Dante shook his head, his voice trembling. "You know I can't grant that. I made an oath in my first life. All the skills I've honed, all the things I've done to achieve this goal, if I stop now, everything was for nothing. Even Baldur's death." The ghost's face twisted in fury. "Do not mention his name, Odin. You don't deserve it. You let him die after everything I did, after I asked you. But your twisted mind and blind pursuit left him to his death." Dante's voice was pleading. "Our son had great potential, I wanted him to grow, to learn, to become better. I trusted Loki to teach him properly. The ghost's eyes burned with rage. After you foresaw our son's death, I burned my life to protect him from your prophecy. I trusted you to keep an eye on him. But you didn't listen, you entrusted him to Loki and Baldur in the end died. Dante's voice broke. I'm sorry. I've been sorry for thousands of years. I killed Loki gruesomely, and in our son's memory, I've dealt with every teacher who harmed their students throughout my lives. The ghost's fury only grew. Do you think that absolves you of my hatred? Do you think spreading my magic to keep my name alive lessens it? Or that because you no longer peek into the future, I would forget? It only makes me hate you more. You continue to live, one life after another, carrying that madness of yours, seeking knowledge and exploring the unknown. It is why you abandoned our son. Dante's voice was steady but filled with pain. I've developed countless magics, potions, and skills over time. I've advanced the world more than anyone else. The ghost sneered. You create and explore without purpose or goal. How many vile magics and creatures have you created? How many lives have been wiped out by your actions? Dante's eyes glistened with unshed tears. I am a seeker, a watcher throughout history. This is my purpose, my oath. I can't let go. I still have so much to do. The ghost's voice was icy. Odin, you are the worst thing this world has ever seen. Dante's eyes began to tear up, lowering his head as he cried, but then he clutched his head, his body shaking with pain. He lowered himself to the ground, his form twisted in agony. The ghost floated above him, watching without emotion. After a while, the ghost spoke again, her voice cold and detached. This is the promised life, isn't it? You've begun the assimilation of your soul. Is that why you are more emotional this time? Are you afraid, or are you being affected by it? Dante's eyes glowed faintly before calming. He looked up at her, his voice weak. You're right. I have absorbed 4 fragments, the stone was the last, and its assimilation is nearly complete. Now, it's affecting me. The memories of the people that stone has absorbed for thousands of years are fighting in my mind. The ghost smiled cruelly. If you're having such a hard time dealing with the second fragment, how will you assimilate the first? Maybe you will fail in the end. How fitting of an end that would be. Dante smiled weakly. You really have nothing left for me but hatred, Frigg. I prepared thoroughly for the first fragment. In my second life, I created the stone to strengthen my mind. In the third, I studied how to strengthen my body with magic. In the fourth, I studied emotions to keep myself human. In the fifth, I studied souls to strengthen mine. In the sixth and seventh, I completed my preparations. Frigg's eyes remained cold. That's why I hate you. You thought of everything, planned for everything. But when it came to our son, you threw him to Loki. He wasn't as important as the madness you pursue. Dante's voice was soft but filled with emotion as he replied to Frigg. I cared for him. He was my pride, my precious child. But I couldn't pamper him. He needed to learn, to become better. That's why I entrusted him to Loki. Frigg floated away from him, her ghostly form gliding toward the tombstone. She caressed it tenderly, her voice trembling with sorrow. Can you comprehend the pain I feel? I burned everything I had to shield Baldur. I begged you to keep an eye on him, to protect him when I became bedridden. But then, just as the sun rose and disappeared a few times, I had to hear the news of my son's death. I died knowing you failed me, knowing you didn't care enough. No words you say will ever convince me otherwise, Odin. Dante opened his mouth to respond, but a sudden, searing pain shot through his head. He clutched his skull, groaning as he collapsed to the ground. His body writhed in agony, his screams echoing through the icy cave. Frigg watched him coldly, her gaze shifting back to her son's tombstone, her expression filled with sorrow. The pain intensified, tearing through Dante's very being. He felt as though he were being ripped apart from the inside. His vision blurred. He couldn't hear, couldn't feel anything except the relentless, excruciating pain. With the last bit of his consciousness, he pulled out the cloak of invisibility, holding it tight as it glowed in his hand. Soon everything turned to black and time lost all meaning to him as he laid there, consumed by suffering. When the pain finally subsided, Dante's body went limp. Exhausted, he fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. Throughout the ordeal, Frigg didn't look at him once, her attention fixed on the tombstone. When Dante awoke, the assimilation was complete. But something was wrong. His vision had changed. Before, he could see the world as a normal person, with traces of magic woven into his sight. Now, he could only see the traces of magic, the world itself had become invisible to him. It was strange, even for someone as knowledgeable as Dante, and for the first time, he felt a sense of loss and confusion. His soul assimilation is complete, but his body transformation fell short for some reason. Frigg noticed him stirring and spoke, her voice cold and detached. It seems you've succeeded in the end. A pity. Dante didn't respond. Instead, he stood slowly, his movements deliberate, and turned to face Frigg. They stared at each other in silence, the weight of thousands of years of history hanging between them. Finally, Dante spoke, his voice steady but filled with resolve. "This is the last time I'll come here. I won't return again." He raised his wand, his hand trembling slightly. Frigg gave a sad smile. "I told you long ago, you would be the perfect wizard if not for how heartless you are." Dante's eyes filled with tears. "I want to keep you, I want to hold you, keep you close to me. But there is no path for you left, I'm releasing you from this eternal torment." Frigg shook her head, her voice filled with bitterness. "No, you're trying to run from the guilt you carry." Dante closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them again, his expression resolute. "Expecto electronum," he incanted. Red lightning erupted from the tip of his wand, forming a giant, fiery bird. The bird engulfed Frigg, her form dissolving into the light. Her final words echoed through the cave, "I hate you." When the light faded, Frigg was gone. Dante stood in silence, tears streaming down his face. He walked over to Baldur's tombstone and knelt before it. "I truly cared for you," he whispered. "I thought I was doing the right thing back then. For that, I'm so sorry." With one last look at the tombstone, Dante turned and walked away, leaving the frozen sanctuary behind. He would never return. Chapter 47, Return Different. Dante operated back to Malfoy Manor, his heart heavy with the weight of his oldest regret. The moment he materialized in the grand foyer, his mother, Narcissa, was nearby and saw him. She rushed toward him, her face a mixture of relief and worry. She threw her arms around him, hugging him tightly, but Dante stood motionless, his arms hanging limply at his sides. "Where have you been?" Narcissa cried, her voice trembling. "What happened to you?" Dante's vibrant silver eyes had dulled, now darker and shadowed. Strands of dark silver streaked his once blonde hair, and his face was pale and gaunt, with deep black circles under his eyes. He still wore his Hogwarts robes, now tattered and worn. Narcissa could tell that wherever he had been, he had endured something harrowing. Dante looked at his mother, but her face was a blur of intricate light patterns to him. The world around him was strange and unfamiliar, a tapestry of magical traces rather than the solid forms he once knew. He recognized her only by her voice. "How long have I been gone?" Dante asked, his voice quiet and distant. Narcissa wiped her tears. 7 months. We began to think you wouldn't come back." Dante nodded slowly. "I see." Narcissa gripped his shoulders, her eyes searching his. "Where were you? Why didn't you contact us?" Dante didn't answer. Instead, he said, "I'm tired. I need to be alone." He gently pulled away from her and walked toward his room, leaving his mother standing in the foyer, her protests echoing behind him. Narcissa immediately contacted Lucius, her voice frantic as she explained that Dante had returned but something was terribly wrong. Lucius rushed home, his usual composure replaced by urgency. When he arrived, he and Narcissa went to Dante's room, where they found him standing near the edge of his bed, his hands moving strangely as he touched objects around him. "Dante," Lucius said, his voice firm but laced with concern. "What's wrong?" Dante turned his head toward his father, though his eyes didn't focus. "Something unexpected happened. I don't know how to explain it. Right now, I'm blind. I can't see the world as I used to be. But I think my sight will return, in time." Narcissa stepped forward, her voice trembling. "We should take you to St. Mungo's. They can help you." Dante shook his head. "This is beyond their understanding. I'll stay here and recover. Don't ask where I've been. I won't answer." Lucius and Narcissa exchanged uneasy glances but decided not to press further. They left the room, closing the door softly behind them. Outside, Narcissa turned to Lucius, her face pale. What could have happened to him? Lucius didn't answer but his mind raced, recalling the fragments of knowledge Dante had shared with him over the years. Could it be another soul fragment? Had something gone wrong, even for someone as skilled and powerful as Dante? He kept his thoughts to himself, merely shaking his head. Narcissa, still worried, decided to write to Draco to let him know his brother had returned. It didn't take long for the news of Dante's return to reach Snape, who promptly informed Dumbledore. The headmaster decided to visit the Malfoy Manor, accompanied by Snape. When they arrived, Lucius greeted them with thinly veiled irritation. "As the headmaster of Hogwarts and the head of Slytherin House, it is only right we check on our missing student," Dumbledore explained himself, his tone calm but firm. Lucius crossed his arms. "He's not in a state to receive visitors. Since his return a few days ago, he's remained in his room." Dumbledore frowned. "If something is wrong, I might be able to help him." Narcissa, who had been silent until now, stepped forward. "Please, let them see him. I'm worried." Lucius hesitated but finally relented with a sigh. He led Dumbledore and Snape to Dante's room. When they entered, they found Dante sitting on his bed, his wand moving in strange, deliberate patterns in the air. Lucius cleared his throat. "Dante, Headmaster Dumbledore and Professor Snape are here. They're concerned about you." Dante turned his head toward them, his dull eyes unfocused. He nodded but said nothing, waiting for them to speak. Dumbledore studied Dante closely, his sharp eyes noticing the changes in the boy's appearance and demeanor. "Dante," he said gently, "is something wrong with your eyes?" Dante's voice was calm but distant. "I'm somewhat blind right now. I'm trying to figure out how to navigate the world without my sight." Dumbledore fell silent, his expression thoughtful. Snape, however, stepped forward, his voice sharp. "What happened to you?" Dante's response was curt. "It's personal. I don't plan to share." Snape's frown deepened, but he said nothing more. The room was filled with an uneasy silence as the weight of Dante's condition hung heavily in the air. Dumbledore studied Dante carefully. "Dante," he said gently, "if you don't mind, I'd like to examine your eyes. Perhaps I can help." Dante shook his head, his expression calm but firm. "My condition is beyond your understanding. Only I can deal with this." Dumbledore's brow furrowed, but he didn't press further. Instead, he asked, "Will you be returning to Hogwarts?" Narcissa stepped forward, her voice hesitant but hopeful. "He's going back. He's going to graduate." Her eyes flicked to Dante, as if silently pleading with him to stay at the school and not disappear again. Dante sighed, his tone resigned. "I'll go back later. For now, I need to figure out how to fix my eyes, or find a replacement for them. Once that's done, I'll return to Hogwarts." Snape, standing beside Dumbledore, frowned. "You have your OWL exams this year. What are you going to do in your current state?" Dante's lips curled into a disdainful smile. "I can pass those exams even when I am blind. It won't be a problem. Just let me know when they start." Snape shook his head in exasperation. "Fine. We'll make a special case for you, again." He emphasized the last word, his tone laced with frustration. Dumbledore, however, remained silent, his expression thoughtful. He had hoped to speak with Dante about Lily Potter's protective magic, Horcruxes, and, most importantly, Ginny Weasley's dire condition. But seeing Dante's current state, he knew it was futile. All he could do was pray that Dante would recover in time to help the poor girl. After Dumbledore and Snape left Malfoy Manor, Dante remained in his room, alone. He continued his experiments, his wand moving in precise patterns as he tested different spells. His new vision, though disorienting, was not random. The intricate patterns of light and magic held meaning, and he was determined to decipher them. In Hogwarts, news of Dante's return spread quickly. At first, there was relief that the prodigy had come back. But soon, whispers of his blindness began to circulate. It became common knowledge that Dante Malfoy, the boy who had achieved so much, was now blind. When the news reached the Weasleys, their hearts sank. Their last hope had returned, but he was in no condition to help himself, let alone their daughter. It felt as though fate was playing a cruel joke on them. For the next few months, Dante remained secluded in Malfoy Manor, his presence confined to his room. No one knew what he was doing behind closed doors, and his strange behavior left even his family puzzled. Narcissa grew increasingly worried, her maternal instincts driving her to check on him frequently. She would often find him sitting silently, his wand tracing invisible patterns in the air, or muttering to himself. Lucius, however, remained calm. "He said he's working on fixing himself," he reminded Narcissa one evening, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "We need to trust him. He's never failed before." Narcissa sighed, her worry still evident, but she nodded reluctantly. She had no choice but to trust her son, even if his methods were beyond her comprehension. Time passed swiftly, and before anyone realized it, the OWL exam period had arrived. Snape, true to his word, sent a message to Lucius, instructing him to bring Dante to Hogwarts. The moment had come for Dante to prove his claims, that even blind, he could pass the exams with ease. Chapter 48, Overcoming His Condition. As the head of Slytherin House, Snape was the one to receive Dante when he arrived in Hogwarts' headmaster office. The moment Snape laid eyes on Dante, he noticed the boy's silver eyes were still dull and unfocused. "It seems your eyes haven't returned to normal," Snape commented, his tone neutral but observant. Dante nodded. "I'm going to be stuck with this state for longer than I thought, but I've figured out how to navigate without my eyes." Snape raised an eyebrow but didn't press further. "Do you need help walking?" Dante smiled faintly. "No need." Snape turned and began walking toward the exam hall, Dante following closely behind. Snape glanced back occasionally, noting how Dante kept pace effortlessly. "You don't need to worry about me," Dante said, as if reading Snape's thoughts. I can keep up. I see the world, just, differently. Snape was puzzled by the explanation but decided to test Dante's claim. He quickened his pace, but Dante matched his speed without a problem. The two arrived at the exam hall, where the theory portion of the OWL exams was about to begin. As Dante entered the room, all eyes turned to him. The students whispered among themselves, their curiosity piqued by his sudden appearance. The examiner, an elderly woman named Griselda Marchbanks, looked up from her desk. Snape stepped forward and said, "This is Dante Malfoy. He has some special circumstances. He's blind and couldn't attend school this year but is still taking the exams." Griselda nodded, her expression softening. "I've heard a great deal about Mr. Malfoy. It's a pity about your eyes. I suggest you take the exam separately. We can assist you with reading and writing the answers." Dante shook his head. "Thank you, but it's not necessary. I'll do the exam like everyone else." Griselda glanced at Snape, who gave a subtle nod. She sighed and gestured toward the seats. "Very well. Take a seat." Dante turned and walked to the back of the hall, his movements smooth and confident. Snape, Griselda, and the students watched him with a mix of surprise and confusion. This wasn't the behavior of someone who was blind. Yet, no one commented. The exam papers were distributed, and the students began reading and writing their answers. Griselda kept an eye on Dante, curious about how he would handle the test. She noticed he didn't pick up his quill immediately. Instead, he rested his hand on the paper, his expression calm and focused. A moment later, Dante's hand moved to the ink bottle. Under Griselda's astonished gaze, ink droplets floated from the bottle to his hand. He moved his hand back to the paper, and the ink began to flow onto the page, forming words as if guided by an invisible force. Dante repeated the process with the next exam paper. Barely 15 minutes into the exam, he stood up, his papers neatly stacked in front of him. "I'm done," he said, his voice calm. He walked out of the hall, leaving the other students staring after him in disbelief. Griselda hurried over to his desk and picked up the exam papers. Her eyes widened as she flipped through them. Every question was answered, and none were left blank. She skimmed through a few answers and found them to be flawless. Her mind raced as she tried to comprehend what she had just witnessed. Underscore 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 underscore. As soon as Dante stepped out of the exam hall, he was met by Snape and Professor McGonagall. McGonagall greeted him with a warm smile, though her eyes betrayed her concern. "It's been a while, Mr. Malfoy. Are you all right? Why are you out so early?" Dante returned her smile politely. "I finished the exam. It was quite simple and straightforward." McGonagall's eyebrows shot up in surprise. "The exam is designed to take 2 hours for even the most capable students. While you are far from an ordinary student, Mr. Malfoy, it should still take you more time than that." Dante shook his head. "I've developed a new magic for reading and writing. I can use my magic to skin the ink on the paper, allowing me to see what's written by feeling and interpreting the magic. Then, I use magic to shape ink from the bottle and drop it onto the paper in the desired form. In a way, I'm much faster at reading and writing now than I was before." He chuckled lightly. "I was a fool for not thinking of creating printing ink magic instead of writing sooner." McGonagall and Snape exchanged glances, both visibly impressed. Dante looked at Snape and asked, "Can we move on to the practical exams ahead of schedule?" Snape simply nodded. "I'll take you to Professor Tofty." Snape led Dante to Professor Tofty, a good-natured man who was overseeing the practical portion of the OWL exams. Snape briefly explained Dante's circumstances, and Tofty, ever accommodating, agreed to make an exception. Dante was tested alone, ahead of schedule. The pattern repeated itself over the next few days. Each morning, Dante would arrive at Hogwarts via the Flow network, take his exams in record time, and then return to Malfoy Manor. Dumbledore, who had allowed Dante to use his office for the Flow connection, didn't mind the arrangement. Once the exams were over, Dante chose not to return to Hogwarts. Instead, he stayed at Malfoy Manor, continuing his solitary training. It wasn't long before Draco returned home for the summer break. The younger Malfoy immediately sought out his brother, pestering him with questions. "Where were you all this time?" Draco demanded. "Why didn't you contact us? What happened to you?" Dante, however, remained silent. No matter how much Draco pressed, Dante refused to answer. His focus was elsewhere, his mind occupied by whatever mysterious thing he was doing all day long. A month after the end of the school year, the OWL exam results arrived. Dante had achieved an outstanding in every subject. The news spread quickly, and while it was no surprise to those who knew him, it was still a remarkable feat, especially considering his condition. Draco, holding the results in his hands, couldn't help but feel a mix of pride and frustration. You aced every subject, even in this state, he said, shaking his head. Dante simply smiled, his expression unreadable. Some things are better left unsaid, Draco. Underscore 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 underscore. Dumbledore sat in his office, the soft glow of the afternoon sun filtering through the windows. In his hands, he held Dante Malfoy's OWL exam results. The parchment was filled with outstanding marks across every subject, a testament to Dante's unparalleled skill and intelligence. Dumbledore's eyes lingered on the results, his expression a mix of admiration and concern. Remarkable, he murmured to himself. Despite his condition, Dante had not only adapted but excelled. It was a clear sign that the boy had overcome his new challenge, at least academically. But Dumbledore knew there was more at stake than just exam results. His thoughts turned to Ginny Weasley. The young girl's condition had worsened over the months, and the healers at St. Mungo's had long since given up hope. Dante was their last chance, and Dumbledore could no longer delay the conversation. He needed to speak with him, not as a headmaster to a student, but as one wizard seeking help from another. Chapter 49, Life for Life. Albus Dumbledore stepped out of the green flames of the Fleur network, brushing soot from his robes as he looked around the interior of Malfoy Manor. Standing before him were Lucius Malfoy and his son Dante. Lucius wore a smile that didn't reach his eyes, while Dante stood silently, his expression blank and unreadable. Dumbledore suppressed a sigh. He had never liked the Malfoys. Lucius was sly, opportunistic, and, to put it simply, evil. Dante, on the other hand, was dangerous, a potential future Dark Lord. And Draco? Well, he was just a bully shaped by his family. Despite his misgivings, Dumbledore smiled warmly. Thank you for receiving me on such short notice. Lucius's tone was dripping with sarcasm. The honor is mine, Headmaster Dumbledore. I can't measure the awe I feel for the pleasure of your frequent visits. Dumbledore's smile didn't waver. I'm here to speak with Dante. I'd like to converse with him alone, if you don't mind. Lucius frowned, clearly displeased, but he didn't argue. Instead, he glanced at Dante, who gave a slight nod. Without another word, Lucius left the room. Dumbledore noted the interaction carefully. It seemed that, in this family, it was Dante who held the authority, not Lucius, or at least Lucius took Dante's opinion seriously. He filed the observation away for later, deciding to focus on the matter at hand. Once alone, Dumbledore cast a spell to prevent eavesdropping and turned to Dante, who was still staring blankly at him. After you disappeared a year ago, Dumbledore began, we discovered the heir of Slytherin. It was Ginny Weasley, or, to be more accurate, Ginny was being controlled by an evil dark artifact. Dante listened silently, his expression unchanging. Dumbledore continued, the artifact was a diary belonging to a student from 50 years ago. He stored his memories in it, intending to unleash the Chamber of Secrets monster again in the future. The diary absorbed Ginny's life force throughout the school year. I destroyed it, but the damage was done. The poor girl has been in a coma at St. Mungo's ever since, and we believe she won't live much longer. Dante tilted his head slightly. And you want me to check on her? Dumbledore nodded. We don't have any other options at this point. We hope you can figure something out to help her, as you did with Miss Granger. Dante frowned. I'm no miracle worker. What magic was put on the diary to leave her in such a state? Dumbledore's gaze deepened. A Horcrux. Dante's frown deepened. Let me guess, the student's name was Tom Riddle, or Voldemort, as you call him now. Right. Dumbledore was taken aback. How did you know about Tom? Dante's voice was calm. The diadem was stolen by Tom. When I found it, it had been turned into a Horcrux. I destroyed the soul fragment inside it before returning it to Ravenclaw Tower. He paused, then added, creating a living Horcrux makes no sense and is downright stupid. Any wizard capable of such magic would realize why it's a bad idea. That means the fool didn't do it intentionally. What are the chances of two students 50 years ago creating Horcruxes? I figured it might be the same one. The fool is running around creating multiple Horcruxes, and since Voldemort unintentionally made Potter into one, it means his soul is unstable, likely because he created more than just two. Hence my guess. Dante shook his head. Voldemort is more foolish than I initially thought. Dumbledore wasn't surprised by the idea of Tom having multiple Horcruxes, he had suspected as much himself. What shocked him was that Dante knew about them and had already destroyed one. So there were 3 Horcruxes in Hogwarts that year, including Harry, Dumbledore said. Dante smiled mockingly. No, there were more than 3. Dumbledore's face darkened. Are you serious? Dante shrugged. I destroyed 2 of them. Dumbledore's mind raced. There were more Horcruxes hidden in the school, and he hadn't known about them. The fact that Dante was actively destroying them was a relief, but it also raised questions about Tom's obsession. How many Horcruxes had he created? Not once did Dumbledore consider that the Horcruxes might not all belong to Tom, or that there were even more hidden in the school. Ultimately, Dumbledore sighed heavily. Dante, I must ask you not to let more people know about the Horcruxes. It's an evil magic and should disappear from the world. Dante didn't respond. As the creator of the so-called evil magic, he knew it wasn't inherently evil, it was simply misused by a fool. Dumbledore then asked, would you be willing to take a look at Ginny? Her parents are being tormented by her condition. Dante thought for a moment. He didn't particularly care about Ginny's state, but he recalled Frigg's words, Odin, you are the worst thing this world has ever seen. With a sigh, he said, let's go check on her. Dumbledore smiled faintly. To him, this was a positive sign for the future. Dante informed Lucius that he would be accompanying Dumbledore to St. Mungo's to check on Ginny Weasley's condition. Then he left with the headmaster. The two arrived at the hospital, and Dumbledore led Dante to Ginny's room. When they entered, they were met by Arthur and Molly Weasley, who sat beside their daughter's bed. Arthur looked up, his eyes flickering with hope as they landed on Dante. Headmaster, he greeted, then turned to Dante. Ginny has nothing to do with our family's feud. Please, try your best to help her. Molly, her face pale and drawn, joined her husband in pleading. Please, save our daughter. Dante shrugged, his expression indifferent. I don't care about this silly feud as long as you keep it civil. And I don't speak for my father. The Weasleys nodded, feeling a flicker of relief. Dumbledore, however, watched Dante with a thoughtful expression. Dante walked over to Ginny's bed and raised his wand. A soft light engulfed her body as he cast a diagnostic spell. After a few seconds, he frowned slightly and lowered his wand, dispelling the magic. He turned to the group. She can live, but her potential as a witch will be severely reduced. And it will come at a cost. Molly's eyes widened. As long as she lives, everything will be okay. We'll do our best to get the money you need. Dante paused, then looked at her with a deadpan expression. I wasn't talking about money. The cost is life for life. That diary took her life force, and we need to replace it with an equivalent. The room fell silent. Molly and Arthur paled, while Dumbledore's frown deepened. This was not a solution he could accept. Molly took a deep breath, her voice trembling. I'll give my life. Dante shook his head with an annoyed look. That's the problem with mothers, they don't think. In Azkaban, we have dozens of people with no future or purpose. We can make use of one of them. The Weasleys were horrified by the implication. Dumbledore sighed, recognizing the same cold, heartless mentality that had cursed Hermione's parents to sleep. The thought of sacrificing someone selfishly didn't sit well with the Weasleys, but letting their daughter die was not an option either. Dante could feel the conflict inside them, so he pressed further. Any name you suggest. The room was silent for a long moment. Finally, Arthur sighed heavily. Sirius Black. He's the worst in Azkaban right now. Molly closed her eyes, unable to bear the weight of the decision. Dumbledore stepped forward. Is there no other way? Dante nodded. There is, but the girl will lose more out of it. What's the alternative? Dumbledore asked. We can use house elves instead of a human. They should suffice, but she might lose her ability to control magic entirely. She'll become a danger to those around her. Dumbledore sighed. Even the alternative involved killing another being, and with worse results. When no one spoke, Dante said, since there's no objection, we'll proceed with Sirius Black. Without waiting for a response, he operated away. Dante appeared near Azkaban and entered the prison. The Dementors, sensing his presence, floated toward him. Dante spoke in their guttural, otherworldly language, instructing them to bring him the soul of Sirius Black. The Dementors obeyed without hesitation, and within minutes, one of them returned, bowing before Dante. Dante grasped the Dementor's cloak and operated back to the hospital room. The entire trip took less than 10 minutes. When he reappeared, Molly and Arthur stepped back in horror at the sight of the Dementor. Dumbledore frowned deeply but said nothing. Step back, Dante instructed. Let me finish my work. The group watched in silence as the Dementor moved to the other side of the bed. Dante cast a spell on Ginny, and a translucent, flickering light emerged from her body, floating above her. A similar, much stronger light emanated from beneath the Dementor's hood. Dante waved his wand, and a blue light crushed the Dementor's silver light, slowly pushing it into Ginny's. The group watched as Ginny's light grew stronger, and when the process was complete, Dante returned the light to her body. He dismissed the Dementor with a wave of his hand. To everyone's surprise, the Dementor lowered its head and floated through the wall, disappearing. Dante turned to the group. The girl is okay. She should wake up any moment now. He paused, then added, her soul was severely damaged. Even after recovery, her control over magic will be lacking compared to before. She can overcome it with time, but her potential is reduced. She'll need more effort and time to learn the same things as before. As if on cue, Ginny stirred and opened her eyes. Molly and Arthur rushed to her side, their relief palpable. Dante glanced at them for a moment, then left the room silently. Dumbledore followed him into the hallway. How did you control the Dementors? Dante replied calmly, I didn't control them. I simply asked for their help. If you take the time to learn their language and talk with them, you'll find they're quite civil and easy to handle, more than most of the other races. With that, Dante operated away, leaving Dumbledore standing in the hallway, wondering how anyone could learn the language of such dreadful creatures. Chapter 50, Shadow of the Dark Lord. The Malfoy family stood on the lush grounds of the Quidditch World Cup Stadium, the air buzzing with excitement and the roar of the crowd echoing in the distance. Draco, dressed in his finest clothes, looked at Dante with a tired expression. This is the 442nd Quidditch World Cup, he said, gesturing toward the towering stadium. Why not enjoy it for once? Dante, his silver eyes dull and unfocused, turned his head slightly toward his brother. If you have time to enjoy this silly game, maybe you should put that effort into your studies. That Granger girl took your place last year as the top student of your year. Pathetic, really. Draco rolled his eyes, his cheeks flushing with irritation. She's just a bookworm. I'm much better at charms and dueling than her. Dante shook his head, his tone calm but cutting. You're better because you can practice in the summer without the ministry coming to your home, unlike her. Don't mistake privilege for skill. Draco's annoyance flared, but then a thought struck him. He narrowed his eyes and asked, how do you avoid ministry detection for years? I've always wondered. Dante raised a brow, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Now you ask this. Don't you think it's a bit late? I use an advanced obscuration spell to hide my magical activity. But it's far too advanced for you to learn right now. Draco sighed, his shoulders slumping. Sometimes, the gap between him and his brother felt insurmountable. Dante, even as a first year, could perform seventh-year magic flawlessly. Meanwhile, Draco, about to enter his fourth year, could barely manage sixth-year spells. The difference was frustrating. Lucius, who had been quietly listening to the conversation, allowed himself a small smile. Draco was a talented wizard, skilled for his age, and for that, Lucius was proud. But Dante. Lucius couldn't help but find it amusing. If their ancient and powerful ancestor were to compete with children, it would be a joke, an amusing one. Lucius glanced at his pocket watch and cleared his throat. It's about time for the finals. Let's go. Draco perked up immediately, his excitement returning as he strode toward the stadium. Dante followed, his expression indifferent. In truth, he was only tagging along to pass the time while a potion he was brewing completed its process. The potion would need to sit in the cauldron for days, so he had little else to do in the meantime. The trio entered the stadium through the VIP entrance, which happened to be near where the commoners entered. By sheer coincidence, they ran into the Weasley family, along with Harry Potter and Hermione Granger. The moment Lucius saw Arthur, he couldn't resist a jab. In a loud, carrying voice, he said, let's put it this way, Arthur, the moment it rains, you'll be the first to know. The insult was clear, the commoners had no ceiling over their seats, while the VIPs enjoyed luxury. It was a pointed reminder of the Weasleys' poverty. Draco smirked mockingly at the group, clearly enjoying his father's dig. Dante, however, barely glanced at them before continuing to walk, uninterested in the petty exchange. Arthur, red-faced but dignified, turned away without a word, leading his family and friends in the opposite direction. Inside the stadium, the Malfoys settled into their private viewing room. Draco stood by the window, eagerly watching the players warm up on the field. Dante and Lucius sat calmly in their seats, their expressions unreadable. Midway through the match, Lucius's face suddenly changed. He placed a hand on his forearm, his brow furrowing. Dante noticed the movement immediately. What's wrong? He asked, his voice low. Lucius leaned closer and whispered, the Dark Lord's mark, it's active. Draco turned around, sensing the shift in the room. What's going on? He asked, his excitement fading. Dante looked at his brother, his tone matter-of-fact. It seems Voldemort is up to something. Perhaps he's planning his return. Draco's jaw clenched at the mention of the Dark Lord's name, while Lucius frowned. Why did you tell him? Lucius asked. Dante shrugged. He knows Voldemort is alive. There's no harm in being honest. Lucius sighed but didn't argue further. Dante turned to his father. Is he summoning you? Lucius shook his head. No. It's more of a reminder that he's still out there. Dante nodded. When he does call you, let me know. I have a bone to pick with that fool. Draco gasped, his eyes widening. Lucius raised a brow but said nothing. Dante looked at Draco, his expression serious. This stays between us. Understood. Draco nodded quickly, though his mind was racing. Later that night, after the match had ended and the Malfoys were preparing to leave, the dark mark appeared in the sky, casting an eerie green glow over the campgrounds. Chaos erupted as screams filled the air. Dante glanced at his father. Still no summon. Lucius shook his head. No. Then it has nothing to do with us, Dante said simply, turning away from the commotion. The trio returned to Malfoy Manor the next morning, where Draco announced his intention to visit Diagon Alley tomorrow for school supplies. Dante, meanwhile, headed straight to his workshop to check on his potion. He stood before the cauldron, waving his wand to assess its progress by reflecting magic on the surface. Though blind, he could sense the potion's state with precision. A small smile crossed his face. A few more hours, he murmured to himself. As he left the workshop, he ran into Lucius, who had been waiting for him. I have some news, Lucius waved a letter before continuing. They're resuming the Triwizard Tournament this year. I was wondering if you'd consider participating. Dante raised a brow. Why? Lucius smirked. It would add to our family's reputation. And let's be honest, it's not like it would be difficult or time-consuming for you. Enter, play a few rounds, win, and leave. Simple. Dante considered this for a moment, then nodded. Fine. Their family didn't need more reputation. Lucius probably wanted something to brag about, but Dante didn't mind that. Doing small favors for his father from time to time isn't a bad thing, and the last time Lucius asked for something was to enter Slytherin a few years ago. A few months earlier, in the cozy yet cluttered burrow, the Weasley family's pet rat, Scabbers, sat quietly in his cage. The house was alive with celebration after a year of depression. The little girl Ginny is now back and healthy. Scabbers, however, was undisturbed by their happiness. He was nibbling on the scraps of food the family tossed his way. He had grown accustomed to this life, as monotonous and degrading as it was. It was better than the alternative, he supposed. But then, one evening, everything changed. Arthur Weasley was quietly talking with his wife if they should let their children know about Sirius Black Death, and it was better than letting the Malfoy do it. His wife was hesitant and said they might stay silent. Scabbers, sitting in his cage, froze. His tiny heart raced, and his beady eyes widened in shock. Sirius, dead. The name brought a flood of memories, some fond, most bitter. Sirius had been his friend once, long ago. But that friendship had ended in betrayal, blood, and a lifetime of regret. Scabbers, no, Peter Pettigrew, felt a pang of sadness for the men he had once called a brother. But that sadness was quickly overshadowed by something else, relief. Sirius had been the last loose thread, the one person who could expose him for who he truly was. With Sirius gone, Peter's secret was safe. But if he appeared now, who would believe him? After 13 years, it will be suspicious. Days passed, and Peter's mind churned with anxiety. He had been stuck as a rat for 13 years now, living off scraps and hiding in the shadows. Just the other day, he had overheard the Weasleys wondering aloud how long their pet rat would live. The question had sent a chill down his spine. How much longer could he keep this up? But where could he go? The Death Eaters wanted him dead for betraying Voldemort. The Ministry and the rest of the wizarding world would kill him if they discovered he was alive, let alone that he had framed Sirius for his own crimes. Running away seemed like the only option, but the thought terrified him. What if someone recognized him? What if he was caught? The risk was too great. Yet, staying with the Weasleys indefinitely is not viable. He couldn't keep living like this. After days of deliberation, Peter finally made a decision. There was only one person who might spare him, only one person who could give him a chance to live as a human again. It was a dangerous gamble, but he had no other choice. He would seek out his master, the Dark Lord. The thought filled him with dread, but also a flicker of hope. If he could prove his loyalty, if he could offer something of value, perhaps Voldemort would forgive him. Perhaps he would be allowed to live, not as a rat, but as a man. That night, as the Weasleys slept, Peter Pettigrew transformed back into his human form for the first time in years. His body was weak, his hair thin and greasy. He crept out of the burrow, his heart pounding with every step. Peter hesitated for a moment, glancing back at the house that had been his prison, and his refuge, for so long. Then, with a deep breath, he apparat. Chapter 51, From One Thing to the Next. In the quiet hours of the night, the Malfoy Manor was silent, save for the faint creak of a door opening. Dante, carrying a cauldron filled with a shimmering, viscous liquid, entered the bathroom. The moonlight streaming through the window and reflecting off the water-filled tub. Without hesitation, Dante poured the contents of the cauldron into the tub. The liquid mixed with the water, transforming it into a thick, black substance streaked with silver lines that pulsed faintly, as if alive. Dante stripped off his clothes and stood at the edge of the tub, staring at the swirling liquid for a moment before taking a deep breath. Slowly, he stepped into the tub and submerged himself completely, the black liquid engulfing his body. The moment the liquid touched his skin, it felt as though his entire body had been set on fire. A crushing pressure bore down on him from all sides, as if the weight of the world had settled on his chest. The pain was excruciating, and Dante forced himself to stay submerged. He breathed in, and the liquid rushed into his lungs. Instead of suffocating, he felt the burning sensation intensify, spreading through every fiber of his being. Still, he endured. Minutes turned into an hour, and the pain began to fade. The fire that had consumed him cooled, and the pressure lifted. Dante remained still, his body encased in a hardened black shell that had formed around him. Finally, he opened his eyes, and the shell began to crack. Pieces of the black substance fell away, revealing his skin, now smooth and unblemished. He blinked a few times, his vision clearing as the world came into focus. The intricate patterns of light and magic that had replaced his old sight were gone. He could see again, just as he had before the last fragment assimilation. Dante stepped out of the tub, water and remnants of the black liquid dripping from his body. He raised his hand, clenching and releasing his fist several times, testing his strength and control. A smile spread across his face as he muttered to himself, "My magical transformation is fixed and complete at last." The next morning, the Malfoy family gathered in the dining room, unaware of the transformation that had taken place the night before. Dante entered the room, his appearance unchanged except for one striking detail, his eyes. The dull, shadowed silver hue was gone, replaced by their former brilliance, shining with faint light. Narcissa, who had been sipping her tea, gasped when she saw him. "Your eyes," she exclaimed, setting her cup down with a clatter. "Are you able to see again?" Dante nodded, his expression calm. "I fixed them last night." Lucius, who had just entered the room, paused mid-step. His eyes flicked to Dante, taking in the change. "Was it that strange potion you were brewing for the past few days?" he asked curiously. Dante nodded again. "Yes. It was the solution for my problem." Narcissa's relief was obvious. She had been the most worried about Dante's condition, especially after learning he had lost his sight. To see his eyes restored filled her with joy. She stood and embraced him, her voice trembling. "I'm so glad you're all right." Dante accepted the hug, though his mind was elsewhere. To him, the loss of his sight had been a minor inconvenience, a bothering matter at most. His true concern had been completing his magical transformation, ensuring his body was fully aligned with his soul and magic. Now that it was done, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Draco, who had been quietly observing the exchange, couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. His brother's abilities were beyond anything he could hope to achieve, and the ease with which Dante overcame challenges only highlighted the gap between them. Still, he felt happy for his brother and was proud of him. A few days later, Dante and Draco Malfoy boarded the Hogwarts Express. The platform was bustling with students and families, but the brothers moved through the crowd quickly, finding an empty compartment to settle into. Dante, as usual, carried a book with him, a recent purchase that had caught his interest. He sat by the window, opening the book and beginning to read almost immediately. Draco, sitting across from him, raised an eyebrow. "Is there still a book you haven't read yet?" he asked, his tone half teasing, half exasperated. Dante didn't look up as he replied, "There are endless books out there. It's impossible to finish them all." Draco rolled his eyes. "Why are you reading it normally? Didn't you say you can read faster with the magic you developed?" Dante turned a page, his expression calm. "Being more efficient is useful, but some things are more enjoyable when you do the full process." Draco sighed, leaning back in his seat. He couldn't help but think that his brother deserved a title, the Lord of Bookworms, the strongest and greatest bookworm to ever live. The thought made him chuckle to himself. Dante, of course, ignored him, his focus entirely on the book in his hands. Not long after, the compartment door slid open, and Crabbe and Goyle's heirs entered, their bulky frames filling the space. They greeted Draco with nods and began chatting with him about the upcoming school year. Dante, aside from a brief acknowledgement of their presence, remained engrossed in his book. A short while later, the door opened again, and this time, Daphne and Astoria Greengrass stepped in. Daphne, elegant and composed, greeted the group with a polite smile. Astoria, her younger sister, stood beside her, her eyes darting nervously to Dante. Draco welcomed them warmly. "Daphne, Astoria, come in. Plenty of room." The two sisters took their seats, and the compartment fell into a comfortable rhythm of conversation. Dante, however, remained silent, his attention still on his book. Draco, noticing this, decided to prod his brother. "You should participate in social life, you know," Draco said, his tone light but pointed. "You're a sixth year and pretty much have no friends in Hogwarts." Dante glanced up briefly. I'm not interested. Besides, I've spent more time outside Hogwarts than inside it anyway. Draco smirked. That's not normal. If I were among the staff, I'd force you to repeat years. Dante turned another page, his expression unbothered. With my track record, I'll never graduate. The others chuckled at the exchange, though Daphne's laughter was more hesitant. She glanced at Dante, her fingers twisting nervously in her lap. After a moment, she gathered her courage and spoke. Senior Dante, she began, her voice soft but clear. Dante looked up, his silver eyes meeting hers. He said nothing, waiting for her to continue. Daphne took a deep breath. I heard you helped Hermione Granger and Ginny Weasley recover from conditions that everyone said were impossible, even Headmaster Dumbledore. Dante's expression remained neutral, but he nodded slightly, acknowledging her words. Daphne's voice trembled slightly as she continued. My little sister, Astoria, she's suffering from a bloodborne curse. It weakens her body, causing seizures and pain. Everyone says there's no cure. Could you take a look at her when you have time? The compartment fell silent. All eyes turned to Dante, waiting for his response. Astoria, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, looked at him with a mixture of hope and fear. Dante's gaze shifted to Astoria, studying her for a moment. Bloodborne curses were rare, and he had never encountered one in any of his lives. The idea of researching a solution intrigued him. After a brief pause, he nodded. We can do that tomorrow, he said simply. Daphne's face lit up with relief, and Astoria's eyes widened in gratitude. Thank you, Daphne said, her voice filled with sincerity. Astoria echoed her thanks, her voice barely above a whisper. Dante returned to his book, the conversation around him resuming as if nothing had happened. But for Daphne and Astoria, the weight of their worry had lifted, if only slightly. They now had hope. For Dante, it was moving from one thing to the next, and this is why he lives. Chapter 52, The Start of Triwizard. The Hogwarts grounds were alive with excitement as students gathered to witness the arrival of their unexpected guests. The students wondered who is coming and what is so special this year. Dante, however, was unimpressed. He glanced briefly at the commotion before continuing on his way, his expression indifferent. Unlike the other students, he already knew about the tournament and the arrival of 2 other schools. Later that evening, the Great Hall was filled with the buzz of conversation as students from all 4 houses gathered for the feast. The sorting had just concluded, and Dumbledore stood at the head of the hall, his twinkling eyes surveying the crowd. He raised his hands, and the room fell silent. Welcome, students, to another year at Hogwarts, Dumbledore began, his voice carrying effortlessly through the hall. This year, we have the honor of hosting a legendary event, the Triwizard Tournament. For those unfamiliar, this is a competition where 3 schools, Hogwarts, Durmstrang, and Beauxbatons, each select a single student to represent them in a series of magical challenges. It is a test of skill, courage, and ingenuity. However, he paused, his tone growing serious, I must warn you, this tournament is not for the faint of heart. It is dangerous, and the chosen champion will stand alone. Now, please join me in welcoming our esteemed guests. The doors of the Great Hall swung open, and all eyes turned toward the entrance. The Beauxbatons delegation entered first, their arrival as graceful as it was mesmerizing. The students, dressed in silvery blue robes, moved with an elegance that seemed almost otherworldly. At the back of the group was an exceedingly tall woman, Madame Maxime, the headmistress of Beauxbatons. But it was the students in front of her who truly captured the attention of the hall. The Beauxbatons girls, led by a Partvila witch, seemed to glide rather than walk. Their beauty was almost hypnotic, and the air around them seemed to shimmer with an ethereal glow. The Vila, in particular, had an otherworldly charm that left many of the Hogwarts students staring in awe. Fred and George Weasley, seated at the Gryffindor table, were practically slack-jawed, while Ron's ears turned bright red. Even Hermione, usually composed, couldn't help but glance at them with a mix of admiration and envy. Dante, however, remained unimpressed. He watched the spectacle with a bored expression. Next came the Durmstrang delegation, and their entrance was a stark contrast to Beauxbaton's elegance. The students marched in with military precision, their heavy boots echoing against the stone floor. They wore fur-lined cloaks and carried long, carved staffs, their faces set in expressions of fierce determination. At the front of the group was Igor Karkaroff, the headmaster of Durmstrang, his sharp eyes scanning the room with a mix of pride and calculation. The Durmstrang students performed a brief but impressive display of synchronized magic, their staffs slamming into the ground in unison as sparks of light erupted around them. The hall erupted in applause, though Dante merely raised an eyebrow. More theatrics, he thought, his boredom evident. Do they think this is a circus? Among the Durmstrang students, one figure stood out, Victor Krum, the world-famous Quidditch seeker. His presence alone was enough to send whispers rippling through the hall, especially among the Gryffindor and Hufflepuff tables. But Dante, uninterested in Quidditch or celebrity, didn't even recognize him. As the delegations took their seats and the feast began, Dante sat quietly at the Slytherin table, his expression as impassive as ever. As the feast continued, the great hall buzzed with excitement and chatter. The students from Hogwarts, Demstrang, and Beauxbatons mingled, their voices blending into a lively hum. Dumbledore rose from his seat at the head table and stepped forward, his presence commanding immediate silence. The hall fell quiet, all eyes turning to the headmaster. Now that we are all digesting another magnificent feast, I beg a few moments of your attention for some announcements, Dumbledore began, his voice warm and carrying effortlessly across the room. First, I am pleased to welcome Mr. Bartnios Crouch, head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, and Mr. Alastair Moody, our new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. The doors of the great hall opened once more, and two figures entered. The first was Bartnios Crouch, a tall, stern-looking man with a neatly trimmed mustache and an air of bureaucratic efficiency. He walked with a stiff posture, his eyes scanning the room with a detached professionalism. Behind him came Alastair Moody, his presence immediately drawing attention. Moody's grizzled appearance, complete with a magical eye that swiveled independently in its socket and a wooden leg that thumped against the floor, made him an imposing figure. His scarred face and gruff demeanor only added to his reputation as one of the most feared aurors in wizarding history. Dumbledore continued, Mr. Crouch has graciously agreed to oversee the impartial judging of the Triwizard Tournament, ensuring fairness and adherence to the rules. And Professor Moody, though retired from active duty, has agreed to lend his expertise to our school once more. Please join me in welcoming them. Polite applause filled the hall as Crouch and Moody took their places at the head table. Crouch gave a curt nod, his expression unreadable, while Moody grunted in acknowledgement, his magical eye scanning the room with a sharp, almost paranoid intensity. Dumbledore stepped aside, allowing Bartnios Crouch to address the students. Crouch rose from his seat, his voice crisp and authoritative as he spoke. The Triwizard Tournament is a prestigious and ancient competition designed to foster friendship and cooperation between the three great wizarding schools of Europe. However, it is not without its dangers. For this reason, the Ministry of Magic has decreed that only students aged 17 and older may participate. This age restriction is in place for your safety, as the tasks ahead are perilous and require a level of maturity and skill that younger students may not yet possess. A murmur of disappointment rippled through the younger students. Crouch, however, remained unmoved. The selection process will be conducted by the Goblet of Fire, an impartial and ancient magical artifact. Each school will have one champion, chosen by the goblet based on merit and capability. Once selected, the champions are bound by a magical contract to compete. There will be no exceptions to these rules. Crouch's tone left no room for argument, and the students quickly fell silent. Dumbledore stepped forward once more, his eyes twinkling. Thank you, Mr. Crouch. Now, let us all look forward to a year of friendship, competition, and, of course, learning. While this was happening, Dante's silver eyes moved between the two newcomers. His gaze lingered on Crouch first. Dante could see the man's will was completely subjugated under the Imperious Curse and was being controlled. Then his attention shifted to Moody, the controller. He can see the faint connection linking Crouch and Moody. At first glance, Moody seemed every bit the grizzled veteran he was reputed to be. But Dante can see the faint shimmer of magic around his body that suggested a polyjuice potion at work. And the faint threads of magic coming from his arm was the same as the ones coming from his father, Lucius. Dante's eyes narrowed as he observed Moody glancing at Harry Potter several times throughout the feast. The looks were fleeting but deliberate, as if the fake Moody were studying the boy. Dante's conclusion, this was a Death Eater, and a loyal one at that, masquerading as the famed Auror. Dante considered his options. He could confront the impostor, expose him, and extract information about Voldemort's whereabouts. But he quickly dismissed the idea. There was a chance the fake Moody didn't know anything useful. He might be here on a mission, acting under orders without full knowledge of Voldemort's plans. Exposing him prematurely could cause Voldemort to continue hiding. Instead, Dante decided to watch and wait. The impostor's presence at Hogwarts was intriguing, and his attention to Harry Potter even more so. Whatever the Death Eater's mission was, it would reveal itself in time. For now, Dante would remain observing. Chapter 53, Bloodborne Curse. The next day began with an unusual start for the Slytherin house. Dante Malfoy, true to his reputation, had decided to skip the first class of the day. Alastair Moody, the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, wasted no time in deducting 5 points from Slytherin for Dante's absence and disregard. Dante, of course, was unaware of this and wouldn't have cared even if he had known. Instead, he made his way to the restricted section of the library, his mind focused on the task at hand. The restricted section was quiet as usual. Dante moved through the aisles with purpose, collecting every book he could find related to bloodborne curses. He settled at a secluded table, surrounded by towering stacks of ancient tomes, and began his research. Bloodborne curses, as Dante knew, were among the rarest and most sinister forms of dark magic. They were not merely spells cast upon a target but curses woven into the very essence of a person's blood, passed down through generations or inflicted directly through ritualistic magic. The origins of these curses were shrouded in mystery, but a few common threads emerged from the texts. Intent and emotion. Blood-borne curses were often born from intense hatred or negative emotions directed toward the target. The caster's malice was a crucial component, fueling the curse's power and ensuring its longevity. In some cases, the curse was tied to the caster's death, becoming a final act of vengeance. Sacrificial element. Many blood-borne curses required a sacrifice, either from the caster or an unwilling participant. This sacrifice served as a conduit for the curse, binding it to the target's bloodline. The more significant the sacrifice, the more potent and enduring the curse. Effects. The effects of blood-borne curses varied widely, but they often manifested as physical or magical deterioration. Weakness, seizures, chronic pain, and even the gradual loss of magical ability were common symptoms. In some cases, the curse could lie dormant for years before suddenly activating. Irreversibility. Most texts agreed that blood-borne curses were impossible to break. They were designed to be permanent, their magic intertwined with the victim's very being. Attempts to remove the curse often resulted in catastrophic consequences for both the victim and the would-be healer. Dante leaned back in his chair, his silver eyes narrowing as he processed the information. The common factor in all blood-borne curses was the intense negative emotion behind them, often culminating in the caster's death. This made them the exact opposite of Frigg's sacrificial magic, which was rooted in selflessness and love. Despite his thorough research, Dante couldn't determine the specific magic used to curse Astoria. The information was too scarce, and the curses themselves were too varied. He would need to examine her directly to make any progress. By the time Dante finished his research, it was already time for lunch. He made his way to the Great Hall, his mind still focused on blood-borne curses. As he entered the hall, his eyes scanned the room until they landed on Astoria Greengrass. The young girl was sitting with her fellow third years, chatting quietly. Dante approached her without hesitation. "Astoria," he said, his voice calm but firm. "I want to check your condition now." Astoria looked up, startled but eager. She stood up immediately. "Where should we go?" "The Slytherin common room," Dante replied. Astoria nodded and followed him without question. Daphne, Draco, and a few other fourth-year and third-year Slytherins, curious about Astoria's condition, decided to tag along. The group made their way out of the Great Hall, only to be stopped by a group of Durmstrang students led by Victor Krum. Victor stepped forward, his expression serious. "Are you Dante Malfoy?" he asked, his accent thick but his tone direct. Dante nodded. "I am." Victor crossed his arms. "Are you participating in the Triwizard Tournament?" Dante raised an eyebrow. "Proper people say one should introduce themselves first." His words caught Victor and his group off guard. One of the Durmstrang students behind Victor, clearly offended, stepped forward. "You don't know Victor Krum, the Bulgarian Seeker?" Dante's expression remained impassive. "I have no interest in that game. I have other things to do besides watching two groups throw and chase flying balls." The casual bluntness of his response didn't sit well with the Durmstrang students, all of whom were die-hard Quidditch fans. Victor frowned, and the group began to close in around Dante, their postures intimidating. Dante sighed, clearly unimpressed. Without warning, he raised his hand slightly and then lowered it. In an instant, every Durmstrang student, including Victor, dropped to their knees, unable to move a muscle. The surrounding students gasped, their eyes wide with shock. Dante turned to Astoria, who was staring at him in surprise. "Let's go," he said simply, walking away as if nothing had happened. The Slytherin third years and fourth years followed, glancing back at the kneeling Durmstrang students with a mix of awe and pity. It wasn't until a few seconds after Dante had left that the Durmstrang students could move again. They stood up, their faces a mixture of embarrassment and fear. Dark magic was no stranger to Durmstrang, but they had never seen or heard of anyone who could immobilize so many people with a mere wave of their hand, and without an incantation, no less. Dante led the group to the Slytherin common room in the dungeons. The room was dimly lit, the greenish glow of the lake filtering through the windows. Dante gestured to the couch. "Sit," he told Astoria. She obeyed without hesitation, her hands clasped nervously in her lap. The other students, Daphne, Draco, and the rest of the curious ones, watched in silence, their eyes fixed on Dante. Dante tapped Astoria's head lightly with his wand, and her body immediately began to glow with a soft blue light. He observed her carefully, his silver eyes narrowing as he studied the intricate patterns of magic swirling within her. After a moment, he waved his wand again, and the blue light vanished, replaced by a shimmering golden bubble that enveloped her. Dante frowned slightly. There was foreign magic in her blood, magic that carried traces of a soul, negative emotions, and a faint breath of death. The soul and negative emotions, Dante deduced, likely came from the caster and the sacrifice used to fuel the curse. The breath of death, however, was more intriguing. Wizards could draw upon the essence of death itself, though it was a rare and dangerous practice. The Veil of Death in the Department of Mysteries and the veil from which Dementors were born were both examples of such magic. This curse, it seemed, had tapped into that same dark well of power. Dante's mind raced as he considered his options. He needed to weaken the curse's hold on Astoria, but how? He decided to start with the negative emotions, the most volatile component of the curse. Silently, he cast Expecto Patronum. A faint silvery light emerged from the tip of his wand and flowed into Astoria's body. Dante tapped her again, observing the changes. The negative emotions within her had weakened, but the soul and the breath of death remained untouched, their presence shielding the curse from the Patronus's purifying light. Dante's frown deepened. He needed a different approach. Extend your hand, he instructed Astoria, his tone calm but firm. She obeyed nervously, holding out her hand. Dante raised his wand and cast Expecto Electronum. A faint red light emerged from his wand and entered Astoria's hand. Unlike Expecto Patronum, which targeted negative emotions, Expecto Electronum was created to attack the soul directly. Dante watched closely as the spell took effect. The lingering soul within Astoria was pushed back from her hand, but it didn't dissipate. Instead, it retreated deeper into her body, only to begin reclaiming its hold as soon as the spell ended. Dante's lips pressed into a thin line. Even targeting the soul directly wasn't enough. The curse was too deeply rooted, its magic too resilient. Undeterred, Dante decided to try something more drastic. He raised his wand again, this time casting a weak and silent version of the killing curse, Avada Kedavra. A small, bright green light emerged from his wand and entered Astoria's body. The students watched every action closely and carefully, though none of them recognized the spell for what it truly was. Dante observed the results carefully. The soul within Astoria was pushed back even further, but the effect was still temporary. The curse's magic began to replenish itself almost immediately. Dante stopped, his expression thoughtful. The killing curse was more effective, but he couldn't use it at full power without risking Astoria's life. He needed a way to eliminate both the emotions and the soul simultaneously, quickly and decisively, without giving the curse a chance to recover. It was a delicate balance, and one he had to figure out how to achieve. Chapter 54, The Killing Cure. While Dante was thinking to himself, Astoria and the students gathered around him watched in silence, not daring to interrupt despite their burning curiosity. The tension in the room was palpable, broken only by the sound of footsteps approaching. Suddenly, the voice of Professor Snape drifted into the room, cold and sharp. Dante, Snape said, his tone laced with annoyance, why am I hearing that you put our Demstrang guests on their knees? Dante turned to face Snape, his expression as calm and unreadable as ever. They were in the way, he replied simply. Snape's eyes narrowed as he regarded Dante, his voice dripping with disapproval. You can't simply put people on their knees, even if they annoy you. Such behavior reflects poorly on our house and Hogwarts as a whole. Dante didn't respond, his expression as calm and unreadable as ever. It was Draco who jumped to his brother's defense. They surrounded him first and acted all high and mighty, Draco said, his tone defensive. They had it coming. The other third and fourth year students who had witnessed the incident nodded in agreement, their voices rising in support. They looked down on us, and Dante put them in their place, one of them added. Snape's gaze swept over the group, his lips pressed into a thin line. Seeing the unanimous support for Dante, he decided to let the matter drop, for now. Very well, he said, his tone clipped. But next time, Dante, make putting people on their knees your last option, not your first. Dante glanced at Snape and gave a slight nod, his attention already drifting back to Astoria. His silver eyes studied her intently, as if trying to dissect her very being. The intensity of his gaze made the girl shift nervously in her seat. Snape, noticing the gathering of students and Dante's intense focus on the sitting greengrass girl, raised an eyebrow. What exactly are you all doing here? He asked, his voice sharp. Dante didn't offer an explanation, but Daphne stepped forward, her voice steady. Professor, my sister Astoria is suffering from a bloodborne curse. Senior Dante graciously agreed to examine her and see if he can heal her. Snape's expression shifted slightly, his interest piqued. He remembered hearing about the younger Greengrass daughter's condition, a rare and debilitating curse that had baffled even the most skilled healers. He turned to Dante, his dark eyes narrowing. What have you found so far? Dante didn't hesitate. Her blood contains a mix of foreign magic, negative emotions, a soul fragment, and a breath of death. To heal the curse, we need to eliminate all of these components simultaneously and quickly. Otherwise, the curse will simply regenerate within her body. Snape's brows furrowed as he considered the information. And the problem, he asked, though he already suspected the answer. The problem, Dante continued, is that most methods powerful enough to eliminate these components would harm her in the long term, or outright kill her. Snape thought for a moment, then suggested, we could use a potion to target the negative emotions. Combined with charms, it might weaken the curse enough to remove it. Dante shook his head. The other components of the curse, the soul and the breath of death, would shield the emotions. The magic output required to overcome that shielding would be too great. It's not feasible. Snape's expression darkened. He had to admit, even to himself, that the blood-borne curse seemed nearly impossible to break. But Dante wasn't done. Dante stepped back slightly, his wand raised. Without warning, he cast Expecto Patronum at full power. The room was instantly filled with a brilliant silver light as the charm took shape. To everyone's astonishment, the Patronus manifested in the form of Astoria herself, a shimmering, ethereal version of the girl. The students gasped, their eyes wide with amazement. Snape, who knew the intricacies of the Patronus charm better than most, was visibly shocked. A Patronus couldn't simply take the form of another being, it was supposed to reflect the caster's innermost positive memories. Yet here was Dante, defying that rule effortlessly. Dante can pull this off because his mind, magic and soul had been pushed beyond the limits of any wizard. On top of that, his skill honed over his many lives gave him a control no other wizard can match. The silver Astoria stepped toward the real one, who sat nervously on the couch, her eyes closed in fear. The two figures merged, and veins of silver light began to glow beneath Astoria's skin, illuminating her from within. The students watched in awe, their breaths held. Dante stepped closer to Astoria, his wand tapping her lightly as he checked her condition. He could feel the curse's magic halting, its components forced into a defensive stance against the overwhelming power of the Patronus. His eyes flickered with realization. With the curse weakened, he would need far less magical power to target and eliminate the soul fragment. The room was silent, the tension palpable. Snape watched intently, his usual mask of indifference replaced by genuine curiosity. Dante's methods were unorthodox, but they proved to be work in the past. Dante observed Astoria for a moment longer, watching as the glow beneath her skin faded and the effects of the Patronus spell dissipated. He stood there, his expression thoughtful, before finally breaking the silence. "There's a way to deal with the curse," he said, his voice calm but firm. "But it won't be a pleasant experience for you." Astoria's eyes widened, and she swallowed nervously. Dante continued, "If I succeed, you'll live the rest of your life normally. But if I fail, you'll experience a lot of pain and will need to spend a few days in the infirmary." The room fell silent, the weight of his words sinking in. Astoria's face paled, and a nervous look crossed her features. Snape, who had been watching from the side, stepped forward, his expression dark. "What exactly are you planning to do?" he asked. Dante didn't flinch. "The killing curse," he replied simply. The students gasped, their eyes widening in shock. Snape's face darkened further. "That's too dangerous," he said. Dante shook his head. "It's a weakened version of the killing curse. It won't kill her. Think of it like an antidote. If you're poisoned and take the antidote, it helps you. But if you're not poisoned and take it, it might harm or even kill you. This is no different." Snape understood the logic, but his expression remained grim. "I won't allow a student to cast the killing curse on another, regardless of the circumstances." Astoria, who had been nervously fidgeting, closed her eyes for a moment before opening them with determination. "If it means the curse can be lifted," she said, her voice trembling but resolute, "I'll give it a try." Snape's jaw tightened. "I said no." Dante, however, was unfazed. "I can do it later, or outside the school. Stopping me isn't really an option. But if you stay and watch, you can intervene quickly if something goes wrong." Snape's face darkened further. It was clear Dante was going to proceed with or without his permission. The only question was when. Daphne, her worry for her sister evident, asked Dante. "Are you sure this will work? Will she be harmed?" Dante met her gaze evenly. "She'll be okay. The worst outcome is a trip to the infirmary. And," he added almost casually, "I'm quite proficient with the killing curse." Before Daphne could respond, Astoria spoke up again. "I'll do it," her voice was shaky but determined. The other Slytherin students' faces were a mix of shock, worry, and anticipation. Snape, meanwhile, was silently seething. "What do you mean, proficient with the killing curse?" he thought, his mind racing. "Did you go around killing people in secret? Is this what you were doing during those months you disappeared?" But despite his questions, he kept silent. Dante looked back at Snape, waiting for his response. Snape finally spoke, "In all my years of teaching, I have never seen a student worse than you. Even the Gryffindors are more reasonable." Dante nodded, as if accepting the backhanded compliment, then turned to Astoria. "This won't be pleasant," he warned. The girl nodded weakly, bracing herself. Without further ado, Dante pointed his wand at Astoria and petrified her on the spot. The students were startled by the sudden action. "Chances of success increase if she doesn't move," Dante explained calmly. He then cast Expecto Patronum again, the silver light taking the form of Astoria once more. This time, the Patronus stood motionless, waiting. Dante raised his wand and, without hesitation, cast a weakened version of the killing curse. A faint green light emerged from his wand and entered the silver Astoria. The silver Astoria stepped forward and merged with the petrified one. The room was silent as everyone watched the display of power and skill. Beneath Astoria's skin, silver and green lights clashed, their battle visible to the naked eye. Seconds later, the lights faded, and Dante released the petrification spell. Astoria gasped, her eyes flying open. "That tickled too much," she exclaimed, her voice tinged with both relief and surprise. Daphne rushed to her sister's side, her face filled with worry. "Are you okay? Are you in pain?" Snape also moved closer, his eyes scanning Astoria carefully. Dante, meanwhile, stepped closer to examine Astoria once more, his wand tapping her lightly. This time, he felt no traces of the curse within her. "The curse is removed," he announced. Daphne and Astoria stared at him, stunned, before hugging each other tightly, tears streaming down their faces. The curse that had plagued Astoria for so long was finally gone. The Slytherin students erupted into cheers. Snape, however, raised a hand, silencing them. 50 points to Slytherin, he said, his voice carrying over the noise. The students cheered even louder. Snape turned to Dante, his expression a mix of shock and reluctant admiration. "We need to go to the headmaster's office," he said. "Healing a bloodborne curse is no small feat." Dante nodded lightly, his expression as calm as ever. As he followed Snape out of the common room, the students watched him go, their faces filled with awe and respect. Dante Malfoy had done the impossible, and he had done it in a way no one else would have dared to try. Chapter 55, Argus Filch. Argus Filch was a man of few joys and many grievances. As the caretaker of Hogwarts, his days were filled with the endless task of cleaning up after messy, disrespectful students who seemed to take pleasure in making his life harder. He was grumpy, resentful, and bitter, traits that had only deepened over the years. His obsession with discipline was well known, he often fantasized about the days when students were punished with whips and chains. Yet, despite his harsh demeanor, Argus was fiercely loyal to Hogwarts. It was his home, his purpose, and the only place where he felt he belonged. But there was one thing that gnawed at him more than anything else, his lack of magic. Argus was a squib, a non-magical person born to a magical family. It was a cruel twist of fate, one that left him perpetually insecure and filled with envy. He despised the students not just for their messiness but for their magic, the very thing he had been denied. His only solace was his cat, Mrs. Norris, his constant companion and partner in patrolling the castle. Argus's greatest wish in life was simple, to cast a spell, to perform magic, no matter how small. He had tried everything, from ancient rituals to dubious potions, but nothing had worked. In the end, he could only watch the students with a burning jealousy, his bitterness growing with each passing year. He knew his resentment made him unpleasant, but he couldn't help it. Life had been unfair to him, and he couldn't forgive the world for it. Then came Dante Malfoy. Argus had first heard about the boy before he even entered Hogwarts. Rumors spread like wildfire, a genius who improved potions, a prodigy who could perform seventh-year spells as a first year. Argus burned with jealousy. How could someone so young, someone from a family of known Death Eaters, be blessed with such talent? It wasn't fair. Argus wanted just a sliver of that magic, but it was denied to him. When Dante disappeared from Hogwarts, Argus thought little of it, until he heard the boy had created something called magic circuits. These circuits allowed even the magically less talented to perform advanced magic. For the first time in years, Argus felt a flicker of hope. Maybe, just maybe, he could use these circuits to perform magic. Maybe he had a minuscule amount of magic, and the circuits could amplify it. For the next 3 years, Argus threw himself into studying runes and magic circuits in secret whenever he could. He learned how to recreate small spells, though he couldn't power the circuits himself. He even convinced a first year to try one of his creations, and it worked perfectly. The problem wasn't the circuits, it was him. He had no magic at all. That day, Argus cried alone in his office, the bitterness in his heart overwhelming. And yet, Dante Malfoy's name kept coming up. The boy had undone a mind disability, healed a soul, and now, according to the Daily Prophet, he had removed a bloodborne curse using the killing curse. The killing curse. The very spell that sent people to Azkaban had been used to heal. It was unheard of. Argus sat in his office, staring at the front page of the Daily Prophet. Dante's face stared back at him. Argus's mind raced. If Dante could heal the impossible, could he heal a squib? Maybe being a squib wasn't a permanent condition. Maybe it was a sickness, one that no one had tried to cure before. Not someone like Dante, at least. That night, Argus made up his mind. He would approach Dante Malfoy. He knew the boy often stayed in the library late at night, and the headmaster had instructed the staff to leave him be. This was his chance. The library was quiet, the only sound the soft rustling of pages as Dante flipped through a book in the restricted section. Argus approached nervously, his footsteps echoing in the silence. Dante glanced up, his silver eyes giving Argus an uninterested look before returning to his reading. "Good evening, Mr. Malfoy," Argus greeted, his voice uncharacteristically timid. Dante acknowledged him with a slight nod but said nothing. Argus swallowed hard, gathering his courage. "I was wondering, is there a way to heal a squib? To make them a normal wizard?" He braced himself for mockery or a sarcastic remark, but none came. Instead, Dante looked at him with genuine interest. "Why are you asking?" Argus blinked, surprised. You don't know I'm a squib." Dante's expression didn't change. "I know. I'm asking why you want to know if there's a way to heal a squib." Argus hesitated. "Wasn't it obvious?" "I want to learn magic," he said finally, his voice trembling. "It's my greatest wish." Dante tilted his head slightly. "Have you tried to learn before?" Argus nodded eagerly. "I've tried everything. Everything that gave me even a glimmer of hope. But nothing worked." He reached into his coat and pulled out a small, intricate magic circuit he had created. "I even made this, hoping it would work. But I couldn't power it. A first year could, though, so I know the circuit works. It's me. I have no magic at all." Dante took the circuit, examining it closely. For the first time, Argus saw a flicker of surprise on the boy's face. "This is impressive," Dante said, his tone sincere. "More impressive than many so-called skilled wizards I've met. A squib learning and creating what experienced wizards struggled with." Argus was stunned. "Praise?" He didn't know how to respond. Dante stood up, his expression thoughtful. "Being a squib isn't a sickness to be healed," he said. Argus's heart sank, but then Dante continued. "But we can make you into a wizard. That's a completely different thing." Argus's eyes widened. "What?" "Follow me," Dante said, already walking toward the deeper parts of the restricted section. Argus hurried after him, his heart pounding. Dante waved his wand, and a hidden staircase appeared, descending into darkness. Argus had never known this was here. They descended the stairs, reaching a strange well at the bottom. Dante turned to him. "Jump after me." Argus hesitated but followed, landing in an otherworldly place. The ground was made of silvery liquid, the walls glowing with crystalline light. Long pillars stretched toward an unseen ceiling. Argus had never seen anything like it. "Where are we?" Argus asked with a shocked tone. "This is the true heart of Hogwarts, its greatest secret and can only be accessed by me." "Now, keep up," Dante answered, already walking ahead. Argus followed, passing through gates of shining liquid that transported them to strange halls. Finally, they entered a room with what looked like a stone table. "Lay on the bed," Dante instructed. Argus obeyed, his mind racing. For the first time in his life, he felt a glimmer of hope, not just for magic, but for a future he had never dared to dream of. Thousands of years ago, this place was created to absorb the magic from a magic lanes that crossed this area. And 1,000 years ago, Hogwarts was built on top of it in order to share and archive knowledge but also to store children's excessive magic and emotions, Dante explained. The power stored here can be used to convert a non-magical person to a wizard. "I have tested this theory around 3,000 years ago," Dante said with a smile. Argus just laid there staring at him. "What did I just hear?" "I am telling you to relax, it was tested before." "Now keep laying there," Dante said. Argus's mind was a whirlwind of questions and disbelief, but he forced himself to stay still. None of the strangeness mattered, not the glowing walls, not the cryptic explanations, not even the absurd claim about 3,000 years. All that mattered was the possibility of becoming a wizard. Dante stepped back a few meters and waved his wand. The walls and ground around them lit up, glowing vines of light expanding and reaching toward Argus. They wrapped around him completely, their warmth seeping into his body. It wasn't an unpleasant sensation, but it wasn't exactly comfortable either. Minutes passed, the vines pulsing with energy, before they finally retreated. "You can stand up now," Dante's voice rang out. Argus obeyed, his legs shaky as he rose from the table. Dante approached him, holding out the magic circuit Argus had created. Argus took it. "Focus on the circuit," Dante instructed. "Imagine pushing something from your hand into it." Argus did as he was told, pouring all his concentration into the task. Suddenly, the circuit lit up, and a small flame burst from it. Argus stared, then tears welling in his eyes. He looked at Dante, his expression a mix of hope and disbelief. "Congratulations, Argus," Dante said, a faint smile on his lips. "You're a wizard now." I can learn magic now?" Argus asked, his voice trembling. I can be like everyone else. Dante's expression softened slightly. You're too old to catch up with the children. You'll never match their skill or control. But you can develop magic circuits. With enough practice, you might become as capable as an average wizard. Argus nodded, his heart swelling with gratitude. Even this limited potential was more than he had ever dared to hope for. Dante turned and began walking away. Let's leave. Argus followed, his mind still reeling from what had just happened. As they walked, a thought struck him. I'll never tell anyone about this place or what you told me, he said solemnly. Dante glanced back at him, amused. You won't tell anyone because I'll erase your memories of this place and what happened here. You'll only remember that you have magic and how to power the circuit. I can't have anyone knowing about this place yet. Argus nodded. He had magic now, that was all that mattered. As they reached the exit, Dante paused and looked at Argus. Argus Filch, I hope you'll keep learning magic and developing magic circuits. You have quite the talent for it. Argus nodded again, his gratitude shining in his eyes. Thank you, he whispered. Underscore. The next day, the school buzzed with rumors. Argus Filch, the squib caretaker, had become a wizard overnight. Students whispered in the halls, professors exchanged disbelieving glances, and even the portraits seemed to gossip about the unexpected turn of events. Argus, for his part, walked through the castle with a newfound sense of purpose. He didn't remember the details of how it had happened, but he knew one thing for certain: Dante has made him into a wizard, and he must work and develop magic circuits to become a capable one. As he passed a group of students, one of them dropped a book, and it floated back into their hand with a flick of their wand. Argus watched, a small smile tugging at his lips. He will be able to do that eventually.